My lovely, excuse me, my lovely imps put the screw in the tuna, Punk Corpse, Brina, Spinkle, 10-letter name, Gayfesh, Danklord, DB Michelle, Yasmin, Aska, Somnio Static, Tronsler, Furcifer, XYV Abo, Queen Laura, Virtual Girl, Victorian Nightmare, Octavia, Jack Paul Satra, Thick Boy, Pickman Student, Grouchy Ash, Roomy Red, Bat Canary, Lady Kilgana, 10-letter name, Benifer the Potato, Chronic Cine, Susie Clem says BLM, Killjoy 40K, Eddie, Evie the Purple, Posadas John, Mesmerized, Witch Night Melody, Faux Hammer, Falafel, Steel System, VM Draco, and for all of those who are in YouTube chat, we have Pickle and Croissant, A Good Dog, Kitsune Cavalier, Satan's Underling, Lock But Draws, Angel AI, Rhodes, Food Diggity, Pizza, Lauren Walker, Luna, Valhalla Vidya, Yak Taxi, Maive of Blades, David, Sandy Buchner, V Noir, Evelyn Parker, and many more, it so seems. Al the Killer, Cassandra Dow, Alfonso Taboda, Cretus Viscus, Emily Ganguly, and Uncle Gumbald, and Remy Starlight. Anonymous Platype. We have a lot of people here today. Welcome and thank you all. Oh, the guy who could, welcome. Wow, 10-letter name. Oh my God, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I hope you are having the most wonderful day, and if not, I hope hopefully this helps pick it up. Let's see some emotes for Demon Mama. True, let's see some motherfucking emotes. I'm actually having a relatively nice day, although I am a little more tired than usual. I've been up to quite a lot lately, and also the weather has changed. Oh my goodness, my hair is being so disobedient today. It's okay, it's okay. However, take a look at this. Look at my new nails. Hold on, let me change the focus so you can see them. Look at my new nails. Look at that. They're red shimmer on black. They're really cool. I got little blood red nails, so they're the magnetic one. Did you get confirmed the autism last stream? I got diagnosed last stream with ultra autism. I had to take the test 4 times and everybody was making fun of me. Did I get a pumpkin yet? I did not, but one of my roommates did. So, yeah, I didn't know you could get nails like that. Yes, you can. This type of nail is called Cat's Eye is the name of the brand. And it's called Cat's Eye 4D or something. And what it is they use a little magnet. So it has little tiny particles of reflective metal in it, and then they take a magnet and they go over it and it pulls it into this interesting shimmer. I've never seen it before, but my local salon started stocking it, so they were like, hey, you wanna check this out? And I was like, wow, that looks amazing, and then it looked amazing. So yeah, it's really awesome. The guy who could says, I'm in a class right now where my fucking ML professor is doing Russia apologia by discussing Azov and Stepan Bandera. I literally can't say shit because I'm worried he'll fuck my grades. Yeah, that's fucking annoying. I doubt he'll fuck your grades, but still, that's very annoying. I'm carving 31 pumpkins to be my yard decor. That's a lot of work, but also awesome. Mr. Krabs, here is a live clip of Zan roasting DJ Mule. All right. Hold on a second. Let's take a look.
I'll go ahead and I'll bring up a picture of him really fast. So DJ Mule is a leftist, more of a, I guess I'd say tanky,
that's too nice.
Video essay.
That's too nice. That's way too nice to DJ Mule. DJ Mule has more Goma energy than anything else. That's too nice. It's too fucking kind. Oh my God, that's very good. Well done, and thank you very, very much, Mr. Krabs. That's a fantastic clip. Oh my goodness. DJ Mule, more like DJI protect abusers? Yeah, it's pretty bad. Oh, hold on. Did I miss a dono? Oh my God. I'm so sorry about that. I was distracted. Brawlerella, thank you so much. Oh my God, thank you for reminding me. Brawlerella, thank you so very much. Oh my God. So what was Mama right about? You're gonna have to wait and find out about that. But I promise you, it'll be well worth it. All of you who are here right now, we have a whopping 300 viewers at the beginning of stream. Welcome, and thank you for being here. First off, if I may so humbly ask, please press the like button. Here's a secret, okay? No joke. The more likes we get early on, the more viewers will come to the stream, and my channel has been blowing the hell up lately. First of all, because I've been doing a lot of work and putting out some banger content, but secondly, because you all are willing to press the like button, which is free on YouTube. So please press that like button, and if by chance you're not subscribed to my channel, you should subscribe. For those of you who are new to my show, the beginning of my stream, I warm up my voice by hanging out and talking about whatever the hell I want, which is different than the rest of my show, where I talk about whatever the hell I want in a more structured format. But the beginning of my stream is a little chill time. I usually talk about my life, what's been going on, what I've been doing, what I'm thinking about, and then we get into the main topic. So, does liking before the stream start matter? Yes, it does. Yes, it absolutely does. Blame the clickbait title? Oh, it's not clickbait. I mean, it's kind of clickbait, but the truth is I was right, and I am right, and I'm gonna talk about how right I am in a little bit. But first I have to warm up. I have to be in the moment, you know? You gotta have the woo. Is it clickbait in the way Aaron Green's was clickbait? No, not even close. Aaron Green, last night, Aaron Green did a really, an anti-drama stream, and it was very sweet, and I quite liked it. Is it cool if I restream this? Of course, go ahead, Rapti, that's perfectly fine. I mean, that's not blanket permission to restream my stream, but, you know, if you want to do it today, I don't really mind. Mama left the left, and now she's super right? No, no. If I ever left the left, it would be to go to a further left position, a more left than left position. That's just how it is. Can you believe the lettuce beat Liz Truss? No, I mean, yes, actually, believe it or not, I can. Apparently, if anybody doesn't know what that means, because I wouldn't blame you for not knowing what it means if lettuce beat Liz Truss. Liz Truss, I always say Liz Trust for some reason. I have no idea why. But there was a piece of lettuce, and they left the piece of lettuce out to see if it would rot faster than Liz Truss would stop being the prime minister of, or the premier, I guess. Premier, right? The premier of the Tories. And it's gone. The lettuce is fine. I meant Liz when I said it's gone. Liz is gone. Like she's the fuck out. So now it's somebody else. Is it even possible to be more left than you are right now? I don't know, but if it is, I will find the position. The lettuce lost? No, the lettuce won. That's the shocking thing. The lettuce stayed fresh longer than Liz Truss was in office. Any advice for people who really dislike the way Twitch is? I want to support people, but I can't I can't stand Twitch's layout and stuff. Most people who stream on Twitch also have a Streamlabs or a Stream Elements, which will allow you to donate to them directly. If you do not want to support Bezos, you can donate through that. For example, if you are a YouTube viewer and you would prefer to donate to me directly instead of giving money to Google, you can just go demonmama.com/donate or /subscribe. And those subscriptions are to my site, not to my YouTube channel. Those subscriptions are to my business. So you will be helping me directly instead of letting YouTube scoop off the top. And the same applies for people who are on Twitch. Oh, we have a ton of new imps, by the way. That's the first thing I really want to talk about before I talk about anything else, which is welcome to all of the new imps. We have been experiencing a lot of growth lately. Now, many of you who have been here for a long time know that this year has been a little bit slower for my channel than the last previous years because a lot of stuff changed. In June of this year, I moved to a completely new house. The entire history of my show was made in my old place, and I now moved to a house with some of my partners and a roommate, and it's been really good. I built the studio. Me and my partner Fawn put the studio together, and also Doe also helped quite a lot, but a lot of it was Fawn and a lot of it was me. And Doe helped quite a lot, but mostly with things you can't see. So we put this whole studio together. You guys wouldn't even believe what this room looked like before, but we put this room together, and then I've been really hitting the pavement and running and working as hard as I can for the last few months, and it has really paid off. Have you ever been to Utah? Yes, I've been to Utah multiple times. I think I've been to Utah 4 times now, maybe more. Anyway, but in the last month or two, we have had an explosion in growth. A lot of people have been getting excited about my channel, as they should be. You OG imps, you guys know the goodies that have been going on here. You guys know how much fun my show is. You guys know how unique my show is. But a lot of you newcomers, you know, it's pretty awesome. So welcome, and we're happy to have you as new imps. That's for those of you who are brand new. Imps are my fans. You should probably know that. I'm Demon Mama, so I have imps. But let me tell you just how good it's been, okay? This is exciting, okay? Hold on, let me show you something, okay? Let me just show you how much we've been gaining lately, okay? So, hold on, let me just show you. Just how many streams ago? It was like 2 streams ago, we were celebrating 17,000. We are now at 17,390. We have gained 414 subscribers in the last 28 days. Look at this shit. Look at that. 414 new subscribers. That's so great. Now, there's been a lot of reasons for this, which I'll talk about. One is I've been posting a lot of videos lately. The second reason is that we have brought on Jazz Dog, the amazing and wonderful memester, musician, and editor Jazz Dog, to help our channel by making some really cool short videos. And I just want to point out, take a look at this. This video about DJ Mule and etc. got 10,000 views and over 300, just about 300 comments on it, which is really, really awesome to see. So all of you who commented, seriously, thank you. It does actually make a difference. That video is doing really, really well. I did not expect that. I did not expect that to happen. Even though I was literally the first person, as the video of course says, I was the first person to even talk about the DJ Mule bullshit. I'm glad that in the end, at least some attention has ended up. I've gotten some credit where credit is due for that, finally. The whole DJ Mule thing is like, it's wild. It's a whole thing. I did not expect it to resonate to the way that it did, but it did. I think it was so blatant that a lot of people saw what was really going on. And we're gonna talk not specifically about DJ Mule or anything like that today. I don't really have anything else to say about him or the content, but what we are gonna talk about today as this goes on is community and community building, and what we mean when we say community online. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much, Sam Demand. I appreciate that. Louis Boy says, you're ahead of the curve. You got talent for that. I bet the Halloween stream will be big. That Dreamcast game looks promising. Here's to hoping we can get everything working correctly. Time is running tight. I've been super busy. Well, I've been hurry up and stop busy. There's been big periods of a bunch of stuff that I've had to do and then big periods of waiting on things. Well, thank you very much, Gale. Your video was fantastic. It was absolutely fantastic. But yeah, every once in a while, you guys know I like to talk about how things are going with the channel. I like to show you all how much our community has grown. I don't know. I like to keep up with things. Oh yeah, another thing. This is a couple of weeks ago, I did a video called "YouTube is Censoring Me," or maybe it was titled "YouTube is Censoring Me" with a question mark. And since I made that video, let me show you this. It's amazing. I made that video, and since then, finally, all of my videos have been getting monetized again. That's a little bit weird. Weird how my videos were stuck in a monetization limbo for literal weeks. We had a gigantic blank space because none of the videos were getting monetized, and we had no coherent reasoning for why that was happening. Yes, you have to make a stink. It sucks. It sucks, but whatever. Ah, well. Yeah, you have to bonk the top of the YouTube every once in a while. You have to go boom, boom, boom. But to be honest, YouTube has been up to some serious bullshit lately. There was a massive false flagging campaign against Jesse Gender. There was a massive false flagging campaign against Vosh. Both of Vosh's channels got false flagged, and YouTube even upheld the ban against Vosh, or the suspension against Vosh, which is it was bullshit. So there's unfortunately never a shortage of issues on YouTube with regard to how stacked the deck is against the actual people who make the content on YouTube. It just really, really sucks. Yeah, oh, Zan got hit too, although that one is a little more sensical, but yeah. 10-letter name says, stop, start, stop, start. I hope it's not too hard on your back. Or on your pack. Raising Hell Fund. Thank you very much, 10-letter name. Deeply, deeply appreciate that. YouTube's code has also been buggy. Yes, YouTube has been super buggy. You guys know, both of my last two most recent streams, we had unexplained connection issues to YouTube. Yeah. Oh yeah, and for those of you who were here on my last stream where I talked about hurting my back, I have a bad back, kind of. Thankfully, it's not as bad as it could be, but it's still pretty bad. My lower back, I have some weird degeneration in my spine, and it gets at it. I try really hard to not hurt it or anything, but once in a while I fuck up, and that happened recently. So I've been taking the streaming a little bit easier because I haven't been able to sit at my desk. Thankfully, my back is now fully back to normal, back to normal, and I've been able to be at my desk doing stuff, and it's been great. YouTubers Union win? Unfortunately, I highly doubt there will ever be a YouTuber union, and there's a couple of reasons for that, which we can talk about. Okay, so a couple of things. I'll just do that real quick. YouTuber unions or contractor unions. So most people don't know this because most people aren't YouTube content creators, but every YouTube content creator is technically, legally, a contractor, a contract worker. And contract workers can't unionize in the same way because there's not, like, when you're on contract, you're not actually an employee. So what that means is that you don't have the same protections in union formation. Part of the thing that facilitates the formation of unions is that you have certain rights that if your union organization process is disrupted by your employer, which basically always happens because employers they don't want unions. Like, employers hate unions, obviously. So they almost always are going to do stuff to interrupt the formation of a union. And unions can then, they have certain legal rights given to them that they can then contest what's, any sort of disruption. They have protections that are in place, and that's not true for contract workers. Contract workers sign a contract essentially every time they go to work. So instead of being a formal employee, you basically, every time I put a video up, that video is it. That's just a hi, I'm contracting you to do this. It's a weird thing. And all streamers, with very few exceptions, are contractors. The ones that aren't contractors are still contractors when they're making content for YouTube, but they probably are paid, they are usually paid a salary by some other organization, which means they might have some level of employment protection in that regard. It's really complicated. What the hell? Had a little piece of something stuck in my teeth. Contract labor is, okay, it's really complicated. Did I miss some donations? Sorry, I was looking away. I was ranting. What did I miss? 10-letter name. No, I got that one. I didn't miss any donations. What donations did I miss? Oh, wait, I did miss one. Sorry, Mr. Krabs. I was looking away from the screen. There's one more meme. I'll look at this in just a minute. Mr. Krabs says, one more meme. Here's my input of the meme. Live footage of DJ Mule missing his wife. Okay, I'll look at that in just a minute. Thank you very much, Mr. Krabs. Apologies about that. What was I saying about contractors? Oh, yes. Contract labor has its purpose, okay? For example, imagine you want your lawn mowed, okay? You're like, hey, I don't want to mow my lawn. I want to pay the kid across the street to mow my lawn. And then you're like, hey kid, I'll pay you $50 to mow the lawn. And then you pay the kid $50 and they mow the lawn. That is an example of contract labor. It's not an established labor relationship. You're employing them, but they're not your employee. You've just signed a one-off contract to do the thing. It's a thing that exists. It's necessary as a legal construct, more or less, for that to exist, for contract labor to exist. The problem is that contract labor is a convenient loophole which has allowed for, which in the digital era means that more and more positions are technically contract labor where they couldn't have been before. And we don't have an answer for that yet. The government hasn't figured that out. Businesses certainly have figured out how to exploit you, and we haven't figured out how to organize. And notoriously, organizing is remarkably difficult because the whole point of contract labor is that it's supposed to basically fill in the cracks where people are just doing handshakes. You know what I mean? Where it's like, hey, I'm paying you to do this, you're paying me to do this, and that's that. And so it's an important thing, but right now what is considered contract labor is YouTubing, streaming, driving Uber, delivering for Uber Eats, delivering for DoorDash, all of these things, all of that is considered contract labor, which means that the corporations that are making tons and tons and tons of money off of a never-ending pool of talent are getting away with not providing benefits, with basically offloading all of the financial responsibility onto their workers because their workers need access to a tool that they've created. It's really complicated and it sounds really boring, but the long and short of it is that it's a really bad position for workers to be in. And the existence of the gig economy and the growth of contract labor as a labor type has created what some people call a new section of the working class, which is called the precariat. If you've ever heard that term, I don't know. Has anybody? Maybe you have, maybe you haven't. The precariat is similar, it's a play off of the term proletariat. The precariat is a class of workers who don't even have, who their position is maintained, their position in society is maintained by the fact that their work is always precarious. That you're not actually an employee. You don't actually have employee benefits. You don't have unemployment protection. You don't have any protection from being fired. You're in a super precarious position. You need to go to Uber to get the work because that's the only place where people use the app, but you don't actually get any of the benefits of being an employee of that company. So, yeah. Yeah. The rise in grinders. Some people call it that, yeah. So no level of collective action could be taken? No, that's not what I'm saying. I just don't know what the answer is off the top of my head. Outside of just building unofficial unions, quote unquote. It's really difficult to know for sure. Yeah, precariat. Like precarious is the term. I guess that's where guilds come from. Yeah, guilds are like, the structure of a guild is a little closer to what we're dealing with. But it's difficult because we don't live in medieval mercantile capitalism anymore. And the established powers have a unbelievable advantage over contract workers, which is that contract workers don't even know who their coworkers are. The only way you know someone is your coworker is if they volunteer that information to you. It's really grim, okay? It's grim. Collective action is needed and possible. It's just not going to be as clean as it's not going to be as clean as creating a union, and it can't be. But also, there are currently a lot of issues even with the formation of unions. For those who don't know, the National Labor Relations Board, which is basically the government's department of dealing with labor violations, has been continually defunded and gutted over the course of many, many years. So the National Labor Relations Board is severely underfunded, which means they do not have the manpower to handle most labor conflicts, which means that unions are already falling into a position of disadvantage again. It's complicated. It's really complicated. Basically, labor in America is in a really, really bad place, like a really, really bad place. And it's showing up all over the place, okay? If you live in a major city, chances are you have seen entire businesses close because of inability to find workers. Basically, they're unwilling to pay more. In my town, I'm not kidding you, a local fast food restaurant, I won't tell you which one, but a local fast food restaurant has completely closed its doors because they could not get enough employees to fill shifts. They could not get enough employees. They wouldn't pay employees enough. I mean, it's gone. As in, we went there once, and there was to get some drinks on the way home, and there was like not hand printed, but like locally printed, not like corporate official, just like somebody typed it out and said, "We're closed. We don't have any employees." Complicated. Anyway, what I was trying to say with that was there is labor problems all across the United States right now, and it's really severe. Have you all heard of there's a lot of ADHD people in my audience, so have you all heard of the Adderall shortage? The Adderall shortage is caused for two reasons. One, the government has a highly restrictive process for getting certified to supply Adderall. And two, the second reason is because the main manufacturer of Adderall, a company called, the short name is Teva. Hold on. Yeah, it's just called Teva. So Teva is one of two main manufacturers of Adderall in the United States, and they have been telling the government for months now that they have labor shortages. They can't get they can't get enough people to work in their factories. So there's a 1-2 punch shortage on Adderall right now. So anyway. Oh yeah, and like I said, if you live in any major city, you've probably seen huge delays in basically every business that you know. I mean, hell, even today I went to the pharmacy and they had signs up all over the place that said, hey, we're understaffed, we're understaffed, we're understaffed. And of course, unfortunately, corporations got their way with the whole Fed Reserve changes to lower inflation, which means it's gonna raise unemployment even further. Sucks. Every vendor that I need parts from is at least 6 months behind for my job. Yep. Can you show nails? Yeah, here, I'll show my nails one more time. I got my nails done today, and they look really great. You can probably see them. Hold on, let me see if I can get them. Let me get them focused in. Look at that. Shing. They shimmer. They have like a metallic shimmer that you can see it move in there. It's really cool. There you go. Sorry, that was not the best visuals, but I did my best. It's really hard with this static camera. I don't use autofocus, so. A burger from Sonic is so expensive now. It's true. Google Sonic inflation. Wow, true. So true. Thank you. What pisses me off the most is that the media manufacturers consent that we are to blame and not the fat cats. Of course. Of course. That's the media's job. What are you gonna do? Perhaps instead of a union, a collective can be formed of similar content creators. Work abstention wouldn't be the threat, but negative content PR could be. You could all threaten to make content, write articles, and get the public's attention of their bad dealings. Just an idea. That's a great idea. There have been some collectives and stuff that have formed. And most of them are informal. Some of them are formal. For example, this website that most of you are watching on, if you're in this chat right here, you're on my website, demonmama.com, which is run by White Forest. White Forest is a media co-op that creates amazing websites like this. And that is one of the ways that collective action is making it possible for your favorite YouTubers, including myself, but others, including Kanye, Vosh, Merrick, DeVille, many, many others. It's only possible for us to make our living because of the framework that's been created by them. So. I did hear that, Somniostatic. I did not, and I probably won't be. I'm glad that Rose Wrist is on to bigger and better things. Yes, you have to be careful with multi-channel networks. It's a long story. It is possible, yes. Markiplier, Jacksepticeye, and others started a union for Let's Players. They did, but keep in mind that those guys are huge. They're able to form a union because they're all millionaires. If you get to that level of if you get to that level of power, it's a different calculation. So yeah, they're huge. They're huge. Well, okay, but keep in mind, I know we're laughing about the idea of millionaire unions, but keep in mind that someone like Markiplier is probably going to be fine, but like a YouTube millionaire, somebody who just made their first million off of YouTube, if they got completely fucked by YouTube, they would not have any money after that. $1 million does not last you that long. And it especially doesn't last you that long if you're paying other people. So you have to keep in mind that like a millionaire union is going up against literally almost $1 trillion corporations. So anyway, yeah, it's complicated. This whole thing is complicated. If you are here and you've been having a good time so far, please go down into the YouTube comments and press like. Every single time we get a burst of new likes, we get a burst of new viewers. Seriously, I'm not kidding you. I showed it happened live on the last stream. I showed the number of viewers before the likes, the number of viewers after, every single time. So if you're here and you haven't pressed like, please give me your like. Please, please don't make me beg. Don't make me beg. I'm a demon. I'm supposed to be scary, not cute. I'm not good at being cute. I'm good at being scary. Goblin. Thank you. Thank you for liking. So, that was the rant about the YouTube labor situation and the labor situation in general, which interestingly I was reading about unions this morning. I read about labor stuff a lot. Oh, wow, a leftist who cares about labor shit? Woo! I know. You might think with all of the legends that you hear about me, all of the evils that you hear about me being an Anprim, about me being whatever, an illegalist, or whatever people call me these days, that I don't give a shit about labor, but actually I give a big shit about that. Yeah, so. Illegalism based? Well, it has its limitations, okay? Some people call me and Doe and Prims, but we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about that. I didn't see your paragraph. I was looking away. Something interesting is that Google actually does a lot to protect creators as far as copyright goes. Taking huge lawsuits and stalling action on infringing content is just one of the ways that terms of service is overlooked by Google to the benefit of creators. I don't think Google would be as protective over a group who's giving them negative press. They can apply strikes, demonetization, age restriction. Yes. YouTube creators are massively disempowered. I agree. Lauren Vivere with the $20. Thank you very much. Like the dang stream indeed. Thank you very much. I've never heard of Anprim or illegalism. We will talk about that. Don't you worry. We'll get into that. So don't worry about that at all. We'll talk about that. There's another thing I want to talk about before we get into the main content of the day, and that is what the fuck have I been up to? Me a person, not me the talking head in the box, but me as a human. Yo, Rapti, thank you very much. Hey, hey imps, look into Indian and Mediterranean food. Very easy to make at home, very inexpensive, lots of variety. True, extremely true. Killjoy 40K says, Demon Mama getting called an Anprim when you were objectively correct about supply lines falling apart because we rely too much on our overlords being good people and not cutting corners. I know. That's one of the many things that I was so goddamn right about. Crab meme? Oh yeah, I gotta watch the meme from Mr. Crab. Hold on, we're gonna watch this meme before, hold on, let's see.
I miss my wife, Tails. I miss her a lot. I'm gonna go.
That's just sad. That's just sad. Missing your wife that's not funny. That's just sad. It's sad to miss your wife. It's sad. It's not sad? Oh, pumpkin. Oh no, Posadas John. That's dark. That's dark. Alexa, this is so sad. Play Despacito. Despacito, ba-da-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-do, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Danny Ergosum, what happened to the train union strike? Still pending. Last I checked, the train union is still considering a strike. They are just currently weighing a counter offer that they were made. We will see. Wait, I set off your Alexa? I'm so sorry. Do you miss your wife? Every day. Really should get my slingshot fixed. What? They were told if they strike, they will go to jail. Yes, they were. That doesn't mean they're not going to. They might still. Let me talk about something real quick. So the last few days, well, since my last stream, I have been, wait, hold on. Can I just, you guys know that meme about the guy digging tunnel? Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Where is this the one? Yeah, here we go. This is the one. Here, I'm gonna read this to you, okay? And then I'm gonna explain why I'm reading this to you. Update. How can I, 27 female, get my boyfriend, 31 male of 2 years to stop digging his tunnel? All right, so I've spoken with my boyfriend. After a long chat, I can successfully say mission accomplished. Wait, oh, this is the update. Wait, this is the update. I want the other one. Where's the original? Oh, god damn it. Let's see if I can find it. Here we go. Here's the, wait, no, I want the original one. I don't want this fake one. Ah, here we go. So I know this is a weird question, but my boyfriend likes to spend a lot of his free time digging a tunnel on some property that he inherited. I haven't seen the full extent of it, but last I saw it was remarkably deep under the surface. He spent roughly a year on it, and it's evident. The front of the thing is deep, wide, well put together. At the front, which is the only part that I've seen, he's got cement beams, electric lights, even chairs and a small table. I haven't gone into it, but it looked like the quality severely dropped as the tunnel went further, mostly becoming open dirt with some wood beams holding it up. My biggest concern is his safety. I'm really worried he's gonna dig too deep and it'll collapse on him. I've tried voicing this concern, but he laughs off and assures me he'll be fine. Aside from the safety concerns, there's also the fact he doesn't really have a social life because of this thing. I'm pretty much the only person he still talks to outside of his job, and he doesn't go out and do anything anymore. It used to be he'd occasionally head out and do some digging on the weekends, but now he spends almost all of his free time out there. He comes home, but he barely spends any time with me, and I know that he isn't doing anything but digging that damn hole in the ground. This can't be good for his mental health, but I don't know how to convince him to stop. He's always happy when he comes back from digging, which is why I haven't seriously tried to stop him, but I was talking to a friend about him, and she told me he might be going crazy. Obviously, I don't think he's insane, but I hadn't considered the mental health aspect of this, and I just don't know what to do. TLDR, boyfriend spends all of his time digging a tunnel, and I'm worried for both his physical and mental health. So first off, the reason why I've shared this tunnel story with you is because I have a tunnel, and that tunnel is called Pathologic. Now, you guys all know the memes. All of my longtime viewers know I am the biggest, most fixated super fan of a game called Pathologic. It's an amazing game. I cannot recommend it enough. It is so incredible. But not only have I beaten the Bachelor's, one of the characters' playthroughs in the original game, but I am now only a simple 2 days, in-game days, away from beating the Changeling. Now, some of these words won't make any sense to any of you, and that's okay. Don't panic. Someday you will understand. But I want you to understand, the Changeling playthrough in Pathologic Classic HD is one of the most heinous, difficult, evil, terrifying, and also enjoyable things that I have ever undertaken in the entire history of my time playing video games. And I am a lifelong gamer. I was literally, as a baby, raised on video games. Like, there is literally an old picture from when I was born, when I was like a couple weeks old, of my dad holding me like this, you know, and playing a video game with his other hand. I am a long. Oh, I will only believe this when I see it with my own eyes. Very well then. Fine. You need to see it with your own eyes? Very well then. Here is my Steam page. All 11 days as The Bachelor, and I am literally about to tick over into day 8 as the Changeling, so I am almost there. Okay? Very close. All right? I'm getting very, very close. Fancy Shrimp with the $6.66 says, hey, Demon Mama, I just finished watching Aniara, which is a movie that I recommended. You should go watch the movie Aniara. Aniara was fucking poggers, but I felt like shit afterwards in the best way. Thank you for the recommendation. You're very welcome, Fancy Shrimp, and thank you very much for giving me your review. Anybody who hasn't seen Aniara, please go see Aniara. Aniara is a beautiful film. A truly wonderful, horrifying film. Oh, I got a YouTube donation. Oops, hold on. I missed a YouTube donation? Did I miss a YouTube donation? Sorry. Review The Boys. I need to do my Boys review. Anyway, so Pathologic is a really, really difficult game, especially the original, okay? There were 2 Pathologic games out there. There is Pathologic Classic HD, and there is Pathologic 2. In my opinion, Pathologic 2 is a genuine masterpiece, okay? And so is Pathologic HD. However, Pathologic Classic HD was built in a homebrew game engine in the early 2000s, and it has a lot of jank, and it has a lot of old, dated gaming mechanics. And if you, I've been playing games forever, so I don't give a shit about that stuff. But a lot of people will find it very hard to play Pathologic Classic HD because of the jank and because of the way that the sort of dated mechanics. I don't give a shit, and I don't think you should either if you really like games. However, I have made it through what is largely considered, almost all the way through, what is largely considered to be one of the hardest campaigns in gaming. And, oh my goodness, it has been amazing. I cannot praise it enough. There is no possible way I can make it make sense to you, although I will. Aska with the 666 says, for doubting your Pathologic Rex skills. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. When you say dated, how dated are we talking? When I say dated, this is again, I should be clear, Pathologic Classic HD. In America, the second game is called Pathologic 2. It's not a sequel. It's a retelling. So it's more like a remake, but anyway, Pathologic 2 is what I recommend to everyone. If you are a gamer, if you love games, if games make you feel alive, go play Pathologic 2 and beat the game no matter how hard it is. It is a game that is hard because it challenges your brain, not because it's like Dark Souls. It's not a Dark Souls type game. It's a brain game, okay? Really, really seriously. It makes you think really hard. Go do it. But what I am talking about right now, when I talk about the jank, is Pathologic Classic HD, which is the precursor game and was a cult classic that has grown in popularity massively. Yeah. It is the Dark Souls of thinking, yeah, and feeling. Pathologic Classic HD has been really hard. I have been playing it a lot lately, and you're all gonna laugh at me, but I've been alternating between playing Pathologic Classic HD, the Changeling campaign, which is insanely difficult, and then I have been switching over to playing another insanely difficult game, which is RimWorld, while listening to literature. That's right. Your Demon Mama has been been supercharging the literacy. I have been listening and reading along to The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Fuck, why can't I ever say his name right? Dostoevsky? Fyodor Dostoevsky. Which is, I've been listening to The Brothers Karamazov, which has been fucking awesome so far. I want to read, yeah, I'm gonna read Crime and Punishment next. Dostoevsky, thank you, Dostoevsky. I always get his name wrong. Pathologic 2 is 60% off on Steam at the moment, go buy it. Pathologic 2 is 60% off on Steam, go buy it and play it. You do not need to play the classic version, although you will probably want to. Just be ready, it is very hard, and you just have to take it on faith. Nah, you don't have to take it on faith. Go read the reviews. Look at this shit. Do you guys really think that a game like Pathologic 2 is gonna get the types of reviews that it has on Steam? Like, holy fuck, the reviews are insane. And the reason for that, oh, also, if you don't believe me, watch H Bomber Guy's video on Pathologic. Well, he talks about Pathologic 1. But whatever, it doesn't matter. The H-Bomb video is good, but it has spoilers, so don't watch it. Don't watch the whole thing. Just watch enough to get excited. It has really bad spoilers. Not that it's a game that really matters. Spoilers don't even really matter that much. It's a game that's very experiential. Anyway, I've ranted about it enough. I just wanted to say, I've been in, like the man who was digging a tunnel in his backyard to his wife's ire, I, too, have been digging a tunnel into art recently. Maybe it's the change of the seasons. Maybe it's the fact that I'm gonna be traveling soon, and traveling always makes my brain juices, like, I don't know, flow in a certain way. Oh, he talks about Patho 2. I haven't completed the whole video yet. Do I have a disgruntled wife? No, my wife is not disgruntled, but that's what I've been doing. I've been basically every day, I've been sitting in my studio and taking notes, reading a book, and playing a game. I don't know, I'm just, you know, yeah. I don't know why the Haru Specs is the lesbian's icon, but honestly, taste, he's amazing. Listen, oh yeah, this is another thing you should know about Pathologic. I do want to do, I'm seriously considering doing like a full-on review of Pathologic with costumes and everything someday. We'll see if I ever get there. It's something I would really like to do, but something you need to understand about Pathologic, it is the gayest game without ever being explicit. It is the gayest game ever. The entire fan base for Pathologic is a bunch of flaming homosexuals and transsexuals. It is just the entire, oh my dear God, it is just unbelievable. You and Sophie from Mars are gonna have to beef it out over which trans woman does the Pathologic video series. Maybe. Are your streams gonna increase in frequency in the future? Not in the immediate future, but in the long term. As many of you as many of you already know, I've said this a couple times, I'll say it again right now, but the first week of November, I will be traveling, so I will not be streaming for the first week or so of November. I'm going to be out of state, and I will be updating on my social media, so keep an eye there. I'll probably be posting pictures and stuff. I haven't done, oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Rhodes, I had no idea. Traveling? Oh, I'm traveling to New England. So there you go. I'm going up to New England to see some old friends and stuff like that. But yeah, I haven't traveled in a long time, like long distance. So I'm gonna be traveling, and so I won't be streaming for that time. But when I get back, I'll have lots of cool stories. Yeah. Put the screw in the tuna says, hey mama, I got all A's on my midterms. Are you proud? Of course I'm proud. Well done. Well done. Yeah, I'll be taking a plane. Yeah, so anyway, this whole big rambly nonsense was me telling you that I'm very excited about the progress that I've made playing Pathologic Classic HD, a game that is very, very precious to me, and also that I've begun a dive into literature again. And this is a very deliberate deep dive. Over the course of my 20s, I basically didn't have a lot of time to read as much as I used to. I was in my early 20s to mid 20s, I was working constantly. I was constantly tired. I was always overworking myself. Then I got really sick. And now I am a streamer. So what I'm trying to do is deliberately get myself back into reading high art. And when I say high art, I mean art that is truly challenging and pushing boundaries, art that really makes me think and feel. I want to grow my brain. I want to grow my mind. So, yeah. I used to read the Vouch stability stream. I don't know what that means. Yeah, I don't know. It's something important to me. I used to read a lot. When I was younger, despite being ADHD as fuck, I was highly passionate about reading. Somehow, I rolled both of those traits. I rolled ADHD, but I rolled so excited about stories that I would continue to read all the time, even though my focus was generally shit. It's a long story. Yeah. So, yeah, I would get obsessed but I haven't done that for a long time because my life has been complicated, but I'm getting back into it. I actually read, despite the reputation of streamers not being very well read, I actually read quite a lot, just not as much as I would like. Oh, I've read a lot of graphic novels. There's quite a lot. Morgan, with the $5, try Witchling by Yasmin Galanorn. All right, I'll put that on a list. Thank you. I've never heard of that, but it sounds great. I have a pretty big list of stuff that I want to read, but thank you very much for that recommendation. Deeply appreciate that. I don't know why it was referenced. Oh, I don't know either. Do I read any spooky stuff? I have, yes. It seems I missed the rant. No, you have not missed the rant. I'm about to do the rant. What about Nietzsche? I actually find Nietzsche pretty compelling. I probably have more Nietzschean philosophical pieces in my brain than most people would recognize because I usually don't like Nietzschean aesthetics. But yeah. What's the most mind-expanding fiction book that you've ever read? Mind-expanding. Fiction book, specifically? Fiction. That's a tough one. Probably East of Eden. Probably East of Eden by John Steinbeck. And the reason why I say that is because East of Eden is I know it's probably not what most people would reach to, but something about the storyline of East of Eden really challenged the way that I look at characters in books, but also like it's a very it's a very mundane story. It's like a story about a family, and it was it was like a book that really made me like realize that an incredible amount of drama and emotional value can be derived from like rather mundane occurrences as long as you know how to handle them. And so as a result, like East of Eden just proved to be a book that really changed the way that I look at stories. And so, yeah, I would say that. I would say that's one of them. Yeah, that's probably one of them. East of Eden is a book about, it's a book about a family that moves to California, and they found a farm in California, and then everything just goes wrong constantly. And, yeah, so, but it was a very important book. It's hard to describe, and it's been a long time since I've read it, but it's not like Grapes of Wrath. The funny thing is the prose is way more readable than Grapes of Wrath. Grapes of Wrath is also by John Steinbeck, also a absolutely fantastic book, but Grapes of Wrath is like somehow it's a much more boring read. Yeah. I have not. I've never heard of that, Rapti. One of the things that happens in East of Eden, there's a character who is they're a Chinese guy who is basically a servant for one of the characters, for like the family in the story. Like basically like a house servant basically. And this guy's character has some of the most incredible writing and development throughout the story. And like one of the key moments towards the end of the story, without spoiling anything, is like one of the main characters who's a kid at the beginning of the story, like really having a moment of awakening with regard to like the fact that like the way his family lived basically prevented him from ever knowing this guy. So the Chinese guy who's they're like the servant in the house, like he has a whole life and a whole like other identity that nobody knows about, because like the social relations between his family and him barred the main character from ever actually getting to know this guy as a person, and instead only as like a subsection of their house. And there's this moment where he realizes that, where he has like a sudden realization that that's the case, that like even though he was like that main character is like probably the kindest of all of them and the least racist character in the entire story probably, but he has this realization that like the way that society, the way that their dynamic was structured, it completely destroyed his ability to actually connect with it. It's really complicated. It's a really fucking good book. Yeah, so there you go. There's a very long answer to that question. Yeah. Anyway, I'm hoping that I have a similar experience with the Brothers Karamazov. I've heard nothing but amazing reviews about this book, and so far it's very, very good. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah. I'm sorry about chat. What's the most boring book that you've ever read? Oh, God. The most boring book I've ever read. Deuteronomy, probably, of the Bible. Or maybe Leviticus, wherever. I think it's Leviticus. Yeah, it's Leviticus. Leviticus is the one where the Levitical laws come in, and there's just an entire section of the book of Leviticus where they're just listing off measurements. Oh God, the Bible doesn't count. Yes, it does. The Bible has fucking poggers books in it. Okay, Like, the Bible has tons of exciting shit in it, like lots and lots and lots of them. But God, there's portions of Leviticus and there's portions of Deuteronomy where literally all it is X begat X begat X. It's like literally lineages and fucking measurements, and it's very boring. Oh, Numbers is another book, but Numbers has some other things. Listen, it's been a long time. I mean, it is true. It's not that there aren't, I'm not saying that there's not value in those books. There's super interesting stuff in there if you have the prerequisite knowledge. But like, if you've set out to read the whole Bible and you get to Deuteronomy and all of a sudden, or Leviticus, I can't remember which part I'm thinking about, where they're like laying out the measurements of the temple, of like the interior of the temple, and they're like, the trim around the temple needs to be 1/4 cubit by 1/4 cubit. And then you need to lay it out 35 cubits long. And then on the other wall, you need to do 12 cubits. It's like, oh God, okay? Have you ever read Earthsea? I have not read Earthsea, but I've been recommended to read it many times. Oh wait, yeah, Beowulf. Oh fuck, not Beowulf. Macbeth. Oh my God, I kept falling asleep during Macbeth. I know that people love Macbeth, but oh my fucking God, I could not make it through Macbeth. I literally have a vivid memory of falling asleep trying to read through Macbeth. Oh, I'm sure it's great as a play, but reading it out of a textbook, oh my God. Oh my God. It's clearly Macbeth, more like Macbed. True! Okay, hold on though. Guys, there are old English things that are really exciting. Like, listen to this. Hold on. Yeah, okay, so the fucking, here you go. Let me see if I can, hey, thank you. I haven't even drank that much, but oh. All right, fine. Wait, I barely got anything out of that. All right, there you go, thank you. Hold on, let me read you this, okay? This is in Old English, okay? Canterbury Tales? Have you guys ever read the Canterbury Tales by fucking Chaucer or whatever his goddamn name is? Yeah, Geoffrey Chaucer's The Canterbury Tales. The Canterbury Tales are so poggers. Let me see if I can read you some of this. Hold on. Let me read you an expert of the Canterbury Tales real quick, okay? I know this is kind of like, this is not me ranting about how right I am, and this is me instead just like reading you hilarious things. Here we go. But now, sire, let me see what I shall seen. Aha, by God, I shall have my tale again. What then my fourth husband was on bear, I weep I'll get and made sorry cheer. As vives mutin, for it is usage, and with my covered chief covered my visage. But for that I was purveyed of a make, I wept but small, and that I undertake. To church was mine housebound born amore, with neighbors that for him made sore. And Jenkin, our clerk, was one of the, as help me God, when I saw him go. After the beer, me thought he'd had a pair of legs and feet so clean and fair. There you go. Yeah, this, I'm not kidding you. This is like, this is what it is. It's fucking, Chaucer's fucking Canterbury Tales is written in like Middle English. It's fucking amazing. Okay, it's fucking awesome. Zelda Flare says Grapes of Wrath has the driest prose. True! It's a valuable text, but it's a slog. Yes, the Grapes of Wrath was one of was not the most incredible prose, but it is a really good story. It was very focused on addressing social issues and less on being like immediately fantastical prose, but yeah. All right, everybody. All right. Oh my God. It has a lot of farting, fucking, and fighting. That's true. Okay, that's very true. That's true, Ducky. If the Archbishop of Canterbury, Thomas Becket, wasn't brutally murdered, we might not actually have the Canterbury Tales. I know. Isn't that interesting? Oh, I like Neil Stevenson. Yeah. How does one consume a theory book? It depends on the theory. Theory is a funny word, okay? It's a funky little term. There are lots of forms of theory. Some theory can be digested, very easily. Some is really difficult. When a lot of people talk about theory, they usually are talking about philosophical or political theory, as opposed to, as opposed to anything else. Now, there's a lot of things that qualify as political and philosophical theory. Everything from books like Capital, which is really more of like economic theory, and therefore is very dense to get through, to other books like, Anti-Oedipus, okay? And also, there are small, digestible pieces of political theory, which I recommend frequently. Books like Now by the Invisible Committee, books like, I would argue that even a book like Hinterland, which is one that I read recently and highly recommend, is a form of political theory. It all depends. Yeah. Oh, Mutual Aid. Yes, that's another one. There's a lot of good ways to read it. You should basically, the way that I generally recommend people approaching theory is find a topic that you're interested or a writer that you're interested in and just pick one of the ones that you find compelling. And if literally just follow your intuition. So for example, if you're interested in modern anarchism, it might be worth starting with something like what I recommend. Now by the Invisible Committee is a really good start on like contemporary anarchism. What's going on? What are people's thoughts? If that's not your interest, if you want something different, then you just got to go look at that topic and find out what's been written about it and start somewhere. Follow your intuition as far as what's interesting to you, and once you go there, once you start pursuing it, it's like a Wikipedia rabbit hole, but in real life. Oh, that's wild, Miss Nibiru. All right, everybody. All right. Okay. All right, we've warmed up. It's been an hour and 22 minutes. I guess today I let my warm-up section be hijacked by talking about labor unions. I think both can be a good one. Depends on what you want, Lady Antifa. I generally think Angela Davis is very, very interesting. I don't know what you mean by reliable, 10-letter name. All right, everybody. It's time. It's motherfucking time. Okay? Enough of this high, big-brained literature. Enough of this interesting blah, 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 blah. Now it is time to begin the rant stream. It's a rant stream. And I said it was a rant stream for a reason, because a lot of the stuff that I'm gonna be talking about today is just going to be me ranting. And you guys love it when I rant, and I love it when I rant, but I don't want anybody coming in here thinking it's gonna be anything other than me basically getting angry and getting passionate about a bunch of different topics, because that's what today is going to be. Oh, hello. You want to say hi, by the way? They were just asking about you. Let's come over here and... How much did you spill? A lot?
No, not a lot, but a little.
Look who it is. Look who it is. It's the dough. It's the dough. Look who it is. What a critter. What a cute critter. Hello. Hello. Thanks for
What's up?
coming in.
What are you guys doing?
I was yelling about, somebody asked about theory, and I said that theory is a really broad question. It can mean many different things. Pick a topic you're interested in or a writer you're interested in, and then follow your intuition to find a book that's interesting, and then go on a Wikipedia rabbit hole, basically, from there. And you'll have a good time. And then I said, you know, I gave a couple of recommendations for things I like personally, and whatever.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so.
That's awesome.
Well, I love you. Thank you for bringing me more drink.
Of course.
Oh, Doe, can you recommend some theory based on recognition politics?
Wait, what do you mean by recognition politics? Do you mean like Hegelian recognition or what?
Here we go. I'm kidding. Hegelian recognition? I don't know. I think. Yeah. All right. 10-letter name.
Okay, wait.
At Doe on Twitter, and
Okay,
this question will be answered.
sure.
It's gonna take the entire stream because Hegel was like the most verbose motherfucker. That guy wrote books that were like that one meme of the lady with the giant book, you know, and she's like tipping it over. That's all his books. His books are like all like this big, and everybody who writes about him is even more confused than he was. How would an anarchist state handle cybercrime? Oh, the anarchist state? Oh, anarchists don't believe in the state. What are you talking about? Oh, I can't believe you'd say that. Oh, bruh. I'm just kidding. I'm just being an asshole. We'll talk about that after. Okay? Lady Kelgana, hold your question, because I'm about to talk about some other topics now that we got the energy and the blood flowing. Remember that question and ping it to me in a little bit, okay? We'll talk about that. I missed a dono from King Krabs. Whoa, Mr. Krabs, DM and Doe, have you read Hunter x Hunter? It's really good, especially the current arc. It's crazy with politics. I haven't, but I've heard it's really fucking good. My best friend has recommended it to me. A number of friends have recommended it to me. I really do want to read it at some point, but I have to do Berserk first, believe it or not. Thank you. All right. My lovely, lovely imps. Today, I am going to be ranting about a number of things, including the fact that I am always so goddamn right. And when I say I'm always so goddamn right, obviously I don't mean I'm literally always right. It just means that when I come on stream, I tend to put a lot of thought, effort, and time into the things that I say. And I tend to be a very careful person. And let me just say, there's been a lot of times where I've been really goddamn right about topics, and I do not even get close to the credit that I deserve for how fucking correct I am. Okay? Now there's a couple of different topics that I really feel like nailing that home on and ranting about. And the first one is the one that I actually titled this stream for, okay? And this is gonna be a little bit simple, okay? You're gonna be like, well, you know, Mama, we knew you were right, but did you? Did you really? Because just the other day, you will all recall that we had a argument on this channel. There was a debate, the first debate that we've done in a long time. I used to do a lot of debates, and I got tired of doing debates because the debate scene fucking sucked and the whole lot of drama happened. And also the debate scene as it existed, it no longer really exists at all, but the debate scene was basically hijacked, okay? It sucked. However, recently, I've been a little more open to debates, and we had a debate recently. We had a debate about Kanye West. And you might say, well, goodness, what did you fucking debate about? Well, you all know the answer, which is the fact that apparently I was being racist by making fun of Kanye West for being like, for espousing Hitler-esque behaviors, for being Hitler-like, for being a Blitler, in fact. This debate went on really long and it generated a lot of discourse. Some people got mad at me. Some people thought I was right, but I just want to talk about something that I was so fucking goddamn right about. And by the way, this is like a, it's like, you know that scene in SpongeBob? You know the one with the, hold on. Let me just, it's this right here. It's this fucking meme right here. This has been me on this fucking issue, okay? This has been me on the Kanye issue from the very beginning. Okay? And I just want to show you what I'm talking about here. Because this was just the other day in Los Angeles, okay? I want you to take a look at this message right here, okay? This is a bunch of fascists doing literal Sieg Heils, okay? A literal Sieg Heil, okay? They're literally Sieg Heiling Nazis in broad daylight on the highway in LA, okay? That says honk if you know, and then this sign says Kanye is right about the Jews. And then this says Goyim TV.tv. And then it has 2 Bible quotes, okay? It didn't take much to point out the fact that Kanye West was being anti-Semitic. Kanye West wasn't just being anti-Semitic. Kanye West was pushing not just a level of he didn't just go up and say a slur. He went on TV and was pushing for days the most extreme conspiracy theories you can imagine about Jewish people. He was invoking conspiracism on an unbelievable level. He wasn't just being anti-Semitic. He was pushing an agenda of hate. He was pushing conspiracy theories about Jewish people that we already know were heavily contributed to the occurrence of the Holocaust, okay? Genocides, okay? They don't just appear out of nowhere, okay? Whatever anybody believes, whatever anybody feels about the issue, they're not like an alien invasion doesn't just happen and then everybody gets killed. That's not how any of these things work. It's not like in most fiction, okay? Genocides have to be built. Do you understand? Do you understand me? They have to be built piece by piece by piece. This is exactly what we saw happen in Nazi Germany, and I mean it. We saw an increasing popularization of unhinged, anti-Semitic, homophobic, racist conspiracy theories, and we are seeing this spread all the fuck over the place. And yes, Kanye West is guilty of doing this. It's boiling a frog, but it's more than just boiling a frog, okay? Because it's, the heat has been cranked up so fucking high, okay? So fucking high. The heat is, it's like the frog has been boiling, okay? And in my debate about the Kanye West situation, people said, the main problem that people had with me was, hey, well, Kanye West isn't literally Hitler. Hitler was a chancellor and had more of a say in this. Obviously, none of what I said was ever about literally being Hitler. That's literally stupid. What a lot of people were basically trying to say is that I am being racially insensitive by getting mad at Kanye West when, like, other people are doing racism too. So why do you talk about the black guy doing it and not all the white people doing it? Well, I do, actually, which is the part where that starts to fall apart when they're talking about me, because I mostly call out the racism and anti-Semitism of white people. However, Kanye West isn't just a random black guy. Kanye West is one of the most influential, most deeply embedded, and most well-known musicians in the world. And this, right here, is the direct result of his statements, okay? it is important that we hold very hard to task celebrities that use their platform to spread hate, okay? It is a good thing, okay? In this regard, cancel culture, or whatever he wants to call it, is a very good thing. Because every single time he opens his mouth to say something anti-Semitic, there are thousands of frothing Nazis in his audience that jump to the task to try and recruit everyone they see, and they're succeeding, okay? They're succeeding. I'm not watching this clip until after. I know it's probably gonna be bad, but you want me to look at the clip? No, okay, I'll look at the clip in a minute. I'm trying to get this. Are you still against supply chains? Herslead, we'll talk about that in a minute. Herslead, hold on to your question. Don't go anywhere. We'll talk about that, okay? Let's talk about this. Kanye West has an incredible reach, okay? Now, being a public figure of some level, I'm a really tiny public figure. I'm like the public figure equivalent of a little tiny bug or a hummingbird. That's me. I'm just a little tiny, I'm a little dude, just a tiny goblin, okay? But even I, in my tininess, believe very much in the necessity for people who have a platform, however you get that platform, to be as responsible as possible with that platform. Now, there are some things that are unreasonable to expect from anyone with a platform, because everyone with a platform is still, at the end of the day, a human. We're not going to get into a broader conversation of concentrating power into the hands of individual, very fallible humans, but obviously there are limits to anything. But let's just say that spouting anti-Semitic conspiracy theories is so far across the line of what's appropriate to do as somebody with a large platform that it should be interpreted only as an act of hate and hostility. And it needs to be. We need to get serious about this, okay? Because I'm telling you, when Kanye West spread these things to huge audiences, it does create new Nazis. But what's even worse, believe it or not, than the creation of new Nazis, which I think is probably not the main occurrence, because I don't think his words convince anybody. I do think that people who are reacting to his words then convince people, but that's a different story. What's worse is it emboldens the ones that currently exist. It convinces them, hey, there's a big guy in power that's on our side. We can push even harder now. We can go and Sieg Heil in broad daylight on the 405 in fucking LA. And I'm gonna be completely honest. Nazis should not feel safe or comfortable Sieg Heiling and advocating Jewish genocide in the broad daylight. They should not feel comfortable. Our society should react very, very harshly to people behaving like this. We should not find that acceptable. We should not find a state of passive existence in which Nazis feel comfortable Sieg Heiling in broad daylight. That should not be the status quo, okay? But Demon Mama, what about my free speech? Free speech? Free speech doesn't exist, okay? Free speech it doesn't and never will exist, okay? Free speech is an illusion. There has never been and there never will be a world in which all speech is free. I tend to be on the side of free speech by and large, okay? I really do. But I recognize that there is no speech that is 100% free, except when you're in the woods singing to yourself or talking to yourself, because all speech has reached to some degree, and people have a right to react to what you say. If you're saying something to someone, people have a right to react. And of course, there are limitations to what types of reactions are justifiable. We don't have to go through all, like, you know, through every single step of this process. But there should be, I'm making a positive statement here. There should be a hostile reaction to shit like this, okay? It is justified for people to be hostile to people acting like this. And the reason why is because we know what they're angling for. We know what these right-wing people who are saying Kanye was right about the Jews and what Kanye himself are angling for. We've already seen it once in the past. We've already seen this identical, literally word for word in many cases, exact wording used by a party that went on to exterminate millions and millions and millions of Jewish people, and trans people, and gay people, and black people. And that includes people like Kanye West. And it includes anybody. It includes it doesn't, your minority identity does not matter if you are engaging in promoting a worldview held by Nazis. If you are pushing a Nazi worldview, a fascist worldview, a worldview that can only result in massive death, if that is what you are pushing, it does not matter what identity you are. It is important that anybody who opposes that world pushes back. Okay? People, I understand why people are hesitant sometimes to call out members of certain political minorities. I am a very vocal member of a minority group. I am a very open, non-binary trans woman, okay? I'm very open about that, okay? And I would hope that if I engaged in fucking right-wing rhetoric, that you motherfuckers would call me out. Not just that you motherfuckers, but that my co-content creators would push back incredibly hard on that. And if I can expect that as a tiny little tiny account on YouTube, then I think it's perfectly fair that we hold Kanye West to a much, much, much higher standard. And personally, I think that when we start seeing things like this right here, it's time that we start openly and harshly, belligerently, start pushing people who sign off on that out of the public eye. And that includes Kanye West himself. I think that it would be justified to cancel Kanye West over something like this. As it turns out, actually, yeah. As it turns out, sometimes canceling someone is actually a good thing. I'm gonna start banning people for this at the bar I work at. I may get sacked, but I will not have not help Nazis have fun anymore. Yeah. I've definitely, Morningstar Plural says, yeah, you've definitely built a community that would eat you alive if you were to go off the deep end like that, which is good. Which is good. You should. If I ever post anything like what Kanye West posted, Kanye West, like I said, I said this at the beginning, I'm gonna reiterate it again just for clarity. Kanye West didn't just do anti-Semitism. Kanye West did anti-Semitism and pushed and popularized, helped normalize the idea of a Jewish, overarching Jewish world conspiracy. That is so, so bad. All right, fine. I'll address whatever this clip is. What's this fucking clip? What's this fucking clip? Kanye is right about the Jews, and then Kanye is right. Oh, come on. Oh, that is the cheesiest clip ever. That is, you can even tell it's out of context. Oh, come on. Really? That's the best? I've said so much shit you could clip out of context. God damn it. He exposed his fans to the JQ, which is a thought-terminating cliche and lets people justify insane things. Okay, something I want to explain to all of you. And I know a lot of you are going to be familiar with this. A lot of you are pretty familiar with the way that the fascist worldview operates. But fascists, and especially Nazis being a subgroup of fascists, Nazis rely on conspiracy so much. They rely on conspiracy so much. They rely on the idea that they're on a, and there's a reason for this. It's because it lulls their followers over time. It adjusts their followers to essentially perpetually suspecting a malign influence from the group that they hate at all times. It is a deliberate constructing of a worldview and a belief system. And their belief system, because obviously, as any rational person knows, racists are fucking stupid. Anti-Semites are fucking stupid, and transphobes are fucking stupid. Anybody with like a toddler's level understanding of the world can recognize that that half of the things that racist people say is just genuinely fucking stupid. Okay? Like, racists will be like, yeah, America invented everything, but Africa didn't invent nothing. And you can just go and be like, bro, that's just dead wrong. Like all of humanity originated from Africa originally. Like, what are you fucking talking about? Like, it's shit like that. Boomer racism? I don't even know racist talking points. No, I do. Okay, you want me to tackle an actual racist talking point? Here's one. Ready? Here you go. You guys want it? Here we go. When you talk to a lot of racists, because I've talked to a lot of racists, one thing that they will do all the time is they will say, yeah, but, and this is the racist talking, they will, yeah, it's the 1350. We're gonna talk about 1350 real quick, okay? 1350 is the meme that racists love to reach for, okay? But it's funny because most of them don't even, they memorize the numbers, they don't know anything about what it is that they're saying, and where they source their information is subreddits that are literally just videos. There's like Reddits that are just videos of black people committing crimes. So they will hear this idea. Well, 1350, 13% of the population does 50% of the violent crime. Which, first of all, that statistic is a dated statistic. Obviously, not that even matters. They don't give a shit about that. And secondly, obviously, if you are a marginalized community and you are literally discriminated against and forced into conflict with other people in your community, obviously that community is going to have higher rates of violent crime. How the fuck does somebody who's been discriminated against and can't enter and can't own a business, doesn't have any generational wealth, gets discriminated against provably in hiring practices? Redlining still persists to this day, even though a lot of the laws have been taken off the books. A lot of the practices are still in place. So if you're a black person living in an impoverished area, you probably don't have any intergenerational wealth, you have a harder time getting a job, you're less likely to be accepted by a university, so you're probably less likely to have a college degree. How do you live? And the answer is crime. How else are you gonna fucking survive? That's how anybody does it. It doesn't matter what your skin color is. It's so obviously not about skin color, and it's so obviously about socioeconomic conditions imposed because of other people being racist about skin color. And a bunch of racists will come in and they'll say, oh, well, yeah, but I went to this subreddit and I saw all these videos, these horrible videos of a black person doing a crime, as without ever recognizing that they're being fed a curated, manipulative tube of self-reinforcing stereotypes. This is why poor white areas also have lots of drug crime and other crime associated with it. Of course, poverty is what causes a rise in violent crime. And what causes poverty is discrimination, largely. That is what causes it. Just think about it this way. Imagine if your life is a giant pachinko machine, okay? Imagine that if you're black, there are a bunch of little extra things inserted that prevent you from getting to the big scores. Okay, so your little thing is going down, bing, ding, 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 and you're heading towards the bottom, and it's like there's a wall over the big win. You just can't get the big win. Sure, you might be able to maximize and hit all the good things on the way down, but there's a literal wall placed over it. It was only the 60s, okay, that the civil rights movement happened. That means that most black Americans today, their parents and or grandparents were alive in a period of time before the Civil Rights Act had even been put into law, and after, when it wasn't able to spread out and be fixed and enforced and corrected over time. People lived in a period of time where it was literally, you couldn't go into certain restaurants. You can't come in. You just could not get certain jobs just because of your skin color. Like, holy fuck. How obvious does it have to be? All of this is specifically to point out the fact that fucking racism is stupid. Racism falls apart under the slightest analysis. And so as a result, it relies on thought-terminating cliches and conspiracism. It relies on all kinds of manipulative tactics because it doesn't survive an analysis, any type of stringent analysis. Okay? And all of that was to point out that what I was saying before about Kanye West pushing conspiracy theories is fucking dangerous, because conspiracy theories they take advantage of humanity's natural curiosity and natural paranoia, okay? Humans are organic creatures. We spend our whole lives having to contend with sickness, disease, and stress, okay? We are naturally a little paranoid. We have to be in order to survive. A conspiracy theory grabs onto the part of your brain that produces paranoia, grabs onto the prejudices in your brain, and it pulls you in a direction in such a way that you're less likely to acknowledge the truth. And this is why it's really important to fight off habits of conspiratorial thinking, okay? It's a brainworm generator. It is a brainworm generator. Now, I'm gonna draw a quick parallel to something I've talked about on this channel a lot, which is religion. And specifically, how I grew up in a far-right Christian cult, okay? And whenever I talk about religion on this channel, I have a lot of things to say about it. But one of the things that I experienced as a part of growing up in a very fundamentalist evangelical environment is this idea that I talk about a shell, okay? All right, I talk about how a lot of Christian fundamentalism is building a shell around your brain, a shell of various, generally highly emotional, but not always necessarily 100% emotional, but very emotional ways to prevent you from ingesting certain types of information, okay? So the shell is very hard to crack. And the way that a shell like that is made is by continually exposing someone to thought-terminating cliches that become so common that your brain just files them as truth, even in people who are generally very skeptical. You guys ever met somebody who like, okay, here's an example. You guys ever met a conspiracy theorist uncle who's like super Christian, and then and like will get super offended if you talk about any criticism of the Bible, but then all of the time they're talking about how the government did this, the government did that, the government did this, the government did that, don't trust the masks because that, yet they will without question accept the Bible, and if you even dare criticize the Bible, they won't be skeptical about that. That is a product of what I'm talking about. Conspiratorial thinking, thought-terminating cliches, these things are used to build an egg around your brain so that you have a negative reaction to any type of information that conflicts with that. So you never ingest the information at all. Now, sometimes it doesn't work. A lot of people, even people who are deeply indoctrinated, like I was when I was younger, often their shell will collapse under its own contradictions. But that's not a reliable process, okay? It's a very, very difficult process to break out of indoctrination. It really, really is. But, but because of that, because it's such a difficult process, that's why it's done. That's why right-wingers use these buzzwords. They use these same buzzwords all the time. If you guys go and look at, oh my God, like, have you ever gone and like just listened? I mean, I know we have because I've done it here on this stream. When we go and listen to Tucker Carlson, you'll hear him repeat the same buzzwords 10, 15 times in an episode, over and over and over and over again. And they're like literally the same phrasing. All political messaging has, you know, themes and recurring concepts, but it's ridiculous. It's so blatant how far right-wing media goes to reinforce things. I mean, hell, you guys know, let me talk about one that's personal. The 41% statistic, which is a dog whistle, by the way. The 41% is a anti-trans dog whistle. Basically, when people say 41% with referring to trans people, they're talking about an old study, which is no longer accurate, first of all, that stated that 41% of trans people will attempt suicide, okay? That meme is repeated constantly in right-wing spaces. Constantly. The 41% meme is repeated. They never really go into depth. They just say, yeah, you know, 41% of trans people will kill themselves. Yeah, you know, and they'll say that over and over and over again. And they never talk about where that statistic comes from. They never talk about the sources. It's just repeated over and over and over again until it's so common that their viewers accept it as a passive fact of existence. They never even think to interrogate it. And this is the shit that I'm yelling about right here. This is the fucking shit. It's this environment that smooths the brains into these nice little shells that are ready to do a goddamn genocide. Yeah, that's right. That's what all of this was about. You remember me talking about that before? You remember me talking about how a genocide has to be built? That's what this is all about. It all ties back to that. That's the goal. What do you think Nazis want? What do you think the conspiracy theories are advocating for? They're just asking questions. They're getting people ready. They're getting them emotionally charged so that they'll look the other way or stay silent. Keep in mind that Nazis don't need an entire Nazi society to pull off a genocide. They don't. All they need is a society that is at the very least apathetic. A society that's willing to go, well, I don't know, maybe, I don't know, maybe, I don't know, maybe though, But really, that's all they need. That's all they need. Nuts, I think you're wrong. Nuts says trans people will not be put into camps. Trans people will be social genocide. You don't know that, my friend. You don't know that. That's what everybody said. That's what everybody said in the buildup to the fucking Holocaust. Yeah, maybe I'll react to that at some point, Tuba. We'll think about that. The reason why I've made such a big stink about Kanye West's fucking shitty anti-Semitism is because Kanye West is a hugely influential figure, and he's normalizing anti-Semitism. That is literally what he's doing. The definition of normalization. It is a big popular figure going onto TV, being given a platform all over the place to spread hate. To spread hate that leads to death. When things become, when abhorrent things become normalized, our society becomes, it's not even just about society. Normalization is a weird thing, okay? Human psychology is very strange, okay? We can get used to some pretty demented shit, okay? I mean, God, think about it like this. If you were to like look back into the past, imagine what it would have been like to live in New York City in like the 1910s, when people were still like chucking their chamber pots out the fucking windows into the street, like throwing your garbage out the window, and like people just had to cope with that. And they did, because that was what they had to live with to live, okay? So normalization is a thing that we have to be able to do to a certain degree. Our brains have to be able to get used to certain things. But as you can imagine, getting used to certain things can lead us to some very dark and horrifying existences. There are all kinds of things in our lives right now that are normalized that should absolutely not be. And there are some things that are attempting to become normalized. And if they become normalized, if we get to a society, do you really want to live in a society where fucking people, fucking Nazis feel comfortable sieg heiling and harassing Jewish people in public, in broad daylight? Is that the type of society that we want to live in? And if the answer is no, then we have to start asking ourselves, what the fuck are we gonna do about it? And at least for me, I'm an edutainer on the internet. I'm a YouTuber. I yell about stuff. I talk about things. I shine the light on things, and I get some people talking about it, and I make jokes. So for me, I know I'm gonna make fun of these motherfuckers. I'm gonna be mean as fuck. I'm gonna take down these Nazi fascist motherfuckers and make them feel embarrassed, make them hide their face, make them run away and feel embarrassed and lose standing. I'm gonna do everything I can to make them look as stupid as shit, okay? But that's not enough. We need basically everyone possible to denounce this shit as hard as possible. Because, like I said, you don't have to get to a society that's 80% Nazi to have something horrible happen. All you need is enough people that feel bold enough that they can organize in the daytime, and they can do a lot of harm. Yeah, exactly. It's like a cancer. You don't need to be made out of half of cancer to die from it. You only need a little bit. And it is cancerous. Don't ever, the right wing saying, oh, the left calls everyone a Nazi, really did some serious damage to our collective brains, because it's made everyone feel like hesitant to call out fucking anti-Semitism and to call out Nazism. No, be bold. These people suck. Racists fucking suck. Transphobes fucking suck. They're horrible people. They make life bad. Racists, anti-Semites, transphobes, homophobes, these people suck. They're horrible. They take their shitty, bigoted views and they make everyone else live life their way or else. They make everyone uncomfortable. They can't live in harmony with others. Fuck that shit. You are not wrong for pushing back against that. At all. No one is. Calling someone a Nazi should have a gasp in the room. If it's overused, it will get an eye roll. No. That's only if it's not used accurately. If you live in a society that has a lot of Nazis in it, those people should be called Nazis. And if people aren't gasping, even if people aren't gasping at the fact that there are that many Nazis kicking around, you might have a bigger problem. You might be the frog that is currently in the boiling pot. Maybe I don't give people enough credit on their judgment calls. That's possible. Yes, there are random frivolous people who will say everyone's a Nazi. But let's be real. The people who are getting called Nazis espouse Nazi views. These are people who are engaging in rampant homophobia. Fuck, people call Tucker Carlson a Nazi. Tucker Carlson is a fucking Nazi, okay? He won't admit it, but it doesn't matter. You don't have to admit it to be a fucking Nazi. This guy gives a platform to anti-Semitism, constantly pushes racism, constantly pushes a hyper-nationalistic worldview. He constantly pushes anti-trans sentiment. He constantly pushes for a powerful, centralized right-wing government. He constantly pushes Christian nationalism. He's a fucking Nazi. Call people Nazis if they're Nazis. And what's better yet, elucidate to others how they're being a Nazi. He's the reason that white genocide is a current talking point among the right instead of being dog whistled about. Guys, the right has shifted the Overton window so hard, it's unbelievable. Most people, even people who are watching this, probably don't even realize how severe it is. The right wing has been slamming the Overton window to the right by just going balls to the walls in their messaging. Yeah, and you want to know what I was thinking about before this stream? This is going to be, like I said, this is going to be a whole rant stream. But I was thinking about transphobia. And I was thinking about how identical the transphobia of today looks to the homophobia and transphobia of 1930s Germany. Because it's identical. It's the same fucking shit. Have you guys ever, like, I mean, I did a whole stream on this. So my stream where I talk about Magnus Hirschfeld, who was the first, like, doctor, basically, to really take trans people seriously and make a trans and homosexuality health clinic in Germany, whose property and books were burned to the ground by the Hitler Youth. Most people don't even know that. Most people have seen the pictures of the Hitler Youth burning the books, and they don't know what books were being burned. The books that were being burned was research on gay and trans people. That's where we're at right now. The anti-Semitism is the same too, from blood libel to the nodding to the cabal. It's the same shit. It's the same fucking shit. It looks the same. It sounds only the thinnest veneer of difference. It's the same shit, and it's so normalized. Transphobia is so normalized. Anti-Semitism right now is becoming re-normalized. It never even stopped being normal. Gallet says, I don't know how you feel about Dylan Burns, but his debate against Yankee Tankie today went off the rails. I tuned in on YouTube and he was calling Dylan a fucking slut and being super homophobic. Nazis are getting into the left too, unfortunately. Guys, let's be clear about this, okay? Okay, let's be 100% clear about this, all right? Tankies are not leftists. They've never been leftists. Are there some MLs who aren't actually tankies, who like have whatever? Yeah, there's some MLs who aren't actually tankies. Yes, I'm not talking about that. Hardline MLs, they've never been leftists, okay? Ever. Not even a little bit. And I understand why so many people want to give them the you know, the time of day because it feels bad, you know, and it should. I understand why people want to give them the time of day, but I just want to be clear about something, which is that transphobia among I almost said right wing, among tanky spaces is outrageous. Homophobia in tanky spaces is fucking crazy. Misogyny in tanky spaces is fucking, it is so bad, guys. You know that like the people who've been popular in tanky spaces like Infrared and Caleb Maupin are just like openly transphobic and openly homophobic. Like fucking Infrared and his whole community, which was like, you know, growing for a while until he fucked everything up. And now he's a nobody and everything. But they would go into the chats of trans creators. Almost every trans creator I know had Infrared's community come in and call them things like gender bitch, which is really funny. But let's be honest at what it is. It is funny that they say something so stupid like that. It's like hilariously dumb, but it's them being transphobic. They're saying like you're doing something wrong for having a gender. Didn't Luna Oi say that a lot of gay rights movements in Vietnam are a color revolution? Yes, it's incredibly common. Guys, why do you think China is like super homophobic? Like the Chinese government, purportedly a communist government, is insanely homophobic to the degree that depictions of gay people is literally illegal. Tankies suck, okay? Tankies fucking suck. Okay, they're not leftists. Not in any meaningful way. Yankee Tankie apparently called Hitler Jewish. Oh my god. All right, maybe we'll react to that debate. Maybe that'll be some bonus content. We got 500 people here, so maybe we'll react to that debate. We'll see. We'll think about it. I got other things to yell about first, okay? I got some other things to yell about, all right? Maybe it'll be fun. We'll see. Anyway. Watch the clip Uncle Gumbald posted. Maybe. I'll look at it in a bit. I don't see what Uncle Gumbald posted. Oh well, whatever. We'll check it out at some point. Russia is so fucking homophobic. Yeah, but Russia isn't. Well, anyway, it's a long story. We don't need to go all. It's not all that. All I'm trying to say is, tankies, the auth left. There should be a you should recognize that if you have to say the authoritarian left, you might not be actually left. Not in any meaningful way, right? It's a little bit weird. They're kind of like, they're competing concepts in a lot of ways. List every homophobic country, all of them. Countries as a concept are homophobic. Hot take, unironically, I do mean that. The concept of a state is intrinsically repressive to gay people. All of them, unironically, not kidding you. I'm not even joking. Like that is a very simplified version of my opinion, but it is true. I think that states by their structure demand a reproduction. They demand rigid family structures, which aren't realistic, and marginalize anyone who's not cishet, basically. Oh, hey, thank you so much, Mithril. I appreciate that a lot. Wow, goodness. What about Canada? Especially Canada. Most tankies don't use the term authoritarian left. I've heard them use that. Every tankie I've ever known personally has identified as authoritarian left. Okay, listen. I know we do a lot of memeing on America here, but let's take just 1 second real quick and can we just say that the Chinese government is like hilariously horrible? Like the government of China is not even trying anymore. They call themselves communists, but they literally just openly say that they believe in the free market. It's absurd. The Chinese government is so bad. It is so atrocious. It is currently doing an ethnic cleansing. It's fucking terrible. And no, you don't have to pretend that that is like leftist in nature. It isn't. Not by any means. Not structurally. It literally doesn't. They don't even use the aesthetics of leftism anymore. It's a literal state capitalist nation. It's so, oh my God. The thing is, one thing that I'm very happy about, and I mean this, one thing I've been very happy about seeing in the online left is that less and less people seem willing to deal with tankies. And that's good. Tankies should be laughed out of the room. If you come into a room saying, oh yeah, guys, I'm a leftist, but you know, I believe in highly centralized power. I believe in expanding productive capacities until we can flip the communism switch. If you believe that, oh yeah, you need to do whatever you can to empower the proletarian nation, even if that means suppressing gay and trans people because gay and trans people are bourgeois, that shit is not left. Nothing about that is left. Not even a little bit. Not even like a tiny bit. And I'm glad to see that the online left has gained a little bit of like immunity. Like the online left has started to develop an immune system to their bullshit, and I hope it gets stronger. Oh, and don't even get me started about tankies and anti-Semitism. Holy fucking shit. Whatever you do, do not look up any tankie talking about Jewish people. If you want to have a field day, just go and search, just search anybody. Caleb Maupin, the now disgraced, but just a few months ago, the tanky guy, wrote a book that's just it's called Satan at the Fountainhead, and he never lists it on his websites because it's an entire book about how Jews are running the world secretly. Satan at the Fountainhead. It's fucking rotten. Or Bad Empanada, who's super anti-Semitic, but not a tanky and also not a relevant person. The Spanky Tanky. Intentions Nasty says, as someone who lives in a country that has been ruled by the authoritarian left before, please do not entertain their ideas. Good. True. Resist authoritarianism, no matter who is claiming it. Is Bad Empanada a tanky? No, he's a loser. That's it. I resist Vaush's authoritarianism. I do too. Believe it or not, there are certain aspects of Vaush's political worldview that I don't agree with. like his anarcho prisons. He did a video about that a while ago. It was a long time ago, so who knows? But I don't. I think Vosh's politics are uber based. I think Vosh's politics are generally pretty strong, but there are parts of it that I don't agree with. I was just talking about the anarcho prisons. I don't think that like changing prisons to rehabilitation centers actually fundamentally changes the problems that we're addressing with prisons. Anyway, it's a long story. You should resist my authoritarianism unless you don't want to. If you want me to be an authority over you, well, we would have to have a talk about that. Because I do strongly believe in consensual power dynamics, but that's not the state. That's an interpersonal relationship. So, yeah. Doesn't this guy get like 2 likes on all of his tweets? I don't understand the argument for incorporation of conservative views to advocacy for communism. I think it's important to convert people away from leftism, liberalism, and conservatism to dialectical materialism. This is a religion. What he's talking about is a religion. Converting people from leftism, liberalism, and conservatism to dialectical materialism, he's just talking about a cult. That's just a cult. He's an idiot. Might as well say Dianetics. Unironically though, when people say dialectical materialism, they're never actually talking about the philosophical concept. They're talking about some made up thing that sounds interesting to them that they've redefined. They're never actually talking about what was meant by that. It may as well be Dianetics. It's the same shit. Have you guys seen the like Luna Oi video on dialectical materialism? It's so fucking stupid. It's literally the way that it's talked about. It's just like dialectical materialism is when synthesis, antithesis, when thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, but material. What? Stupid. It's a buzzword. What do you mean convert somebody from leftism to dialectical materialism? Coffee? No, this is yerba mate. It's like a really yummy tea with a lot of stuff. Yo, I quite like yerba mate. Yeah. My cousin always pushed yerba mate. I find it very delicious. It is a particularly high caffeine tea, so I don't know. I like that. It is amazing. I've been addicted to it lately. It's not gross. It's really good. Do you drink the cold yerba? I drink cold yerba. Do I like matcha? I'm not a big fan of matcha. But does Peter have a stylish vest? Oh yeah, totally. He's got the most stylish vest I've ever seen. All right, I have another thing I wanted to talk about, okay? I have another thing I wanted to talk about. However, I have to go to the bathroom. Oh, I got a YouTube dono? Yo! I'll read what she's reading, or I'll read what she's reading. Thank you very much for the $1.50. Thank you so much for the super sticker. Thank you so much. All right, everybody. My lovely, lovely, lovely imps, I have to use the restroom real quick. If you are here and you've been having a good time, which I'm sure you have been, I would like you to please press the like button on YouTube. Likes always get us new viewers, and as you can see, we have a ton of new viewers today. And I have a lot more stuff to rant about. This is gonna be a really fun stream, so throw me your likes. And if you're not subscribed, subscribe. Please, subscribe. All right, real quick, I'm gonna play the bathroom song and I'm gonna zip over to the bathroom and then I'll be right back. So don't go anywhere, tell your friends about the stream and make sure that you press like. I will be right back as soon as I start this music. As soon as I start the bathroom song. Here we go.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom?
Hello?
I hope she doesn't lock the door when she
returned and
uses
it didn't loop.
But if she does, you might need a little running start.
It didn't loop,
Hope
did
the
it?
door hinge is weak enough to
I don't
break.
think it did. Maybe it did. No looping. All right. We'll let it finish. We'll let it finish real quick, and then we'll talk about all the things I want to talk about. I have a lot to talk about still.
Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Put down your phone, the stream is still running. I can only assume you forgot because you were doom scrolling. Jesus Christ, Demon Mama, do we need to call a doctor? Song's over, stop. Somebody help her out.
Don't help me out, I'm fine. Welcome back to me. Isn't that great? Song's over. Why is scoob a censored word? I don't know. I have no fucking clue. I have no fucking idea. It isn't, is it? I don't see anybody. No, it isn't. Is it? No? Oh, it is. Oh. Weird. It looks like it's Scooby. That's weird. I have no fucking clue. I don't do that part. That I don't oversee that. The starring is White Leaf's thing. There's like universal things. The new imp sound is that the wait, I don't actually know what my alert currently is. Whatever. We'll talk about that. All right, everybody. All right. Whatever happened to the tolerant left? We were never tolerant. That's the secret. The secret is that tolerance is important to have, but only in certain contexts, and you don't have to tolerate people who are treating you badly. There you go. All right, everybody. Let's talk about another thing that I was super fucking super right about, okay? All right? Because I'm feeling a little vindictive, and people brought this up, and somebody earlier brought it up, and even though I wasn't gonna do this, I'm gonna talk about it, okay? We're gonna talk about the supply chains. Dun dun dun. That's right. Somebody in chat was mad about the supply chains, okay? And I wanna talk about how goddamn right I was about that, okay? Because it's really funny. I don't know if you all know this, but let me just show you. Hold on. I can just show you. It's so cool. I can literally show you a picture of it in real time. Okay, watch this. Ready? All right. So this is a little blog discussing the Adderall shortage. Okay. And this is a little chart that was pulled from the University of Data Drug Information Services. This data was gathered from University of Utah. And take a look at this. This is active recognized government drug shortages. So this is not including non-official drug shortages. This is just pulling data from officially recognized drug shortages. And I want you to look. So it dipped down in July of 2021, and now we're spiked back up. As of July in 2022, there are over 260 active drug shortages in America, okay? And one of those is Adderall. And as it turns out, there are a lot of people in America with some form of ADHD. It's a remarkably common condition. Nobody really knows exactly why. I'm not going to go into exactly why. That's just a simple fact of reality. There are a lot of people with ADHD, and there are a lot of people who have been on Adderall for a very long time, to the point that they can experience pretty fucking severe, depending on how long you've been on it and how high your dose is, really severe withdrawals from it. Now, keep in mind that most people who are on Adderall are people who take Adderall so that they can focus on their daily lives. This is a drug that makes it possible for them to continue doing their office job, their factory job, their manufacturing job, their mining job. Like, working people taking Adderall is the most common use of Adderall. Most people who seek out a Adderall prescription are doing so because their ADHD is preventing them from either succeeding in school or preventing them from succeeding at work, or maybe not even being able to do their work. So when there's an Adderall shortage, we're not just talking about like, God damn it, I can't get my Addies for the party this weekend. That's not the type of Adderall we're talking about. We're talking about large numbers of people who now cannot get a drug that they rely on to be able to work their daily jobs. This is a thing that enables them to live a normal life in our society. Okay? Iron Mage says, I only ever got a slight headache as a withdrawal symptom, but I was only ever on 10 milligrams. I haven't been able to get my prescription since 2019, though, and ended up dropping out of university because of it. Elac Cabal says, I've been taking Adderall since the 2nd grade. Yeah, if you were a kid who was diagnosed with ADHD when you were young, and you've been on Adderall for your whole life, not being able to fill your Adderall prescription is unironically debilitating. You might be able to make it through, that okay if you didn't have to show up at work every day, if you didn't have to go to school every day, but you will not be able to keep up with those tasks. Those tasks will fall through in all but the rarest of circumstances, okay? So the reason why I'm talking about Adderall is because it's a thing that everybody is fucking talking about right now, okay? But Adderall won't kill you. Not directly. If you go off of Adderall, the withdrawals can be a serious bitch, depending on how high your dose is and depending on how long you've been on it. Adderall is a highly addictive... Oh, wait, I think it's mostly full still. No, all right, you can have some more in it. Thank you. Yes, you can. And can you have Sheepy come up and say hi?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So hold on. Let me get back to where I was saying. Adderall. So Adderall, the reason why I'm talking about Adderall is because it's the one that's in the news right now. And also it's one that affects me, so I have an intimate knowledge about it. However, like I said, Adderall will not kill you if you have withdrawals. It is highly addictive. When doctors prescribe it, they know it's highly addictive. You don't have a choice about that. Like, if you are prescribed Adderall and you choose to take it, which most people do because they want to be able to succeed at their job and whatever. Oh, get this bot out of here. Get this crappy bot out of here, please, somebody. Hey, real quick, while we're dealing with the bot that's trashing up. Hold on, can we? Good, it's gone. Wait, come here, Sheepy. Sorry, I was ranting, but I really wanted to show you off on stream. Look, this is Fawn. Fawn hasn't been on stream recently. I also call Fawn Sheepy. That's Fawn's nickname. So wait, you're out of focus. You got to come closer. How you doing?
Hey.
How you been? You haven't come up and said hi to stream in a long time. They miss you. Look at that. They've got all the emotes there. Look at that.
Haven't.
You've been downstairs. You've been playing Descenders.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
I'm playing a lot of video games.
You know, you've been getting good at Descenders though.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you came up. I wanted you to come up and wait. Oh, I thought you brought my drink up, but that's okay. I figured that Doe would send it up with you, but that's okay. Damn, it's hot. I agree. Sheepy's cute as hell. Sheepy's like the cutest around. Whatever you do, don't go find out that Sheepy has a performance profile on certain websites you all might enjoy. 10-letter name, thank you very much. Amphetamines were first developed as an inhaler to treat asthma. I didn't know that.
I love you.
I love you too. Wow, thanks for coming up. I was really happy to see you, and so was the chat. Look at them. Hey, Doe. All right. Let me get back on the point of whatever we were talking about. What was I going to talk about? Oh yes. Okay. Adderall and the supply chain discourse, which I was right as fuck about, the rightest I've ever been, and I'm still right, and I will be right for the foreseeable future. It's awesome to be right, and also it's horrible to be right. So Adderall shortages, etc., etc. Adderall won't kill you, okay? It is very unlikely that withdrawals from Adderall will kill you directly. Now, it could be that if you no longer get access to your Adderall, that you really struggle to keep your job and that you might lose your job. And then because you lost your job, you won't be able to pay your bills. And then because you can't pay your bills, you get evicted. And then because you're evicted, you become homeless. And then because you become homeless, you die. Now, that's a thing that could happen. And I think a lot of people are probably going to run into some pretty serious challenges being able to complete their work on a regular basis if the Adderall shortage continues. However, there are a lot of other drugs on that list of shortages. As of that, according to the University of Utah's studies, 260 official shortages. And many of those are not Adderall. Many of those are not drugs that you can just tank the withdrawal symptoms from. Not that you should ever have to tank withdrawal symptoms. I have many times. In fact, part of the reason I have a very tightly structured use of Adderall. I have a very low dose of Adderall. I only take it when I'm working, and I don't take it any other times. Even on days when I'm working off stream, I usually won't take it. It's usually only on days when I'm going to be working on something that requires a lot of focus, and I'm on a low dose. That way that I don't have horrible withdrawals, because when I first started Adderall, the withdrawals were really bad. All of this is to say, I'm not downplaying the Adderall withdrawals. I'm just saying that Adderall withdrawals won't literally physically kill you. But some drugs will. If you're someone who has been prescribed benzos, for example, benzos, which are commonly prescribed for severe anxiety, and for people who have, and they're highly addictive, a benzo shortage will kill you. Not being able to get you cannot go cold turkey on benzos. It will literally, the withdrawals that your body will go through from going cold turkey on benzos, you have to wean off of benzos. The NHS website lists psychotic breaks as a withdrawal symptom for ADHD meds, if I remember rightly. Well, think about it. If your brain has been adjusted to a certain chemical composure, and all of a sudden, a main piece in that chemical composure or chemical composition is removed, a lot of things can go wrong. A lot of things can go wrong. Let's talk about another one. Insulin. If there is ever an insulin shortage, an insulin shortage would kill people immediately. Immediately. The moment that there is a shortage on insulin, there will be people who will need insulin right then and there in order for their body to continue metabolizing energy, and they will fall and get sick and have to go to the hospital, and hopefully they'll get help at the hospital. Right now, to my knowledge, we do not have a insulin shortage. But let's be real. We know right now that there are constant shortages on drugs, mostly not because the ability to produce them doesn't exist, but instead because of economic reasons. Right now, going back real quick to the Adderall shortage, the cited reason for the Adderall shortage from one of the two main manufacturers, like I said before, a company named Teva, they are saying that it's severe labor shortages. They've been reporting to the government for months, for like basically since the beginning of COVID, that they can't get, or that they have labor shortages. Now, when people say labor shortages, we know what that really means. That really means that they can't find people that will work for that low of a price. And the only reason that that's even an issue is because these are private companies. These are private corporations that are producing these things for a profit, and they don't make as much profit if they hire people at a higher pay rate. So instead, they will wait it out because it's not them who's suffering the side effects. It's only their bottom line. And their bottom line goes up if they wait it out and wait for people to get desperate. And guess what? Most drugs are produced by private corporations. Most drugs are produced by private corporations who operate in the exact same way. And if you don't think that they will behave exactly the same regardless of what type of drug it is, you're wrong. And you're historically been proven wrong. Yes, Mithril, yes. There is a shortage of insulin in the US, not of supply, but it's caused by the price. Many diabetics ration their insulin usage. Most people I know who have to take drugs, like of any type, I don't mean drugs like the colloquial, I mean any pharmaceutical, who has any sort of long-term prescription is very familiar with rationing. Lava Monster says, Pfizer announced that they will start selling the COVID vaccine at 10,000% over production cost next year. Do you know how frequently this is? Do you guys remember what Martin Shkreli got? Remember that guy, Martin Shkreli, that fucking, what do they call him? Pharma bro? Remember he was that meme guy whose face was all over the place? Do you remember what his original controversy was? Well, I'll tell you. It was that he jacked up the price 3,000% on a anti-HIV medication. Yeah, it was cancer. It was a cancer and HIV medication. It's a medication that helps with your immune system. All of this is to make the point that when I talked about how supply chains, as we currently understand them, need to be changed drastically and need to be disrupted and reformed, I meant it. I meant it, and I was right. Because keep in mind that when everybody was virtue signaling about how I'm an Ann Prim and blah, 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 and all this shit, what I was really saying is the fact that our current supply lines are built around profit. A supply chain is not like, people would say stupid shit like, do you believe in supply chains? That is the dumbest question I've ever heard, and I still get mad about that was what I was asked. Obviously, a supply chain is a thing, but supply chains have different structures, and our current supply chain is built 100% around profit and nothing else. It's a supply chain that is not about meeting a need. If our supply chain was built around meeting a need, AKA, we don't have enough Adderall, we need to hire people until we have enough Adderall, then we would employ people to create more Adderall, and it would be very quick. It would be an easy process, barring exorbitant costs, but it's not exorbitant. The reason why we have a shortage on Adderall is not because we don't have the capability to make it or because it's too expensive. It's because it's too expensive for the company to make a profit. They don't want to take as much of a loss as they are. They want to wait until it can be more profitable. So the supply chains of our current society are disgustingly constructed. And my point in that was that we should try to think about ways that we can change that. We should try to think about ways that we can enable local production and local sourcing of various life-saving medications wherever possible. Now, some drugs are genuinely extremely expensive and extremely, extremely difficult to create. There are some drugs that are just really hard to make, and some of those might require some sort of hyper-international, super complex supply chain, maybe. That's fine. We should be focused on meeting the need. If there is a need for a highly complex medication, we should find a way to make that happen. Okay? However, most drugs do not require that. And I am a believer that people should live, people should thrive, no matter what, even if the rules tell you that you should just take your fate and die. I do not believe it is a good thing to look in the face of somebody lacking a medication that is desperately important to their life and just say, well, you know, can't you just wait in line? Well, no, your body isn't gonna wait in line. If you need insulin, you need insulin. If your body is, if you have been prescribed Adderall for 10 years of your life and you're gonna get evicted if you lose your job and you need Adderall to do your job, I completely understand why you would want to source Adderall. And I think we should try to build infrastructure that can meet those needs even when people are being ignored by the for-profit supply chains. I believe in pharmacists and doctors and skilled people coming together to make this shit as safe as possible. Decentralizing production. Do you remember when, Thick Boy says, remember when cities used to invest in making certain facilities so people in that said city could benefit from the resources without the need for shipping, like clay pipe factories? There's a ton of that. But here's the thing. The way that our society has sort of unfolded is that we're being crushed under our own weight in a certain way. Okay? We're being crushed under the weight of the profit incentive. That certain things under the profit system were very expensive to produce, and as a result, those companies, they want their fair share. Not just their fair share, they want all the share. They want as much money as they can possibly get. And in the name of pursuing profit, we've moved production all over the place. We've created these enormous supply chains that are only really beneficial on a cost basis and nothing else. So in a lot of places, if you don't have, if you're not able to get the medication you need, you're just shit out of luck. There's no one even in that area that can make it. Now, this is already an issue, by the way. I talked about this in the original supply lines discourse, which was fucking stupid. I'm not going to revisit that, but I just wanted to mention that I did talk about this before, which is that in a lot of rural nations, in a lot of rural areas, even here in the United States, there are already poor people who are essentially permanently cut out of the for-profit supply line. Even in the state where I grew up, there is a severe issue with getting medication to people in rural areas. And what often happens is poor people in rural areas who have no health insurance and therefore can't get the medications they need, you wanna know where they turn? They go to vets. Unironically, they go to veterinarians. They go to veterinarians and they get pain meds from vets and they get antibiotics that are formulated for dogs and cats and fish. Fish antibiotics are one of the most commonly taken replacements. That is terrible, okay? That is a terrible state of affairs, okay? But guess what? Those vets would be shit out of luck if there was a supply line issue, because guess what? They get all their drugs from a pharmacist in China, or from a formulary in China. The problem that we have is not just outsourcing or anything like that. It's the fact that we have no way. Most people, especially people who have any sort of medical dependency of any type, are not just dependent on the medication now, they're also dependent on the for-profit supply chain. And we have to challenge that. It is a unequivocal thing that we have to cope with and deal with and address. Inkablue says, I don't get why this is something that can't be achieved by public health care in the current world, though. Isn't that the solution for a lot of the world? Or is this about harm reduction in the current state of America? Well, okay. I don't care about magic. Like, I don't care about magical dream worlds. Okay? I don't really give a shit if people say that if everybody just voted, maybe America would have public health care. America doesn't have public health care. America, realistically, in the near future, is probably not going to get meaningful public health care. A few states, like the state I live in, for example, Washington, has relatively robust public health care. I say relatively. There's still a lot of people who've missed it. So sure, if it was possible to have a public health care system where pharmacies were all run by nonprofit entities, that would be amazing. By publicly operated entities, that would be fucking incredible. But that's not where we're at. That's not where we're at all. What we have right now is a legal cartel. Pharmaceutical giants control all of the production of drugs, and it's explicitly for profit on drugs that people need to live. So like I said, people aren't just dependent on a drug to live, which many people are. Just so you guys know, human bodies can have a lot of things go wrong with them. A lot of people are on long-term medication of one form or another, okay? A lot of fucking people. So it's one thing to have a dependency on a pharmaceutical. You know, because then you need somebody who knows how to make the pharmaceutical. Then you need somebody who knows how to dose the pharmaceutical correctly. That's complex in and of itself. That's a challenge enough for people. I know this firsthand. Everybody who's had to deal with this knows you gotta have a doctor you can trust. You gotta have a pharmacist. But it's not just that, because in our current society, it's not just a matter of public health care or vote or whatever. It's the fact that anybody who needs a medication to live is now dependent on for-profit megacorporations that do not give a shit if you live or die. And what I was saying, and what I always have said about the supply lines issue, is that we need to challenge that. Everybody. The political left needs to recognize that we are literally, our bodies are being controlled by for-profit megacorporations. The drugs that they make aren't even like, it's not even a matter of the fact that they're the only ones who know how to make them. People know how to make the other ones, but it's illegal to do so in the current state, or it's very difficult to do so. Some drugs, like Adderall, it's literally illegal to synthesize that unless you have a certification from the government. Killjoy 40K says, my glasses are a good example of my body just being flawed and requiring medical intervention to even function. I literally can't see anything further than my hand in front of my face without glasses, and it costs like $500 or more a year without insurance. That's a great example. Let me ask you this. If somebody who was let's say they went to school and they became an optometrist or an optician, whatever the word is for that, okay? Let's say somebody went to school for that, and they decided, they went and they moved to a rural area, and in this rural area, they realized, oh my God, nobody in town can afford to get lenses. And so then they decided, I am going to just make the lenses myself, and I'm going to give them to people at a really low rate. Would anybody shake their head at that? Would anybody give two shits about that? No. Then why do we care? Why on earth would we shake our head at people circumventing or undermining the currently existing disgustingly profit-centric medication supply chains? It's not a lot of the people who get mad about this, their first goal will be, they'll say, oh yeah, what? So you think just anybody should be able to produce dangerous or like potentially dangerous medications? No, obviously the fuck not. But people do, are, and will turn to sketchy sources if they're not allowed into the official path. If somebody is barred from official supplies, they will look for alternatives. And what I'm saying is we need to acknowledge that our system is failing horrifically and build healthy and safe alternatives. Alternative supply chains, ways to source medication, ways to supply medication to people, ways to craft it. And I think that's gonna take some people with talents that I don't have. But this is what I advocate for. There are people out there who are pharmacists. There are people out there who do know their way around a lab. There are people out there who can start building things like this, specifically non-profit entities. Entities that are focused on meeting a need instead of making a profit. And guess what? I would be willing to guess that barring situations where there's like a literal government enforced cartel, like with Adderall, where Adderall can only be made or else the cops will literally bust your door down and put you in jail. I would imagine that there are all kinds of medications that already exist in the public sphere that could be done if people took the energy to create organizations like this, if people took the time to start thinking about stuff like this. Killjoy 40K says, I've been theorizing that we will start to see pharmacy robberies in the future. I've seen people talk about how to do it to guarantee the meds you need are gonna be there. If you see people online talking about doing pharmacy robberies, it might be because people aren't getting the medicines they need at a shockingly high rate. There is entire swaths of the United States, and that's not even talking about the world. We wanna go to the world, it's even worse, okay? Who just do not have access to medicines that would save their lives, to medicines that would make their lives livable. In the name of profit, we have built a global society that just ruins people because that's how the people at the top will make the most money. And I don't think that's acceptable. So when I say that supply chains need to be disrupted and reconstructed, I mean it. And I'm not wrong. I'm right. And I'm proven right every fucking day when shit like this comes out. When we start to feel even the slightest pinch and people lose their goddamn minds. Because, obviously, there's a shortage and the drug is not in pharmacy, you're just traumatizing an innocent pharmacist. Nuts, obviously. First of all, robbing a pharmacy is like not a good idea. Like they don't even have that much there. That's not your goal. You would have to think a little bigger than that if you want to actually like have a meaningful heist. Okay, you got to go a little more payday 2. Look for the shipments sort of thing. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say. You can't. Don't fucking rob a pharmacy, you idiots. Mithril says, I used to work in the organic chemical industry. There are methods that could be used to produce high quality components for comparatively low cost. It's already done. We already know this is possible. We already know this. Like anybody who's fucking studied even a little bit of chemistry or studied even a little bit of medicine knows that like a lot of drugs are actually fairly easy to synthesize. They are a little harder to synthesize to perfect purity, and you have to take time, but we should take the time to make that possible because the alternative is horrific oppression. The alternative is living in the world that we currently live in, where people drop off the face of the earth and fall into a crack and disappear and die. where if you're poor, you will live a bad life. Where if you're poor, you could live your whole life with a treatable illness that's causing you perpetual agony just because you don't have access to the official form of healthcare. Zelda Flare says, I was originally concerned about your take because of safety, but if it's a non-profit organization made of certified professionals, that is totally reasonable, and I 100% agree. That being said, we'd sadly have to upheave the current system first for it not to be cracked down on by the current system. Isn't that fucked? Isn't that fucked? Isn't it fucked that we've been bound into a system that isn't good for the vast majority of us, and anything you do to challenge that system, even if it's ethically fine, is punished legally, almost as if the law does not align with morality. And being concerned about my approach because of safety is, I'm concerned about the safety of the current system. Let's reframe this for a second. If I was to do the thing that, like, the way that people go at my opinion on this, you know, let's flip the seat just real quick. You know what I'm really concerned about? I'm really concerned about the safety of a country whose supply lines are purely based on profit, where a enormous percentage of the population cannot afford healthcare, and their only option for treating basic infections is ordering $20 fish antibiotics off of Amazon.com. I find that a very concerning system, almost as though there is huge issues of safety in building government-approved cartels, in locking information, necessary information, behind IP law, often in the face of those who actually discovered it. How many drugs were supposed to be released into the public domain? How many drug formulas were supposed to be released into the public domain and weren't? Killjoy says, remember, Johnson & Johnson just dodged a massive cancer lawsuit, and then they also fucked the baby formula shit. The current system just hides its safety issues better. Yeah, do you guys remember what the cause of the baby formula thing was? Do you guys remember that? I talked about it on stream. A lot of you aren't gonna remember this. The baby formula shortage that happened where people couldn't get fucking baby formula for their children. Do you wanna know what caused that? Maintenance neglect, disgusting maintenance neglect, to the point that it was discovered that they had at one of the major baby formula factories, there was a broken pipe that was infested with bacteria. It had a crack and a leak in it. So the baby formula was becoming tainted, and that shit was getting shipped out to stores. That shit was getting out, and they had just neglected it. There was pooling slime, gooey clusters of bacteria being pumped into the baby formula by one of these gigantic, supposedly safe manufacturers. They're just better at hiding it. They cut corners all the time because it's about profit. It's never been about meeting a need. It's always been about making money. Not to mention, as Iron Mage brings up, Iron Mage says, if you use antibiotics incorrectly, it will make your infection worse. I had an antibiotic resistant infection. Shit is nasty. I had to have surgery because of it. People using fish antibiotics will make more resistant strains. That's probably true. And the only way we address this is by wise people who actually know who actually know how to make medicine, how to heal. These people taking the initiative to do something good for the purpose not of profit, but for the purpose of wellness, for the purpose of health. We have to have, America needs a genuine crisis of conscience. Every single sector of America needs to realize that this system is fucking choking us out, and we have to change it. We have to find any way we can to change it, because it is not acceptable as it currently is. J&J made cancerous baby powder and gave generations of girls ovarian cancer, and they used a shell LLC to dodge the lawsuit, so the families get next to nothing. Do you guys remember what happened with the OxyContin producers? How the Sacklers avoided liability despite the fact that the Sackler family was directly pushing the overprescription of OxyContin, a highly addictive painkiller, which we now have a massive painkiller crisis in America, severe addiction, and guess what? You can't just go cold turkey on that. They're making money. This is not an acceptable way of doing things. And I challenge the liberal worldview that says that the only way to address these problems is to vote about it. Because the answer is no. There's just as many people who have more money right now who are invested in the opposite of what you want. There are established powers that are already legal. You are fighting an uphill battle by trying to play on their turf. And I'm not saying that voting isn't important. When you can, when there's an important vote, you should vote on it, obviously. But that is not what we need here. What we need is a magical thing called direct action, okay? That's what we need. We need doctors, we need nurses, we need pharmacists, we need medical students to look at the world and go, this is unacceptable. How can I change this? Can I found a community clinic? Can I found a community pharmacy? Is there a structure that I can put together that will help us break these fucking supply chains and completely restructure them? And I guarantee you the answer is yes. So yeah, there's another thing I was right about. The only way to remove greed, the need to make money, is to eliminate the need to survive for it. That's when society can move from a competitive exploitative model to a cooperative model. But this is an essential step. This is gonna get complicated. Greed has to be challenged, okay? You're asking to remove human nature? No. No. Greed is a human trait. It is not human nature. Not all humans are inherently greedy. Some humans are greedy, and some humans are not. Some humans are greedy by nature, but learn that it's not a good way to be that way. Behaviors are not human nature. That is unironically, that's a capitalist lie. Get out of here with that counter-revolutionary lie. No, but truly, greed is human nature because this society is built around greed. This society rewards greed, and it rewards greed because the people at the top who built this system and who uphold it to the greatest degree are themselves greedy. They are rewarding themselves. It has to be challenged constantly. A lot of lefties talk about struggle. Marx himself said the meaning of life is struggle. That's what he believed, the old Karl Marx himself. Greed has to be challenged. It has to be challenged on a micro and on a macro basis. In fact, it's really funny. You say it's the Canterbury Tales again. Greed is the root of all evil. In the Canterbury Tales, it's funny, we've gone full circle. In the Canterbury Tales, one of the little stories is about a doctor who overcharges people for medicine and how that's fucking disgusting. And it doesn't matter that that doctor is an expert because overcharging people for medicine is an evil fucking thing to do. There you have it. We've gone full fucking circle. it has to be challenged. Will there be, even in a completely different system of this, there will always be greedy actors, but you have to recognize that individual greedy actors are one problem. That's an issue. It will always be an issue. People being bad will always be an issue. But right now, we have a centralized system where all of the power over medicine, over pharmaceuticals, over the economy, all of these things are put into the hands of a handful of the world's greediest motherfuckers you could possibly imagine. We have highly centralized, highly authoritarian structures, and they put the power is concentrated in their hands. And that is really bad. It's always bad when somebody abuses their power, but it's especially bad when someone has all the power and they choose to abuse it. It ruins lives on the scale of thousands and millions, as opposed to one guy fucking over one other person, or one guy fucking over 10 people, or one guy even fucking over 100 people. Because what we have now is 10 guys can fuck over 8 billion fucking people. Do you know about all the checks within the medical field? That's a very broad question. The amount of checks, like you mean like checks and balances? Because most of them don't fucking work. Most of them are just on paper and they're not actually there in practice. There are some, yes, and there are some that are better than others. For example, some hospitals have way better verification or way better treatment of their patients and way better practices than others. But as a whole, there is no single experience across the board. Guys, like, there are structures that are better than others. There are some structures that are better than others. And let's just say, the status quo of the current medical industry is so bad. The checks and balances are built around protecting profit and liability. For example, benefit verification for people attempting to get the benefits they're applying for. Are you serious? You're talking about means testing? That is like the holy shit. Please tell me you're not supporting that. Before I fly off the handle, please tell me you're not supporting that. That is the worst form of check. It's a check only on poor people. It's not even a check on the actual hospital or the medical industry. It's literally just blocking people out. Oh my God. Boots Monkey says, oh my God, there is no worse example I could have thought of than that. I have multiple friends who've been waiting years to get disability benefits for their very legitimate conditions, and they have been denied multiple times. You know that that's intentional. Like, the people who, lawmakers talk about this very openly, that they make disability very difficult to get because they want you to prove that you need it. Like, unironically, you can have demonstrable, obvious disability. You can be like, I have not been able to hold a job for 10 years. And they'll be like, I don't think you're disabled though. Maple and Potato says, I have a friend with a permanent debilitating disability that he could get surgery to manage, but it's considered elective and no one who isn't stinking rich can afford it. That's fucked up and disgusting. To me, that is the sign of a failed society. The fact that we have the ability, we have the resources, we have the talent to cure people and to make people's lives better, and we don't. Killjoy 40K says disability is a terrible, terrible system, and it took me 4 of my 7 years of military service to get medical discharge and military disability. That's disgusting. Nearly a decade to get what you deserved. Keep in mind, by the way, that when I say this, when I say that people deserve disability, I mean you're currently paying for it. Every American deserves as many government subsidies as they can fucking get their hands on, in my opinion. You are paying it with your taxes. That's what they're allegedly supposed to do. If they're giving you the runaround, if they're running around giving you difficulty on food stamps, they're running around giving you difficulty on medical or disability, you're getting fucking scammed. Because every fucking American who ever buys anything, makes any money and pays income tax, pays tax for a property or anything, is funding the system that's supposed to support you, and it fucking doesn't. This is why I made a joke. You guys know that some people got mad at me about this. I made a joke about how taxation is theft, kind of, actually, and it kind of actually is, as it turns out. When a state demands that you pay money to them, but then they don't actually give you the benefit that you're supposed to get from it, obviously, I don't mean it in the same way that fucking conservatives do, because they're just being stupid. But oh, hell yeah, Polari. Thank you. I'll take a look at that. That's fucking sick. It's just rebranded monarchy in the end, isn't it? Well, yeah, a little bit. I mean, we could talk about that. That would be a deep conversation. Talking about the transition from the explicit sovereign, you know, to the modern state where there's an invisible sovereign. And that makes it okay, apparently. Thick Boy says, let's say the taxes go in our favor. Do you prefer people electing money towards the pot or make everyone pay their taxes? I guess it depends on the society, right? I don't think you can generalize it. Some groups of people are going to be more than willing to give their money towards communal goals. I generally don't believe in forcing people to do things, but it gets complicated when you're talking about taxes, because keep in mind that money, it's fucked up. I generally prefer not forcing people to do things, but obviously that's not entirely a valid approach. Killjoy says, the right thinks taxation is theft because they took the money, but the left thinks taxation is theft because they misappropriate your money, like ordering something off Amazon and it's never delivered. You have to dig into red tape to get your money back for the item you ordered. Well, and other things. Like, for example, the reason why the left says that taxation is theft is because is not because they're opposed to like communal goals, to like paying money, to giving your fair share to something, but rather because you get taxed your entire life and it funds the military and basically statistically nothing else. Vladimir Putin says, Demon Mama is missing a major aspect of the discussion. Replicating supply chains to this level will have to include some degrowth. Wait, by the way, I didn't mention the word degrowth here, but I just talked about degrowth really, really recently. And yeah, obviously. We're about to talk about degrowth, because that's another thing that we're about to talk about before the end of this, before I do anything else. But yeah. Degrowth is not just necessary, but it will be imposed upon us. It's morally neutral to force people to do things. I don't know what to say. Okay, then. Give me $5 now. I'm having a politics class, and the teacher said that even though all these revolutions have happened, the class system pretty much stays the same. It used to be class, now it's money. Well, it's always been money. I mean, it all depends on how you define things. Forcing the rich to pay taxes, though, with more IRS agents seems kind of base, though. Just saying. I agree, but you want to know what's really fucked up, Brim? The IRS usually targets like mid-sized businesses and poor people who push just out of being poor. And the reason for that is that mid-sized businesses and poor people can't afford lawyers. If the IRS is understaffed, so and they always basically will be. Instead of taking on gigantic corporations, which is highly expensive, takes tons of time and man hours, they instead just go for the easy targets, the ones who won't be able to hire lawyers and just have to give the money over. Thick boy with the $5. We getting taxed by mama now. Chauncey Extreme with the $5. Thank you very, very much. Thank you both very, very much. Deeply appreciate that. I love how people talk about military spending because I've seen what it looks like. It's vehicles and jets and tons of really bad choices based on some Dell salesman saying this computer should replace the entirety of the computers in the military, and they just fucking do it. We went from desktops to laptops with 3-year lifespans. Oh, hold on. You guys want to hear you all want to hear the most ridiculous, you all want to hear one of the funniest things ever? Okay, here's the thing. I used to work in IT at a hospital, okay? And, one of the most heinous things I ever discovered was that there are medical computers. You guys have probably seen these. There are medical computers that are sold for like $10,000 plus. They're thousands of dollars over the price, and it's called a medical computer. Okay, it's literally all they do. I'm not kidding you. They take a normal monitor, they pop the front off the monitor, and they put on a IBM medical thing onto the front of the monitor. That's it. The only difference is that they change the casing that it's in. All of the hardware is exactly the same, but they know that hospitals will have to pay $10,000 because they need to show that they got medically approved computers. It's one of the most disgusting things, and the military does that too. It's literally getting fleeced. I talked to, in that job, I talked to one of the technicians for, I think it was literally Dell or IBM or something along that line. And they were like, they literally were just like, yeah, this is so bullshit. It's fucking so fucked. It's so fucked. I can tell you another story about this. Here's another fun medical story, okay? Some years ago, I had a surgery. The surgery was done by a specific surgeon. It was a gender-affirming surgery. The surgeon had to do the surgery at a local hospital, and the surgeon wasn't an anesthesiologist, so he had a third-party anesthesiologist come in. So, surgeon, hospital, anesthesiologist comes to the hospital. All three of these people come together and they are supposed to communicate with my insurance. However, two things happened. One, the hospital did a thing that's very common. Usually you don't get to see it, but I did because of the way my insurance worked, which is that the first thing they billed me was $30,000. I woke up to an email saying that I had a $30,000 charge post to my insurance. And I said, what the fuck? And the insurance then denied that claim. And then they sent, the hospital automatically sent back another claim for $20,000 something, $27,000. And then I got a notification for that. And then the insurance obviously declined that, and it kept going. Over the course of a week, they kept going down like this. They literally were just using the automated systems to bid down to see what the maximum amount they could charge my surgery was. Now, something else happened with this, which is that the anesthesiologists tried to do the same thing that the hospital was doing with the insurance, where they charged as high as possible, and then they would get rejected, and they would go back in. Except, after the first rejection, instead of sending it back to my insurance, they just sent it to me instead, directly to me. And I said, and I ended up talking to the hospital. I said, hey, your anesthesiologists are sending me a bill. And they said, wait a minute, they did? They're not supposed to do that. We told them not to do that. They're supposed to work with us for billing. So literally, the anesthesiologists were double dipping. They were going through the hospital system, and then they would send a bill to you if they didn't get the amount that they wanted. And most people would never notice the difference. They would just pay their bill. But I didn't have the money. Fucking horrible. Fucking terrible. And that shit is so constant. It's so fucking constant. I actually work for a small business that supplies medical computers. Is that do you supply that type where you just change the monitor, or are you talking about like all-in-one medical computers? Because I am telling you, the monitor, the literal monitor part switching, that is a 100% legit thing. I didn't just make that up. Literal scam. But remember, if you say that that's bad, you're actually an prim, and you want people to cook bathroom insulin. Here you go, Lazy Blueberry. Lazy Blueberry says, I actually work for small businesses that supply medical computers. For some all-in-ones, they mount them to fridges and we throw out the mounts and keyboards. Literally! Oh my God! Oh my fucking God, that's exactly what I'm talking about. It's ridiculous. Yeah, some hospitals literally in America literally charge new mothers $300 for visitation. Oh God. Oh, it makes me so fucking mad. Yeah, that's a real thing. Hold on, I can do that. Brim15 says, hospital charge masters are a large factor in healthcare price gouging. They just charge up as much as they can for even the most basic of shit. Hold on, look at this. Yeah, here it is. Here's an article. Here you go. Yes, hospitals actually do charge new parents for holding their babies. As a practicing OBGYN physician in the Bay Area, I'm no stranger to the holistic birth movement. From being asked to cut the umbilical cord over a block of obsidian, to being sprinkled with glitter as the baby emerged, I've seen it all. But one of these practices, known as skin to skin, has become the norm through most of the United States. It's now conventional practice in many hospitals to try to get the naked baby to you or your partner's naked chest ASAP after birth in an effort to increase bonding and to encourage breastfeeding, among other things. It's loving, natural, and now, as we know, thanks to Reddit, costly in some hospitals. Earlier this week, a father uploaded his family's hospital bill for his child's recent cesarean delivery. The reason the bill went viral, an itemized listing for skin to skin after a C-section. Yes, this new dad had to pay money to hold my baby after he was born. And right here, you can see it, $40 added on for skin to skin. For your own fucking baby. Lazy Blueberry, continuing off of the computers topic. We've tried to renegotiate the SKU with HP and the medical company we configure the PCs for, but they say that it's more expensive, so we literally throw out mountains of brand new equipment. That's fucking incredible, Lazy Blueberry. That's fucking incredible. Sometimes you can't, Nuts. Sometimes you're literally not allowed to. Wait, you guys know about like the, you know about what like Best Buy and shit does, right? That like Best Buy and especially GameStop, they will destroy old pieces of gaming hardware if they can't sell them. They'll literally just, they'll take like an old Xbox controller and just cut it and throw it in the trash. They like, just because they don't want anybody to look in their dumpster. That's the reason. They just destroy it because they don't want anybody looking in their dumpster. Oh God, it's so bad. Oh yeah, I agree. I've heard about that, Niana. Niana says home birthing is a whole thing. Done ethically and with the correct level of care, it can be dramatically safer in terms of aftercare for the birthing parent. That's true. It really depends on the culture. In a lot of I believe it's in Finland and Norway. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's one of those two countries. It's most common to have midwives and to do, in most cases, a at home or in a clinic birth instead of in a hospital. But yeah. Oh, that's awesome, Brim. I'll check that out. Yeah, one of my earliest moments of getting like left pilled was like one of the first moments where I started to really doubt like capitalism as a concept was seeing how much food waste. That I worked at a store a store that had a restaurant in it, and the restaurant was extremely horribly managed. And they would deliberately put all of the like food that they made, all the like waste food that they didn't sell, like whole pizzas, like edible food. They would put it in a garbage bag and they would throw it into the industrial trash compactor with like all of the metal and oil and all that other crap just to make sure the food was ruined. Like whole pizzas, whole fucking everything, just all in there. Because they had to make a certain amount. Oh yeah, destroyed musical instruments. It's just, what I'm trying to say here, all of this is building up to the fact that when I say that like degrowth has to happen, I genuinely mean it has to happen. Like one way or another. Holy shit, I'm really sorry to hear that. Why am I here? That's like a minor thing, but it sucks a lot. Degrowth is absolutely going to, okay, you know what? It's time. It's time to move on to the next topic, okay? It's time to move on to the next topic that I had prepared, okay? Are you guys ready for this? Are you guys ready for this fucking shit? You knew it was coming. You fucking knew it was goddamn coming. You knew it. You goddamn knew it was coming, okay? So sad, Gale. The mama argues against death challenge? No. Yes, it is literally. Here we go. China has built a 26-story building to raise pigs. It has air conditioning, sewage, recycling system, and clean energy. Wow! Wow, such pigs. Wait a second. That looks shockingly familiar. This building looks shockingly familiar. Why does this building look so fucking familiar? Oh, wait, it's just the termitary from Pathologic. Oh, wait, it's just literally the termitary from Pathologic. Oh, that's why. The horror environment from Pathologic. Oh, that's why. That's why it looks so fucking familiar. Guys, so here you go. This building has a ventilated deodorant breeding system and showers for pigs. Wow. Wow, it's so clean, everybody. Oh. Okay, guys. Holy fuck. Okay? Holy fucking shit. So humane. Okay. I want you to realize what type of horrible world we live in when it is reported like as encouraging and fun news, or encouraging and inspiring news, that a 26-story death machine just looks kind of cleaner now. Now, it's funny. I went and read more about it, and the articles about it were excitedly reporting that it's going to be less dirty. It has quarantine areas for workers, so workers are less likely to get sick. They have dead body chutes. You can just slide the dead pigs down a dead body chute. Isn't that fucking, oh my God, isn't that wonderful? Wow. Now, oh, this is Eddie. This is why you got obliterated, Eddie. Oh, this is what you were talking about. Oh no, oh no, this is what you were talking about, Eddie. You were the one who said this. No. Humans will never stop eating meat. This is the most reasonable solution to free up space, so we're not clear-cutting rainforests for cattle and pigs aren't escaping, and pigs aren't escaping and destroying ecosystems. Look around and buy from local farmers or butchers. Well, Eddie, Doe really had the best response here. This was Doe's response. The way we live is destroying the diversity of life that was the strength and beauty of Earth's vibrant ecosystems, and in doing so, we subjugate innumerable lives to the horror of a life lived for the slaughter. Chicken nuggies. Okay, guys, we're gonna talk about a couple things here, okay? First, okay, eating meat, okay? We're gonna talk about eating, oh, no, we're gonna go even further. We're gonna talk about the essential act of consumption. It is a dark truth, a horrific nightmare of our existence, that unfortunately, all beings must consume to survive. All living beings must consume in order to survive, in one way or another. Okay? Even vegetarians must eat plants, which are a living being. They must get crunched up. All life, hell, think of it this way. We deliberately mass murder bacteria whenever we get sick and take an antibiotic. Even though a disease that kills us might itself be to us death, it is in and of itself literally liquid life. An infection is teeming with life. It's just life that does not vibe with us, so to say, okay? All right? So obviously, to some degree, we will always be engaged in a cycle of some level of consumption, okay? Yeah, exactly. Bugs and maggots will eat the lion when it dies, okay? However, one of the problems with meat consumption in particular over other types of consumption is that meat consumption is harmful specifically to creatures that can feel and think, to creatures that can remember, to creatures that have a brain that can react to and record the world around them. Now, plants are living beings, and actually, there seems to be quite a lot more communication of some type. Communication, I say very loosely, between different types of plants. Forests, you know, like trees, when a fire starts on one end of the forest, this has been in certain types of trees on the other end of the forest will react to it before the fire reaches there in certain types of forests. And that's because there are things released from the roots that the other roots pick up and react to. So there is some level of rudimentary communication, even in plants even in insects. Obviously, insects have like these little hive mind things, and it's pretty interesting. But plants and insects and fish, mostly, most fish, with a few exceptions, as far as we understand, do not really have a concept of individuality. They don't really have a concept of self, and their experience is such that their consumption is not generally an act of incredible agony. But that is not true for most meat consumption, okay? Like, not even close to true. Okay, guys? Pigs, for example, are some of the smartest creatures on this planet. Most people don't know that. There's a couple of reasons why most people don't know that. I suspect that people don't know that pigs are smart because it's uncomfortable, and they don't like telling other people because it will make people uncomfortable when you're having a really nice bacon cheeseburger, which is something that unironically happens. Literally today, oh my God. I literally don't order bacon on stuff that I get anymore because it bothers me so much, okay? And I am not a vegan. I'm aspirationally vegetarian. I'm getting better about it. Obviously, I eat meat. I'm not here to I'm not here to tell people that you're morally wrong because you personally ate meat, okay? That's not what I'm doing here. What I'm trying to bring attention to is the fact that our meat consumption, our consumption in general, is out of control. Just disgustingly out of control. And I want you to just think about the scale of just one of those 26-story slaughterhouses, okay? How many thousands of thinking, feeling, maybe a little simple, but thinking and feeling animals spend their entire lives standing in place, shuffling through a bunch of cold metal, getting sprayed so they don't get sick, getting injected so they don't get sick, and then standing there until the day that they're ready to die, never seeing anything else. That's disgusting. That's disgusting to me. I hate that. And I don't think that, like, you know, hunting or slaughtering an animal on a farm is like a good thing at all. I don't really like buy into the I mean, some people have like spiritual connections, you know, to the sort of act of the hunt. And I can understand that, but that's not really my thing. I still think it's pretty sad and makes me pretty sad, the idea of like killing an animal. But with all that said, surely you can acknowledge how different the life of a creature that lives on a farm and runs around and you know, gets to live a life before it's slaughtered so that a family can, you know, eat it, or a creature that lives in the forest and gets hunted one day, how that is completely and utterly different than a system, a global interconnected system of concrete and metal that breeds, births, traps, and murders on a daily basis thousands upon thousands upon thousands of living, breathing, and thinking animals just so that we can have cheaper meat. That we literally have, I know that probably some of you have seen these. There are literally videos of these machines that they're basically like, it looks like a giant shredder. It looks like a giant paper shredder, but they put baby chicks in there instead. They take baby chicks and they dump them into a giant shredder, and it sucks the chicks in and grinds them up into goo so that they can make chicken nuggets. That's a real thing, a very common machine. A giant chicken grinder, a baby chicken crushing machine. And I can't help but think that maybe, just maybe, we shouldn't rely on meat. Maybe, just maybe, we should actively oppose this sort of thing. And we should be disgusted by it. Like, really disgusted. Like, we should never accept a world in which it is acceptable for there to exist gigantic concrete towers where thousands and thousands of animals live their entire lives in tiny cages until they die. The way that veal is produced is disgusting. Oh yes, it is disgusting. And I also can't help but think that the only reason that this is even tolerable, the reason is because we're alienated from it. We don't have to ever see it. We don't ever have to think about it. In this particular example, this particular factory, of which there are many all over the world and all over the United States, this is just nestled away, you know, it's just a big old building. That's all you have to think about. It's just a building. I don't know what happens in there. So what you're saying is it's the process, not the act. The excess, it's more than just survival for us. If you want people to stop or drastically cut meat consumption, they get rid of ADG gag laws, pull the curtain up. Agricultural gag laws, yeah, I agree. Okay, here's the deal. Like, I also don't think that like eating meat is intrinsically morally wrong. I acknowledge that all beings must consume to survive. All living creatures must consume to some degree to survive. Maybe someday in the future, like humans will be able to evolve to like efficiently absorb sunlight or something. That's great, but we're not there yet. So I recognize that eating meat is in and of itself not like a moral transgression. And however, the system of meat production that we have currently is untenable and disgusting, and we should fight against it. We absolutely should find it disgusting. We should push back against it, and we should fight it on every front that we can. What if people become normalized to factory farms? They are already. We have normalized factory farms via a number of methods, exactly like, interestingly, very similar to what I was talking about before. You hide the visuals so people don't have to think about it. Then you make meat as cheap and attractive as possible, because the people who are doing these things are making a fuckload of money. You make meat a part of culture. I mean, when I say meat eating is a part of American culture, you guys, like, I hope you all, I know that most people don't like argue with me that much when I talk about this, but meat eating is a huge part of American culture, and it's very hard for people to, you know, to extract themselves without being excluded or feeling like they're missing out on something. And that's intentional. Meat companies have had an influence in this. They're huge corporations. I'm Hispanic, my family is Mexican, 90% of the food they make is meat-based. Exactly. I'm not talking about like everybody feeling bad about eating meat. I'm not sitting here doing the meat is oh, you're eating a murder sandwich. You guys know I push against that shit all the time. But can we please acknowledge how disgusting this sort of thing is? How disgusting a world in which this is a thing that can occur is? That there are people out there who look at a structure like this and the life that the creatures inside are living, and they go, yeah, that's better than, you know, we're making progress. No, we're not. This is a stain on our world. This sort of thing is the sort of shit that makes me feel like humans deserve every bad thing that's coming to them. Now, obviously, I don't really believe that, because I don't think that every human is complicit in the creation of the meat industry. But it is disgusting. It is sickening. It makes me horrified. I cannot imagine the workers at meat factories get PTSD all the time. Yeah, it's fucking traumatizing. Working in meat factories is fucking traumatizing. There's been studies on that. There's been studies on how many people who've worked in the meatpacking industry who end up having lifelong PTSD nightmares about the screams of animals. That's so fucked up. So it isn't just the animals. It's also the workers. But I want you to also consider, we literally went to a bunch of slaughterhouses as part of our culinary curriculum. A bunch of people in my class went vegetarian for a while after that, yeah. Eddie, either I'm a sociopath or it didn't bother me. No, look, I think that some people are just good at dealing with that. I don't think that makes you a sociopath. Like, guys, again, I recognize that a lot of people have and do have to eat meat to survive. Obviously. I think, there's a lot of people who, where the only way, like literally, like there's groups of people who herded animals for their sustenance. I recognize that. But I'm not saying that like meat eating in and of itself is like the worst thing. That's like, it's an unforgivable sin or it's a essentially bad thing. I do think that you should think about it a lot. What I'm trying to say is that the culture we have around meat eating and the approach that we have on how we source everything, not just meat, is completely fucked. You guys know I talk about consumerism on this stream a lot. I tend to think that hyper-consumerism is a genuinely evil and disgusting way of living. But it's characteristic of our society. It's characteristic of our culture that we don't ever think about anything about how we get all the stuff that we do. It's hidden from us intentionally. And it's hidden from us because if you don't know, then your energy goes elsewhere. Your mind goes elsewhere. You don't have to think about the fact that the only way that dairy is produced is through mass animal rape. Oh wait, you didn't know that? Yeah, unironically. The only way that you can get milk production on the level that we have right now is by having humans rape animals. Yeah, I'm not kidding. I'm not fucking kidding you. You want to look into it? You want to find out how they get cows pregnant? While I think that we should have better standards than that abomination, I think meat raising skyscrapers could be a good in the long run. No, they can't. Okay? No, they are ontologically evil. A giant concrete tower full of sentient beings that can feel and think, and their only purpose is to be killed and consumed is not an okay way. That is not an okay thing to exist in the world. No, I don't want to do that, Bong Staley. Galley says, cows don't just magically produce milk all the time. Like humans, they only do so after giving birth or after having a pregnancy terminated. How do you think they get the cows pregnant? They don't have like a cow bull dating service. They don't just let the cows mingle with the bulls. The bulls are strapped up to machines that extract their cum, and then they take giant jugs of cow cum and they give them to low-paid workers, and the low-paid workers take the cow cum and jam it up their holes. It's disgusting. I was right now years old when I learned that cows don't always produce milk. I've been trying to go vegan myself, but honestly failing a lot. Listen, failing a lot and trying to go vegan is 100 steps better than most people. So good on you, keep it up. Well, see, that's the thing, Nuts. Most people, when they think about like dairy, they think of like an idyllic past. They already are. Superbugs that are born in these complexes will wipe us the fuck out. Oh yeah, animal agriculture already produces an incredible amount of pollution and disease. It's absolutely absurd. Tofu is good. Tofu is fucking delicious. remember, no matter what, even if you fail, you're still eating less meat, and that's good. That's my approach. I try to eat less meat. I don't always succeed, but I know that me trying it all is already a step in the right direction. Just so you know, I do not think the answer is via consumer, like minor consumer adjustments. I don't think a consumer movement is what can change this. I only think a serious reanalysis of culture, a collective reanalysis of how we consume in general, and then very direct action against the worst offenders is the only way that you do this. Bat Canary with the $5. I think a really good strategy to consider is, at least in the short run, pushing people to eat less meat as opposed to shifting their diet altogether would be way easier to do. That's why I always encourage people to try and eat less meat. Branch out, eat more vegetables. It's good for you. Meat isn't particularly good for you. In some cases it is. Like meat is, well, okay. Meat can be very filling and delicious and robust and nutritious, but vegetables are better for you, okay? By and large. People don't know how to cook vegetables. I wonder why that is. Also, mushrooms are amazing. Yeah, mushrooms are like, I love mushrooms so much it's not even funny. Like, I love every meal, basically every meal I've ever had that has mushrooms in it I've liked. I fucking love mushrooms. And mushrooms are really fucking good for you. To get on those insect-based protein patties. Look, the eating the bugs thing is a meme. I don't really care for eating bugs. I'll just eat more vegetables. But bug protein would be 1,000 times better than pigs, okay? Because bugs can live a full and happy life, as happy as bugs can even get in a farm, okay? Bugs live for like a few days, and their main goal is, I want to eat food and then die. That is not like, pigs are creatures with emotional bonds. Pigs form connections with their family and with their pets and with their kids, with their little piglets. They are social beings. Do they even have a central nervous system? Bugs do, yeah, but it's not like, they don't have a brain, I don't think. But whatever. Bugs are so many levels lower on the intelligence spectrum to pigs and cows and chickens. Chickens are fucking stupid, but let's be real. Chickens recognize people. Chickens have memories. Chickens have emotions. We know this. Bugs literally die shortly after reproducing. Yes, I know. That's why I'm saying I think that bugs are significantly, I still don't think it's like a good thing, but it's so many levels higher. I have so many less issues with like bug-based protein or whatever. But the reality is, if we put our minds to it, we currently have the brain power on the planet Earth to derive delicious alternatives to meat. But like we've been talking about this stream, and like we tend to talk about every single stream, profit incentives, corporate control, and centralized power make it impossible. Well, not impossible, just difficult. And we have to target those things. Yes, we should oppose factories like this. We should challenge their construction. We should oppose their continual production. We should encourage workers at these factories to not work at these factories. We should encourage people to blockade them, protest them, make sure these places get shut down. Would I eat the bug? I would eat the bug. I'm not scared of the bug. Guys, I eat fucking shrimp. I'm not fucking scared of bugs to eat bugs. Whatever. Like, if you eat shrimp, you've eaten bugs, okay? It's the same shit. It's the bugs versus wet bugs image. Yeah, here you go. This is the meme. This is the one I was thinking of right here. Eating bugs. eating wet bugs. Literally true though. It's just fucking true. Shrimp is a wet bug. Lobster is a huge wet bug. I grew up eating seafood, so like I'm sorry, it's just true. Don't start to think about clams either. Once you realize that clams are like literally water slugs, and you're just like, whatever. Yeah, bub, you want to get some lobster rolls? Yeah, bub. Dry bugs don't got as much meat in them. Some do. Look, I don't really care. If somebody makes a yummy bug patty, I'll eat it. I don't give a shit. Someday you'll feed on a tree frog. Ah, that's a trick question, Bonks Daily. That's a very trick question. It really depends on what you mean when you say New England chowder. Have you seen mosquito patties? No. Oysters? Yeah. Land bug is super good protein, I'm sure. Guess what, guys? I don't care. I would eat the bugs so long as it actually meant reducing the mass fucking murder of animals. Guys, it's just gross, okay? Like, can we have 1 second to just like, can we be a little feels over reals here for just a second? Not that I haven't already established the reals throughout this entire conversation, but can we just take a moment and recognize how fucking sickening it is? Like, can you imagine if you, like, what if it was you? What if one day you woke up and the rest of your life was living in a windowless concrete nightmare, shuffling around with a bunch of other people, most of whom feel exactly the same way as you. You eat a bunch of plain kibble for your entire life, you see nothing, and then one day you just get carted off and die. But before that, you have to watch all of the people that you know, the few people that you make friends with in your concrete fucking tube. Those little other creatures, you have to watch them one by one disappear. I'm describing the prison system? Considered muff freedom? Look, if you really want it, like, I get it. Meat is fucking yummy. We all gotta eat something to survive. That's just how living is. I've already said this 100 times in this conversation. Obviously, you gotta eat something. But guys, come on, this is so fucked up. This is no fucking way to do it. This is no fucking way to live. This should not be acceptable to any of us. We shouldn't even, you know. Harm reduction in unprecedented times like the post-COVID economy is a good thing. I just think DM misses the mark a lot in these well-intentioned rants. Like, I don't know what mark I'm missing. What's the mark I'm missing? What's the mark I'm missing? I want to know what mark I'm missing. I'm a fucking YouTube streamer. You tune in to hear me poke your brain to get the juices flowing in the right direction. My talent is that I can put on a good show. My talent is that I can keep you entertained while we think about serious topics. Yeah, Marky Mark. That's right. I was Mark all along. I'm still waiting. I want to hear what Mark I missed. Why aren't you solving climate change right now? Well, I fucking try. But like, if you really, like, if it was down to individuals, I would turn my stream off right now and walk outside. Like, streaming isn't exactly, I don't know, there's a lot of things that are inefficient. We have to choose our luxuries wisely. All I can do is get people's brains moving. That's what I can do. That's it. I've never been anything other than a artist. And I say that with quotes because, I don't know, I'm I talk down sometimes to my own art, but that's what I am. I make a show that gets you thinking. That's what I can do. Still no response on how I missed the mark. I stop the smoothing of brains that everyone tries to do on the daily. I do. What my main goal is to interrupt the cycles of propaganda that keep the world in the state that it is. I don't know. This was another thing I was wanting to talk about today at some point. Oh, that was still about the Anprim supply line thing? Oh, whatever. That's fine. What I see my role as a streamer is interrupting the flows of propaganda, of the manufacturing of consent. I set out to jar people's perceptions about the way things are and the way things have to be. I can't micromanage every solution on the planet. That's impossible. That's not what I'm supposed to do. My job is to challenge and interrupt these endless flows of propaganda that are flowing around and challenge that information and say, no, wait a minute, I think we can do it a different way. My battle is in the culture war, so to say. When I do serious content, I am engaging in a hope to change culture in a direction that I think would be better. I agree it's fucked up. We as US citizens eat way too much, way too often, and it isn't good ethically or for our bodies. We really don't consume enough vegetables. It only speeds up our decline. You should mention the environmental effects pigs and cows have through ethanol in the environment. Well, yeah, agriculture is one of the biggest contributors to climate change. And that's because of the massive amounts of pigs and cows that are kept. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Cow farts. Well, it's not just cow farts, it's also their poop and everything else, and all the food that we have to feed them, and et cetera, et cetera. It's a big, bad cycle. What's the difference between a philosopher and a clown? No difference. Especially the best philosophers are also clowns. I could go on for days about how we need to overhaul our understanding of agriculture. It takes 5 minutes for a chatter to go, wow, Demon Mom is kind of a cool anarchisty type. I wonder if I could meet other cool anarchists in my area, and then spend some time then demanding I absolve people of sin. Well, okay, that's something that I want to encourage, and I do constantly, and something that I should say, credit where credit is due, that I love about my community, is that my community does that. What I do in my community is I choose the topics and the things that I think are important, and then I I activate them, and it jiggles your brains and makes your brains activate, and then you guys make decisions as a result of that, as a result of the things that I give you to think about. I help you think about things, and sometimes in a good way, sometimes maybe not in a good way, but whatever, that's my job. I'm like a stimulator, you know? I poke things around. And community is like something that I do know for a fact that I've succeeded at, something that I've been talking about, or I've been thinking about a lot lately. I know that I've succeeded in making a community where people connect beyond the chat room and beyond the Discord. And that makes me really happy. That's because that's more than, that's the sort of stuff that makes me, that gives me the hope pill. Okay, it really does. Because I can't do that. I literally can't like take you and make you do this. All I can do is help you do that on your own. That's it. That's literally all I can do. And when it happens, it means I'm succeeding, and it means you're succeeding. It means that I'm cultivating a community of people that I want to cultivate. No, you're right, Bonks Daily. No, you're 100% right, though. Like, it's impossible for me to talk about everything I do in my real life. Greetings, Sandy. Thank you for that. I don't really care so much about shaming people, though occasionally I will, but Killjoy says, I feel like your Discord political channel is some of the most theory-pilled discourse I've had on Discord. Our political channel talks to such great depths. The conversations that go on my Discord, I'm so fucking proud. I check in on these conversations all the time. I see what people are talking about. It's fucking awesome. It makes me so happy when the space that I've facilitated, I just cleared out a little space and I said, all right, here's some ideas. I hope you all do some connections. Everyone says do real work, but I don't have a model for what that is and where to find it. That's a really good thing to bring up. I'm glad you mentioned that. Lauren X Pandamus says, everyone says do real work, but I don't have a model for what that is and where to find it. That's because it depends. It depends on the work that you're interested in. And everybody has their own definition and their own direction for that. Wait, what's this clip? Oh God, I'll take a look at this in just a second. I'll take a look at that in just a second. Do real work is like a lazy thing that a lot of like political streamers lean to because it sounds motivating, but it's also like, it doesn't say anything. I agree with you. However, part of the reason why that happens is because it's actually really hard to know what everybody in an audience of, we've had like almost 500 people in here at maximum consecutively over the course of this. There's probably been over 1,000 people coming in and out the door here. And what you need in your life and what the people around you need is impossible for me to determine. I can only, I can only choose things that I think are relevant to a lot of people and try to stimulate action and thought on it. And of course, my scope is very limited. I tend to fixate on resisting authority and oppression. I tend to focus on trans issues. That's my thing. And I talk about what, and I try to do that, and I try to give people ideas on how they can get involved. But there is no one single path. What you have to do is you have to sit down with yourself, analyze what skills you currently have that might be able to help somebody or might be able to connect you to somebody else, and also what skills you want to have that could equip you to work with others, to empower yourself and to empower the people around you. Boy, this is gonna be a ramble, but the internet is weird, guys. The internet is really fucking weird, okay? It's done this thing where it's really scrambled the way that we find one another in the modern age. You all in my chat are connecting with each other across the globe, literally. Your individual communities and the specifics of your individual lives probably vary quite greatly. Not as much as, not all that much. Humans all at the end of the day are quite similar. We all kind of have a lot of similarities. We're all humans. But like what your specific context, what the context of your life demands of you, is something that I can't say because I don't know the context of everybody's life, and nor does any other streamer. Some streamers take the approach of like trying to do it anyway, basically being like, for whatever reason, either vote for Bernie and all your problems will be solved. Come on, everybody, let's get out the vote. There's that approach, which is like, I think that this action will help enough people that everybody should get on board with it. And that's one thing. Other people try to do the like whole thing where they sell themselves as the one-man revolution. The the Luna Oi approach, where it's like, I'm the revolutionary and I'm gonna help you see the future and we're gonna change the world. And I don't really do either of those. The reason why I don't really do either of those is because I don't really believe in either of those things. And I don't really see that as my role. What my job is to do is to brighten your day, make you think, stimulate your brain, introduce you to inspiring and motivating art, that sort of thing. That's what I try to do. And I think that there is an incredible amount of potential in that to change the world. I know that that's the case because even though it's sometimes hard to gauge what my impact on the world has been, I've been spending a lot of time going and trying to make note of that and whatever. And as it turns out, actually, a lot of people have been really positively affected by my community and by my stream. And I'm really proud of that. And I'm really, really, really happy about that. But I recognize it can't, and it isn't really supposed to fix every big problem that we talk about. A lot of times I talk about big problems because the whole reason I'm talking about them is because I want more people to think about them. I want more people to come up with better ideas than even I could have. I don't talk about these things as an expert with the single solution to solve any problem, but rather I'm bringing attention to the problem so that the people out there who know a little bit more about it, who are skilled, the people who are in the position, can know what to do and can know that they have some support in it. I don't know. Like I said, this is rambly, but sometimes helping means self-care. Sometimes your community can be helped by you and a bunch of friends getting together to do some work. Sometimes it's a long political battle. Sometimes it's advocacy. There's always something to be done. At least it's preferable to doing nothing. Yeah, exactly. And also keep in mind that there's a lot, I mean, this happens almost every single stream. How many streams happen where I'm talking about a topic and then somebody who literally is like been in that field for 10 years is able to come in and give us more interesting information? That is like a great value. If I do a segment about fucking animal farming and a bunch of you in the audience, there's 500 of you or whatever in the audience, and 10 of you connect with each other and come up with ideas to help impact that in a positive direction, that's more than I could have ever asked for. That's fucking awesome. Oh, thank you, Kiwi TP. I appreciate that a lot. Bat Canary says, sometimes it's nice to just have a chill community to find allyship in too. Doesn't always have to be a solution to a problem. That's the other thing. That's another thing that I try to do. My community isn't like the one-stop solution for everybody's political problems. But what my community is it's a warm space. I've talked about this many, many, many times, how my community is my community is like an inn. I come in, I serve you things that make you smile, we have a good time, you find some warmth, you meet other people, and you all are able to form connections. And my job is to facilitate the formation of connections between you. My job is to make sure the fire keeps going, to make sure the food, quote unquote, the content is as high quality as I can manage. Wow, that's awesome, Killjoy. That's just kind of how it is. And of course, my main goal is to hopefully inspire you to be the best, inspire you in some way, big or small, to become the fullest versions of yourselves that you can be. NASDAQ, I wish I was a naturally social creature. Well, I have some experience with that. When I was younger, I socialized really weird. When I was a kid, it was more or less okay. I hung out with a bunch of other weird kids. In high school, I was a complete and utter loner. And I had a hard time making friends in high school, like really, really hard time. And I basically did everything by myself. And then through a series of complicated life events, I learned a lot of social skills, and it made my life a lot better. Even though I would never be considered a naturally social person. Believe it or not. I know you say, but Demon Mama, you're a streamer. Isn't that super social? And the answer is yes, it is super, super, super social. But it's social in a particular way. If I want to, right now, I can just turn off my stream. I can go and say, I gotta go fucking chill. And I can remove myself from the social situation. And also, that's one part of it. And secondly, I have learned painstakingly a lot of social skills over the course of years. And that was hard. So the me that you see now is very different than the me of 10 years ago or the me of 15 years ago. I had to learn these skills, and then it became easier over time. So now I'm able to do a lot of socializing without becoming sad or feeling hurt because I've learned new skills. So what I'm trying to say is, don't be too hard on yourself if you're not naturally social. Very few people are naturally social. Most people have to learn it, and it sucks and it can be really hard, but it's okay. It's okay if you have to learn. Don't be too hard on yourself. Seriously. I have introvert vibes for sure. Oh yes. I am naturally introverted nuts. I'm not kidding you. Like before I was a streamer, most of my days for years was me just sitting in my little office writing by myself and reading. Yeah. It's just how I am. I've always been like that. This is like the most massively social job that I've ever done. And honestly, part of the reason why I stream so much better than I used to is because I used to always do panels and stuff, which were extremely draining, and now I socialize on my own terms. Isn't it a bit different talking to a camera than a bunch of human faces? Yes, but I also believe that if I needed to, I could do this. If we did like an IRL meetup, and you all wanted me to do a live stream conversation, I know for a fact I could do that. But yes, I greatly prefer the ability to turn off my camera or go to the bathroom when I want to, or say I'm done streaming. I greatly, greatly value that. You seem like a social butterfly. You're a great personality for streaming. Never give up on yourself. Oh, I never will. Don't you worry. I learned to be social. Gayfesh says, I love how literally every segment you ever do, doesn't matter the topic, you bring it around to building community. Well, I am a communist, right? It would be remiss of me if I didn't. But Gayfesh, that's also because I think that's what the world, unironically, I think that's what the world needs more than anything else right now. I think that I think that the world is full of a lot of highly alienated people, that the tech era came upon us faster than any of us could have imagined, and most of us never learned what it means to have a real community. And so even though I can only do so much from my YouTube channel, even though I can only do so much from my Discord channel, I want to help contribute to that. I want to talk about community. I want people to find comfortable ways of being together. I think a lot of people think that socializing or community means like tons of having to do lots of things outside of your comfort zone. And to a certain degree, that's true of life. In life, you have to do lots of things out of your comfort zone. But building community also means building comfortable zones together. I've talked about this many times, but my current IRL living situation is the best that I've ever had in my entire life. And it's because we all have enough space. We have just enough space, and we know each other well enough, and we live in enough harmony that we know we are able to balance and accommodate one another's needs. I need a lot of alone time to like sit and tunnel into things. As you guys know, I literally was joking about how I go and disappear into the tunnel, the Reddit tunnel thing. And I do that all the time. And thankfully I have people who are cool with that, and they also need their own time, and it's great. It's building community is about learning how to make each other happier together. It's not about forcing people to go to meetings. It's not about forcing people to do things a certain way. It's not about all acting a certain way. It's about building harmony and togetherness in a way that is mutually beneficial. Also, do I play Dota 2? No, I don't. I fucking hate Dota 2. I'm still thinking about the philosophy of an abattoir. I've been on this thought for the past 3 days. Yeah, damn. Well, there's a lot to be said. What about Team Fortress 2? I don't play TF2. I used to in the past, but I don't play that. Am I gonna go over the Jordan Gray thing? Oh, I used to love playing Spy. I didn't play TF2 that much though. I mostly played it on Xbox. Believe it or not, the shooter games that I got into the most, this is gonna make people laugh. The shooters that I've gotten the most into was Call of Duty games. I fucking loved the shit out of Call of Duty is trash, okay? But when it comes to shooters, there was something about the trash that made it fun for me. I don't know what it was. Call of Duty is so bad, but they also, I've played, and I don't play them anymore. It's been a while since I've played any of the Call of Duty games. But what I used to do is, this is how it would go. Me, my brother, and my best friend would sit down on the couch, and we would get a bunch of soda and pizza, and we would just grind out challenges and unlocks and prestiges in Call of Duty, and we would just pass the controller match to match between each other. And it was so fucking fun. It was like, I don't know. It was just like, there was no expectation of it being like a top-notch game. So we would rage about it. We would listen to other people rage. It was a very chill, like, experience of getting better at the game, of learning to use certain weapons. Fuck, oh my God, which one was it? It was in Black Ops 2. I think it was Black Ops 2. In Black Ops 2, me and my sibling got diamond on every special weapon. So we got diamond knives, we got diamond shield, we got diamond crossbow. Like, diamond. And we did that because it was just so much fun for us to like play together, mastering the weirdest weapons in the game, and then we stopped playing it after that. I don't know, it's weird. Yeah, it's yeah, exactly, Pansabi. It's the video game equivalent of Diamond Truck Nuts. Do you ever play Rainbow Six Siege? No, I didn't. My roommate plays Rainbow Six Siege. I never played it though. The other game that I got really into was Halo Reach multiplayer and Halo 4 multiplayer. I played an absolute fuck ton of Halo Reach multiplayer. Halo 4? Oh, Halo 4's single player was ass. Halo 4's multiplayer was really fucking fun. I'm sorry, it was really fun. Halo 4's multiplayer was, the single player was so embarrassing. But, yeah. Yeah, Halo 4's multiplayer was so much fun. Halo 4 had this, was it the Spartan laser? Was that the one that they added in Halo 4? Which game was that introduced in? Hold on, let's see. Or was it called Halo? The Spartan laser was 3. What was the one? There was a thing in Halo 4 that was similar. What was the one in 4? Hold on, let me look at it. Let me look at the weapons in Halo 4. Looking at the list right now. Well, the Spartan laser was in Halo 4. I could have sworn. Yeah, I was pretty sure it was. In Halo 4, it was in the Spartan laser in multiplayer was like a really rare weapon to get, but I fucking love that shit. Oh my god, it was so awesome. God, it was so good. It was so much fun. It was so satisfying in Halo 4. Oh my god. Oh, hey, Chariot. Good to see you. I realized I didn't say hi. I just read your message and I didn't even say hi. Oh my god, it was so good. Oh, the sticky detonator. Oh, I remember that thing. God, there were so many fun weapons. Halo 4's single player was so embarrassingly bad. Did you ever play Halo game nights? Like Duck Hunt, Speed Halo, Splatter Monkey? I don't really remember those ones. I remember playing the like Griff Ball and the zombies and stuff like that. God, it's so good. Halo was fun and bad at the same time. When's the Halo 4 stream? I don't know. Halo 3 ODST. ODST, I've actually never played ODST, believe it or not. I didn't have that game. My friend had it, but I never got it. It came out at a period of my life where I wasn't playing much games, but I've heard it's great. Oh yeah, oh, Chariot, I should be clear. I've listened to the ODST soundtrack like a lot. The ODST soundtrack was on my fucking iPod in high school and college. but the game I never really played. It does have an absolutely incredible soundtrack. I don't know. I liked Halo. I'm trying to think if there's any other FPS games that I got really into. I did like I really liked Battlefield 4, I think it was. I played Battlefield 4 for a while. And of course, Apex Legends. I also played a lot of how could I be forgetting this? Fucking Titanfall. Titanfall 2 is like, oh my god, how could I fucking, what's wrong with my brain? I played so much Titanfall 2. It's unbelievable. Oh my God, Titanfall 2 is the best shooter I've ever played in my entire life. Oh my God. How could I, oh my God, what is wrong with my brain? It makes me so mad that Titanfall 2's servers are all busted. Oh my God, if a Titanfall 3 comes out, I will lose my mind. You guys will have to watch me play it on stream. It's so fucking good. Oh, okay, so let me just do a real quick let me just do a real quick rant about Titanfall 2. Titanfall 2 is the slickest game I've ever played. I've never played a game in which movement feels as good as Titanfall 2. And the sad thing is that Apex is this close. Apex Legends is like this close and it just misses the ball. The wall running, the scooching all over the place, the being able to slide between your Titan's legs and then pull yourself up in a single motion. Oh, look up North Star. I will look that up. Titanfall 2 is just so good. So good. The guns, oh God, the guns are so good. In Titanfall 2, there's a gun called the L-Star, which is also interestingly in Apex, but I don't really like it in Apex. I really love it in Titanfall 2. It's like a laser LMG. Oh God, it's so good. Oh my God, it's so good. Oh, okay. Have I played Splatoon? I have played Splatoon. Yeah. So goddamn good. Oh yeah, like riding on people's, riding on top of the fact that you can ride on other people's Titans and shoot from the shoulder of their Titan is so cool. Oh, the Mastiff in Titanfall 2 is way better. Did I like Splatoon? I quite liked Splatoon, but I didn't, when Splatoon first came out, I didn't actually have the console to play it on. I've never played the original Rogue, actually. Okay, real quick. I have to go to the bathroom. I'm gonna run to the bathroom, and then I'm gonna come back, and we're gonna talk about one more thing, okay? I'll be right back. Let me play the bathroom song. I'm playing Bathologic. That's right, eat Bathologic. Suck my cock.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something bopping while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break.
My hair looks so good, and then it gets popped. Looked good in the bathroom, then I came in, I look like trash. All right, everybody, I'm back. Damn, Bathologic is so good. Sorry, I ended it rather suddenly, but now you know. So good. All right, everybody. So I apparently have this, I need to watch this. Let's see, what is going on? Hey, that's me. All right, let's see.
And
Is that a plural of penis?
I mean, I have a hole in me, so I don't know how much you can do
you've
with
got
it.
two holes.
That's the thing, though. Is this one hole or two holes?
Well, it's by definition
Two holes
two.
and a tube.
Yeah, it's got to be twos. Two holes. Wow, I'm glad that I was able to inspire such discourse. No, it's two holes. It's obviously two holes. They just connect. That's not how holes work? It's a single hole topologically. Okay, well then, I guess you only have one hole. A hole that connects to another hole is a single hole? So then, by that logic, if you've had oral, you've also had anal. Does a depression become a hole? Ah, an age-old question. Do you think a video essay that goes over the way liberals begrudgingly hold positions and are actually really reactionary but get quiet when the Overton window moves left? Yeah, I think that would be a good one. What is this? So this is apparently from the debate with Dylan. He had to leave the debate because he was streaming from an alleyway and his neighbors told him to stop screaming about how Hitler was Jewish at nearly 9 p.m. I gotta take this guy on? I don't think it would be fun. You guys, we had fun laughing at the Vosh Yankee Tankie debate because the actual debate was boring as fuck and ridiculous, and we had fun because we dressed it up with having GIFs all over the screen. It's just weird and uncomfy. Yeah, the guy is not, he's not doing okay. It's like, it's very obvious. Like, it's one of those times where I honestly feel like there's some, yeah, okay. You know what? sometimes it actually can be irresponsible to platform people, you know. And sometimes when someone is so off the chain and so clearly unwell, okay, if you have to say that the person you were debating was debating from an alleyway because they're squatting illegally and like in somebody else's home, no hate against squatters, it might be a sign that that person has some other things going on that might be a little more important for them to deal with than debating you on the internet. And them debating you on the internet might actually be, you know, like a distraction from the issues in their actual life. And I don't know. I'm all for some ethical, you know, laughing at at people, but it honestly, I'm not saying anybody here is unethical, you know, whatever. There's a lot of weirdos on the internet. But given that I know that this guy is not doing so hot, it feels a little bad to like try and seek out a debate with him, okay? You know, does that make sense? At what point does showing your ass on the internet become self-harm? Well, see, that is the challenge that has been laid in my hands every single day. Because a lot of people, generally, okay, unironically, generally I follow the Hellraiser rules, okay? If you are angry enough at me that you show up in my chat, want to debate, and are pushing for that, and then I say, all right, if you really want to debate, come into my Discord and we'll talk about it, and I decide to do that, generally, I think I've laid out enough of an option that I have washed my hands of responsibility for people doing internet self-harm to themselves. Generally, okay? But if I have knowledge in advance that a person who is mad at me or who's trying to get a debate with me is like not okay, like if there's an established history there, then I don't know. Worshipper of the Olympians with the $5, thank you very much. Says, what is this about? This is about this Yankee Tankie guy. Like, I just genuinely don't think the Yankee Tankie guy's okay. Guys, like, remember us reading his logs from Vosh chat? Do you guys remember that? Where he was like spamming, like not copy paste, but like genuinely, like, hold on, let me just see. Yeah, like, can I just hear? I'll just, where is it? Over Russell logs. And we have to do, it's the Over Russell logs for Vosh. Where's the, oh wait, it's just the Vosh. Ah, here we go. I actually literally have them here. I think this is literally the one. Hold on, let me see if I can find this guy. White Leaf chat. Okay, here we go. What was his at? Do we know? Does anybody remember what his at was? Fuck. Was it just Yankee_Tankie? Fuck, I can't find it. All right, if anybody has the logs, whatever. The point is, this guy is like, really does not seem well. He was literally all capsing like hundreds of messages in Vosh's website. Like, I don't know. All right, here. You know what? What? How many? We've been going for 5 hours. Here, let's just get a preview, okay? Here, we'll get a little preview.
Transatlantists.
took control of the Western economic system. They were trying to do this since the end of the Second World War. It led into the collapse of the Soviet Union. And now we're seeing these conditions in which that the neoliberal system is now effectively the fascist force in the world. Because fascism is not, let's be very clear, fascism is not a collection, a collaborative of ideas. Fascism is a type of Bonapartism, when one segment of the ruling class faces off against another to stabilize society. And right now, society in the West is destabilized. And what they are trying to do is create a system in which the globalist elites are able to maintain their dominance on the top and keep all of the working class, as well as the larger debtor class that exists, the petite bourgeoisie, the servant class, all of these sectors that run the economy that exist in our society, try to keep them oppressed and make it that the ruling class on the top are able to keep control, be the king of the hill.
The thing is, transatlantism has existed for a very long time, before the collapse of the Soviet Union. So
Yes,
the thing is, transatlantism didn't just like magically one day.
Yeah. Remember, this guy is streaming from an alleyway between two houses, allegedly where he's squatting.
Just turn into Nazism. That would be silly.
Revolution funded by George Soros.
How did the association agreement bring about color revolution? How did it do that?
Funded by George Soros.
Do you know what the association agreement is?
Revolution funded by George Soros.
What about the Berkut? Do you know the Berkut?
Funded by George Soros.
You don't know anything about Euromaidan.
Revolution
You're just
funded by George Soros.
You can't.
It was color revolution.
You can't
funded
do
by
this.
George
This is not how you
Color
debate people.
revolution funded by George Soros.
You're like a cuckoo clock at this
It was a
point.
color revolution. It was funded by George Soros.
Is this what you do when you don't know about the topic? You can just say, I don't know what the association agreement is.
Color revolution. It was funded by George Soros.
Just
It was a color revolution. It was funded by George Soros.
the association agreement?
It was a color revolution. It was funded by George Soros.
How did George Soros fund the association agreement? I'm asking you how George Soros did it. How did he fund the association agreement?
Color revolution was funded by George Soros.
You're not. You just. What
Color
is this?
revolution.
You see what I'm talking about? This kind of reminds me of when you had that drunk person on. Yeah, but here's the difference. The difference is that drunk person, I had no idea. They weren't like an established person. They were just a random caller. This person has debated two other people in this space and is very, very clearly using the internet to like some kind of like self-harm. I feel bad for asking, but what's a color revolution? A color revolution is a term that refers to a number of like, basically right-wing reactionary counter-revolutions that have occurred in a number of different, I wouldn't say lefty, but like communist or like aspirationally communist countries. Usually color revolutions have like a shocking amount of funding from usually American, but also sometimes British, French, German intelligence agencies. Yeah. It's it's not a color revolution. It's just like there's been a ton of things that have been called color revolutions. Usually they call them color revolutions because literally, I think the term literally comes from the fact that they usually use like different flags, and I don't know. Yeah. Let me actually see if I can get the source of that. Anti-regime protest movements, usually in post-Soviet countries. That's where it comes from. I want to know where the term came from. See if I can get the comes from. Doesn't seem to say. Oh, it's because like, hold on, let's see. Oh, it's because a lot of them literally just chose a color and called themselves named after a specific color. The first one, the first documented color revolution was the yellow revolution in the Philippines, followed by the coconut revolution in Papua New Guinea, the velvet revolution in Czechoslovakia, the bulldozer revolution in Yugoslavia, the rose revolution in Georgia, the second rose revolution in Georgia, the orange revolution in Ukraine, the purple revolution of Iraq. So yeah, literally they got their name just from people literally naming the revolution after a specific color. Interesting. Coconut Vosh revolution. Yeah, okay.
And it was funded by George Soros.
You sure you're okay?
It was the color revolution. It was funded by George Soros.
Is this what you're gonna do for the rest of it? You're afraid to answer any of the questions?
You just are lying about the reality.
I'm
that it was
asking
a color
you.
revolution.
I'm not even lying. I'm asking you what the association agreement was.
I don't care. It was a color revolution.
It's the
funded
most
by
important part of Euromaidan. What do you mean you don't know what the association agreement is?
The fact about the fucking color revolution, it was funded by George Soros.
How can you call it a color revolution when you don't know this includes Ukrainian military casualties? This includes basically everybody who's died in the Donbass over the last 8 years. And so that would mean in that 13,000 number you've put forward for the people that Ukraine has genocide includes Ukrainian soldiers. Ukrainian soldiers. So are you saying that
You can literally see this guy's breath. He's sitting outside in the cold. Okay, this is why I don't want to have a conversation with this guy. First of all, because I don't actually think conversations with him, with like people like that, are very entertaining. Like if it happens, okay, let me just explain something. When something like that happens organically, like if I get a random person in my chat who comes in talking a big talk and then just out of the blue we end up having an explosive argument, that's really fun. That's fun because of the spontaneity. But if I wanted to find somebody who would scream the entire time at me and make conversation incapable, that would be very easy. I could just go find a random like car dad on YouTube and be like, hey, do you want to scream over me for 2 hours? And it wouldn't be very cool. And it's especially not cool because everybody knows that's what's gonna happen. There have now been multiple conversations with this Yankee Tankie guy, and he's clearly not doing okay. And I don't know. It's not, I don't know. I don't seek out conversations like that. If one happens spontaneously and it's fun, because somebody goes off the rails, okay. But I don't like go and seek out people who are just gonna scream and shout and all that bullshit. You know? I just don't. I don't know. Seems like it started off the rails. Well, yeah, but that's the thing. You know what I mean? Like, that's how this guy operates. Again, like, here's his chat logs. Like, look at this. Like, again, these are the chat logs that I was talking about. The Yankee Tankie. Voshites coping. Yankee Tankie rising. Fire, 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 fire. Red Phoenix rising. China is based. Russia is based. Down with the neocon Vosh. Yankee Tankie rising. But, like, he's clearly typing this in. These are not copy-pastes. He uses different amounts of fire every time. Red Phoenix rising. Down with the neocon Vosh. Like, some of these, this one is obviously copy-pasted, but a lot of these, he's clearly typing these out, and that's just like, I don't know. It's not it doesn't demonstrate like a good. I get bad vibes. Okay, bad vibes. It's bad vibes. I don't want to be involved in that. All right, not me. No, I'm not saying. By the way, just so we're clear, I'm not saying Dylan did anything wrong. I can understand why Dylan would want to argue with this guy over specific topics, but not what I want to do. It demonstrates an episode. It does demonstrate an episode. It does. It really, really does. Okay, there's one last thing I want to talk about, okay? All right. I wanna rip into something. All right. You guys want a little bit? You want a little more blood before I wrap up for the night? Because I got a little bit for you. Okay. Behold, idiocy. Behold, one of the stupidest posts I have ever seen in my entire life, and also one of the most unbelievable ratios I have ever seen in my entire life, okay? So, first of all, this poster is, as you can tell by his stupid name, this is like very clearly a dumb fuck. But unironically, this person is one of the dumbest posters I've ever seen on the internet. But I want you to just observe this ratio, okay? 1,030 quote tweets and only 327 likes. Literally a 3x ratio of quote tweets. Not to mention however many, I don't even know however many responses there were to this. Just obliterated. The most obliterated I think I might have, I've seen in any recent memory, okay? You think he's 15? Unfortunately, I don't think he's 15. I think he's just stupid, okay? And even if he is 15, he's still just stupid, okay? This opinion, I'm just gonna read the opinion and then I'm gonna rant about it. People who identify as they, while making no effort to change their appearance based on it, are the trans version of blackface. Motherfucker, what does a non-binary look like? Can anybody tell me that? What's a non-binary look like? And also, why is non-binary gender 3 instead of a descriptor of somebody who no longer adheres to the binary? This is an opinion. This idea, the idea of like a, let's call them a they, like, okay, here we go. Have y'all ever heard the term they fab? Like THEYFAB? Like as in they assigned female at birth, okay? That is a term that is sort of like, it's sort of like, what's the term? How do I describe this? That term is designed to basically say that certain types of non-binary people aren't actually non-binary. Now, generally, it's sort of used, and I would say it's used carelessly. I don't think it's a good term at all. I think it's a shitty term. I think it's transphobic at its base. But people where I originally saw it used was usually certain types of trans people expressing frustration, usually at IRL groups that sort of get hijacked by like very feminine leaning non-binary people. I don't think you have to engage in transphobia or NB-phobia in order to accomplish that critique. I think it is possible for, I do think it's possible for people who are otherwise privileged to transition or to socially or otherwise to begin publicly identifying as non-binary and to sort of center themselves in a lot of conversations and perhaps take up space and air. That said, I really don't think it's necessary to engage in NB-phobia, and that's why I don't like the term. But this idea, the idea of the they fab or the they mab, the basically calling somebody kind of like a like a fake trans person, is a it's a concept that's characteristic of very, very young trans people who have just sort of entered the communities and tend to congregate in edgy Reddit communities and edgy 4chan trans communities, okay? That's where it comes from. And it usually dies there, just so you know, because most trans people realize that you're not really helping yourself at all to invalidate somebody's status as a non-binary person because you don't think that they're trans enough or you don't think that they're non-binary enough. It's a pretty stupid thing. When I first was gonna respond to this, because I did respond to this on Twitter, of course, but when I was first gonna respond to it, I was gonna say, like, this is the type of position that, like, baby transes tend to grow out of in, like, a few months of like, being engaged in online spaces. Because, like, it's so blatantly stupid. It's so easy to, like, it's so fucking easy to acknowledge where it fails. You know what I mean? Like, if you're, what is it, like I said, what is a non-binary person supposed to be? Does somebody have to be strictly androgynous in order to be accepted as, like, a valid non-binary person? It's obviously ridiculous. It's silly. It's fucking stupid. Obviously. But unfortunately, there are a lot of people who carry this idiotic opinion unironically and uncritically. Like, for example, this dumb fuck, PauseFish, or whatever, PauseFish. People who identify as they while making no effort to change their appearance based on it are the trans version of blackface. Now, of course, this is also an advanced stupid version of the opinion, because the opinion, of course, like I said, the steel-manned version of the opinion is, hey, there are some people they take on they come to a non-binary identification. They start using they them pronouns, and then maybe they see themselves as sort of very important in conversations about transness, when there are people who are more maybe externally discriminated against or whatever. That's the steel-manned version. And obviously the stupid version is saying that not changing your physical appearance enough to meet the standard of a random moronic fish on the internet is apparently, like, no effort, and that's blackface. What was I right about it again, Infernatrix? Multiple things, but specifically the things that I was ranting about was, one, the Kanye situation, and two, the supply line discourse, both of which I yelled about earlier. But yeah. That shit opinion came from literally attacking the appearance of an NB on Twitter. Yeah, it's I saw that. Like the original tweet was basically making fun of was basically making fun of a non-binary content or a non-binary poster on the website who has, like, facial hair. Like, apparently the facial hair makes you not non-binary somehow, even though, first of all, you don't even know their assigned gender at birth, and secondly, you don't know what type of non-binary they are, and then tertiarily, what the fuck is a non-binary person supposed to look like? The whole point is non-binary, that you buck the binary. I don't even understand. I don't understand how you can hold a position that this is blackface. Like, again, just so stupid, so cataclysmically stupid. I don't even know, like, I don't even know how to advance from here. It's just, blackface is when white people mock black people by dressing up like cartoonified, exaggerated racist stereotypes of black people. That's what blackface is. How is using they them pronouns regardless of your appearance, whether you change your appearance after adopting they, them pronouns, or you don't, how is that even, where is the parallel to blackface? Where? I don't even understand where you would begin to draw that line. Like, except for, now there's another version of this opinion, which makes more sense. And I suspect that's what was going on in this severely mentally challenged fish in the cavernous hole that they call a brain. Yeah, see, there you go. You got it right there, Antifa Pyro. Antifa Pyro says, I have a feeling this guy used to be, if you don't medically transition, you're not really trans. That is exactly what I was thinking of. See, I think that this guy might actually be a little more transphobic than he's letting on. Because, you know, this opinion starts to make a little more sense if you are of the opinion that the only real trans people are the ones who have had surgery and are on hormones, and everyone else is not yet a woman because they haven't put in the effort yet. AKA, if you're a hardline trans medicalist who only believes that trans people's validity is based on functionally their passing or putting in the work, which is a, for the record, fucking stupid position and a transphobic position. Valhalla Vidya says, as a non-binary person, thank you. It means a lot to hear you say this. The trans umbrella is real. I've got an even hotter take. First of all, you're welcome. I love all of my NBs out there. You all, I fight for you. Seriously, I do my best. I love my NBs so goddamn much. I love you gender fucks, you boy girls, you girl dudes, all of you. You're all amazing. But I'm gonna go one step further, which is to say, using they, them publicly is an effort in and of itself, okay? Literally in and of itself, okay? Do you know how much shit you invite just by using they, them pronouns? Like, I'm not saying that you're like a hero for using they. I am a hero personally for using they, them pronouns sometimes, okay? In the past and in the future, okay? I'm a hero, frankly. I'm not saying everyone's a hero, but what I am saying is that they, them, just even listing they, them on your profile immediately opens you up to pot shots from people and immediately identifies you as a target for transphobia. And that's especially true IRL. If you literally physically tell people I use they, them pronouns, you are opening yourself up to a lot of stuff. It is actually a matter of social effort to take the time to openly identify as a non-binary person. Not the be all end all, but like the idea that it's just like you're like getting points for being they, them, or whatever. That's fucking ridiculous. You don't get points for that, like anywhere, not even in hyper-friendly environments. You only open yourself up to potentials for discrimination. Think about it like this. In a trans space, no one is going to judge you no matter what your pronouns are. They, them, she, her, he, him, zer, it's, whatever. In a trans-friendly space, if you just say my pronouns are he, him, no one's gonna say ifs, ands, or buts about it. You're not gonna get bonus points for showing up to a trans-friendly place with they, them pronouns. If you walk in and say he, him, even though you're secretly they, them, people will just say, okay, your pronouns are he, him then. You asked for those pronouns. Because people are going based off what you're asked. You're not given any bonus points. However, openly identifying as they, them immediately puts you on the shit list of any transphobic conservative. So using they, them literally only opens you up to transphobia. Like, so this whole thing is so stupid. This entire post deserves this obliteration. The obliteration that this fucking post got is absolutely deserved. It is fractally stupid. Not only does it fail at even presenting the steel-manned version of the like anti-they whatever bullshit, which is already a bullshit point, but it doesn't even, it goes so much further. Oh my God, it's so ridiculous. Anonymous Platypay says, Demon Mama, serious question. I just started HRT and I feel like I have to earn my pronouns. In short, I feel like I'm transmed towards myself. That being said, I would never police somebody else and would respect someone else's identity regardless. But do you think my internal rules are still harmful? Anonymous Platypay, you have earned your pronouns. I'm telling you this. I, Demon Mama, the first demon type streamer, wow, I really fucked this up. The Queen of Hell. I declare that you have earned your pronouns. You just started fucking HRT. You've earned whatever pronouns you want. If you just started fucking HRT, not only have you've got all the trans points, okay? Hey, Vermin, great to see you. But I say that, if it helps you get over it, remember, Demon Mama says that Anonymous Platypay has earned whatever pronouns you use. You didn't say, you're anonymous, so. Yeah. And to answer the second part of that question, which is to say, I'm being a little transmed towards yourself, you are. But internalized, but transmed shit is pushed all over the place, and internalized queerphobia, internalized transphobia is a thing, and it hurts, and almost no one is completely free of it. But you should challenge it. You should remind yourself explicitly, like I'm doing right now, that no one has to earn any pronouns. No one has to earn any identity, okay? You are allowed to declare who you are. You are allowed to say, I am me, and this is who me is, okay? No one has to earn that shit. So, and I know that sometimes it can feel like that because there's a lot of pressures all around telling you that you're not a real X, you're not a real man, you're not a real woman, you're not this is that, and the other thing is made up. But that's all bullshit. All of identity is made up. Our names, who we present ourselves as publicly, it's all made up. It's all made up. No one has to earn any of it. If those are the pronouns that fit you, that accurately communicate to the world who you are, embrace them. You've earned them. You've earned them by taking the time to think about it. Most people just inherit their pronouns. Most people let other people decide their identity for them. You have earned it by taking the time, by using the powers vested in you by evolution itself. The thinking ability, the ability to introspect, to self-reflect, to self-define. You have ascended gender. This is why we are gender ascensionists. And remember, you don't have to earn it, but you did. Okay? You did. Misty Lorelei with the $20. Thank you so very much. Oh my God, thank you so much for the generosity. Anonymous Platypay, here's another thing that I'll say about this. How do I put this? You don't choose what gender you're assigned at birth, okay? And nor does anybody else. But if you were to meet some random person in the street and they came up to you and introduced themselves as a name, you would take them at their word. They would say, hi, my name is John. And you would say, all right, John. And they would say, I use he, him pronouns. You would say, all right, John, you are a he, him. And you would probably never think about it again. Nobody else knows your history, and nobody else gets to determine your name and your pronouns. They're not you're not bound to the pronouns that were given to you at birth, even if people want you to feel that way. You really, really aren't. No one is obligated to keep the identity they were given at birth. You know that, I know we don't talk about this very much, but do you know how common name changes are among cis people? Not among trans people, among cis people. Like, really common. Like, really, really common. The first name change I ever became familiar with, I wasn't the first name change in my family. One of my cousins changed their name legally. And they had changed it functionally before that. Damn, Mama, how come you're still streaming? Because I'm awesome and I keep you all entertained. Verminhand says, I worked with a cis girl who introduced herself as Princess. Her name, her like legal name was Melissa, and we just called her that. Just called her Princess. There you go. Wow. People do that with nicknames all the time. I'm legally named Demon Mama. That would be pretty. That would be a bold move. I feel like there are going to be way too many Caitlins. It was cute calling her Princess. I think that's a great nickname. Polodict says, name changes are only legal in my country if you have a legitimate reason for it, such as if it was forcibly changed from a Turkish name in the 1970s to 1980s, or if your name is an insult. Yikes, that's a lot. Yo, Fortuna, it's great. Oh my God, I hope you're well. Hi, Fortuna. You know a lot of people named Shay. Shay is Jessica Metal. That is one of the new trans names right now. Shay is one of the new. It's like the new Sophia. That's how you should understand it. I'm helping you right now. Don't worry. I just gave you a cheat code, Jessica Metal. Just remember to when there were all of the trans Sophias, and that's Shay. Do you all remember the trans mask, Aiden, Braden, Jaden, Craden, Dayden era? That was like, oh God, that was like one of the best. All for a period of history, every single trans mask in the entire planet was named Aiden, Braden, Dayden, some variation of that in England. I mean, in English, not in England, in English. Non-binary people pick a whole lot of weird nicknames. Oh, you have no idea. Ren is a good name. I've noticed a lot of trans dudes going by angel names recently, and I do love it. Wait, that's so fucking metal. That's so fucking metal. So fucking metal. Your name is officially Onyx? Wait, that's fucking poggers. How long did it take you to think of a name? Not very long. But that's because I don't know. I don't even generally go by my legal name. I had my name legally changed It's a complicated story. My early transition was a very bumpy period of my life. My family was not happy with me, and I ended up functionally homeless. That's so cool. Intentions nasty though. But I changed my name really early on, but I basically don't I don't even go by that name anymore. The name that most people know me by, look, it's very weird, okay? People, for me, it's a very weird experience, okay? I have my name, okay? My legal name. I have the name that most of my closest friends call me by. I have a title that is used by certain people in my life for specific reasons to demonstrate a power exchange. And I also have my online name. So some people call me Demon Mama. Some people call me DM. Some people call me another name that I won't tell you. Some people call me a title, which I won't tell you. And some people call me by my legal name, which I also won't tell you. Yeah, No Comment Chick was really fucking weird about that. No Comment Chick is like some old, irrelevant, fucking tiny streamer. And she got really mad at me and she dropped my actual first name like all over the place. It was really fucking weird. I just realized Demon Mama deliberately only goes by Demon Mama online. Yeah, that's who I am. Did you see the LonerBox PollyPeople thing that happened a few days ago about trans genocide? No, what happened? I'm in a similar boat. I have a deep cover name, which is sadly my dead name. But yeah, I get that. They got in an argument over trans genocide? Was LonerBox cringe? Or was PollyPeople cringe? Who was cringe? What happened? Have you noticed that people name drop like it holds some eldritch power online? Oh, people should be more careful about that. It holds an eldritch power, just not the one that you think. People who drop my name online, they're inviting something onto themselves which they cannot fathom. You do not know what tendrils of mine extend into the world beyond. I may look like a simple, mildly disheveled at this point, demon streamer on my going on to my 6th hour of streaming, but in the plane of the ethereal, I am beyond your comprehension. LonerBox was denying that we were in a trans genocide? Wait, really? Wait, really? Okay, send me the... All right, do we have a clip or something? Do I plan on getting any more piercings? Not right. I don't have any piercings planned right now, but I am in the beginning phases of a new tattoo, which I will be showing off and whatever. Well, yeah, but Lucy, that's a different reason. You're friendly. Somniostatic says, LonerBox disagrees with the characterization that there's currently a genocide going on. He goes by international definitions and everyone got mad at him. Okay. I disagree. I think that sounds really silly. What's a good spot for a stick and poke first time tattoo? I'm having my partner do sigils, but I don't know where I want them. That's a tough call. Wherever you want, I guess. Laura says, Lucy's friendly, Demon Mama says, but Ducky Lucy Hayes is out for her blood in a debate. Yeah, but that's just how ducks are. Even by international definitions, there's a cultural genocide, and this just sounds like LonerBox lib-brain bias. Probably. Fortuna wants me to say he's thinking about getting an Elden Ring tattoo and that Fallen Angel painting tattoo eventually. That's fucking awesome. Elden Ring is totally a tattoo-worthy game. Here's the stream. All right. I got a little more energy. Let's take a look. Did anybody know where it starts? Anybody know where the conversation starts? You've probably heard my first name before. It's a really common first name. All right, does anybody have the clip to where it happens? If anybody can tell me when it happens, 4 hours approximately in? Okay. Let's take a look. I'll listen in for a second and see what I can say. Maybe we'll review this at some point.
Because the Serbs would often refuse access to humanitarian convoys trying to get into this, into Srebrenica, into the enclave. So it later emerged that there wasn't really much military threat. So that's one thing. Srebrenica was portrayed as a military threat, but archives from were just like typical war. That's ethnic cleansing. Crime against humanity, war crime.
Here's a clip. All right, let's take a look. Oh, wait, here we go.
Well, I'm in this waiting room here, stream waiting room, so we'll see if he pulls me in.
This is a pretty
I was
short...
just talking to my people side, like, is what the...
I think when you use the term genocide...
All right, let's listen to this.
It's contested whether or not that's a genocide because there's...
All right, we're going to listen to this real quick. Anonymous Platypay with the 666. Thank you so much. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you very much. I deeply appreciate that. All right, let's listen to this. Let's hear what everybody's got to say here.
The sign of whether or not it was intentionally targeted at one particular group. You know, like people in Russia were starving, people in Kazakhstan were starving, and there's like, so you get into like a really murky territory. And if you look at the cases of the Srebrenica massacre in Bosnia, the way that was determined to be a genocide, there's all kinds of like thresholds that had to be met. They had to show like some of the evidence included they were bringing grave digging machinery. They were bringing like machinery for...
Okay. Okay, it's going to depend on the parameters of the discussion, but I don't really care all that much about whether or not it meets the definition, the UN definition of genocide. The UN definition of genocide is obviously incredibly stringent because the UN is attempting to determine, but in conflicts between multiple nations, which nation has violated international law. So I don't think that's what most people are talking about or care about when they're talking about whether or not we are in the midst of a trans genocide. Most of the time, what people are talking about when they're referring to a trans genocide is that there is a process of continued legal, social, and physical marginalization that is actively attempting to force trans people out of public life, to damage their health, and to restrict their access to needed supplies, whether that's medicine, food, jobs, or whatever. That's usually what people are talking about when they're talking about a genocide, not whether or not whether or not it represents a UN legal definition of a genocide, but it might even. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Here we go, the UN.org, the crime of genocide. Let's take a look. Definition. In the present convention, genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group, such as killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on a group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. Okay, listen, guys, let me just talk about something real quick before we get into this any further, because this is a topic I'm pretty fucking serious about. Right here, this is on the law books in a lot of states. Many states in the United States still require that you get sterilized, that you have a sterilizing surgery in order to change your public-facing documents. AKA, you either leave yourself open to discrimination, explicit discrimination, obvious discrimination by having an ID, by having all of your paperwork not match who you are, or you get sterilized. That, it alone, just that fact, the fact that there are numerous American states that have on the law books a requirement for sterilization fits this right here, okay? Forcibly transferring children of the group to another group, this is another one that is currently in attempt. Thankfully, this is not a legal clear area, AKA, despite the fact that people constantly try to have trans people's children taken away, they don't always succeed, but they are very much trying. Yeah, hold on, let me... There are in the state that in my home state. Now this has changed since, but when I was getting my name changed, it was required that I show proof of medical treatment. Now, thankfully, my doctor was willing to sign off on me having gotten medical treatment. The requirement is technically supposed to be for surgery, but my endocrinologist basically worded the letter vaguely enough that he never actually said that I got surgery, but he said that his medical opinion was approved. And that allowed me to change my name. Now this law has since changed, but that's literally, that's on the books in many states. So, yeah. Now, let's talk about some of the other ones. Deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. Trans people have a highly disproportionate rate of on-the-job discrimination. They have a highly disproportionate rate of mental health, of homelessness. They have a highly disproportionate rate of untreated mental illness. They have a highly disproportionate rate of being disowned by their family. This is supported, and by the way, once again, this is supported not only socially, which is very important, but also legally. Not only, I mean, trans people, it's only been since Joe Biden was elected that trans people were even allowed back into the military. They were banned explicitly from the military. What kind of a message does that send about discriminating against trans people? What kind of effect? Yep, here you go. Here's another example. Thank you very much for that, anonymous platype. Exploring trans people's experience of adoption and fostering in the United Kingdom. This is in the UK, not the US, but that's okay. I think they're talking about both. Oh yeah, and not to mention, by the way, in the UK, there are, there is a high level of media attention given to people who explicitly state that they want to reduce the number of trans people. And of course, I don't even need to go into the unbelievably disproportionate rate of violent crime done against trans people. Okay, so let's get back to this. Let's listen to this conversation. I didn't expect us to have this stuff, but whatever.
digging holes and the generals couldn't explain why they brought it there. They have quotes of people talking about, we take revenge on the people who stole our land and all that stuff. So I think when you use the term genocide, I don't really know exactly. I think if we're just going pure descriptivism, I don't think it's enough at all. I think if we're talking about rhetorically, I think there are sometimes people have used the word genocide to be rhetorically effective. I think that's understandable in cases. I think when it comes to the case of trans issues in America, I just don't know.
So if the state is trying to...
There are currently... Wait, do we not remember that just this year, Greg Abbott passed laws criminalizing people taking their kids to get medically necessary, deemed medically necessary trans health care? Does that not extremely easily fit the definition of the UN definition of genocide? Deliberately putting people in the position that they, what's the, hold on, I just closed the fucking window. I want to make sure we're being very careful with the wording here since this is the topic. Here we go. Hold on, let me just read this one more time. Deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. Does not passing laws that criminalize parents for taking their children to get medically necessary medical care based on political means fit that definition? I think that fits the definition explicitly. Not to mention the fact that now states like Florida, for example, have put into position laws that involve forcing cis people to track their periods in order to guarantee that trans people cannot participate in gendered activities such as sports. Yeah, exactly. Greg had the Texas CPS go after families that had trans kids. Yes, it literally required federal intervention to make that happen. Like, to stop that from happening. Greg Abbott was literally telling CPS people not to officially record it in case federal attention came in. They were going after families. There were families with trans kids that fled the state because of that. And even, yes, exactly. I know that some groups are still doing it. Texas is in a hell state right now. Anyway, let's continue.
If the state does two things, with state power directly naming, saying trans kids must be taken away from their parents, plus we're going to now introduce laws to eliminate people's ability to get insurance for transition-related care, and then, move up from there to make it functionally more difficult to exist as a trans person. Like it's, surely you could at least infer that the intent is there, right?
Oh yeah, intent's there. Yeah, lots of people have like what I would call
genocidal intent.
If it's not genocidal, yeah, lots of people have intent, but then you need,
including, by the way, the entire GOP. The GOP's official platform is anti-trans. The GOP's official platform is anti-trans. The GOP's leaders are all jumping on board, calling trans people groomers. They don't even use the word trans people anymore. They just say the liberal groomers. They've replaced in the GOP's lexicon, they have replaced the word LGBT with groomers. That is so fucked up. That is such a level of high level genocidal intent from the mouths of one of the two parties in America.
The thing to actually, so I think as far as I know with Texas, this stuff changes a lot.
So you're not willing to call it a genocide until the genocide happens, until people start like, when is it going to be an actual genocide where it's, you're cool with calling it a genocide? How many people have to
this is the case with any genocide, right? Like, you don't call it a genocide until it's actually happened, right?
Is it the camps? Like when is it going to be enough to say it's, I mean, like it seems to me that you're giving too much room to say that what's going on right now is not the beginnings of a genocide, right? You're saying there's not enough genocidal activity.
It's not just the beginnings. It's not just the beginnings. It's only very recently that any attention has been paid to the fact that trans people are often forced to go to be when they're arrested. Like if a trans person is arrested for a crime, trans people are most frequently forced to go into prisons that are the opposite the opposite gender of what they identify as. AKA, they're forced to go into a prison that matches their birth certificate, regardless of their current state, which always puts them in danger. That in and of itself qualifies. I think it was a mistake to say that we should only I don't know what this person's pronouns are. I think they, I'll just use they for now. I think it was a mistake for them to say like, oh, well, what, are we supposed to wait until it happens? It is happening. There are qualifiable aspects going on right now in the United States, in multiple states, that absolutely qualify as genocide. Trans people are marginalized and forced into positions that we have documented data of the increased mortality rate, of the increased rate of poverty, of the increased rate of addiction by trans people, because trans people are forced out of society. Okay, she, her. Okay, I'll use that.
Going on yet for me to be comfortable saying it's a genocide, but like would the Nuremberg laws have been enough, even though, you know, maybe there wasn't enough like, you know, relocation of Jews in Germany? Like the beginnings of a genocide, of course, there's going to be people that deny it's going on, but I don't want you to be one of them, is what I'm saying. I guess that's my point.
Okay, yeah. So first of all, of course a thing has to happen before it's a genocide, okay? Like, yeah, otherwise it's not a genocide. Otherwise you can call it like a build-up. There's nothing wrong with saying that. I don't know, I'm gonna start taking notes because there was quite a lot in there. Can you just go back to the second last thing you said? I can't remember. Fuck.
Well, I was trying to analogize to like, so, you know, I don't know, you know, the exact details of how what happened on or about the time, Nuremberg laws.
I remembered. Oh, yeah, I remembered. So with that definition of them trying to, I guess, to erase the identity, which I absolutely think they're trying to do. If you want to call it like trans erasure, and by the way, I think trans erasure is incredibly fucking alarming, and that, you know, that's what, yeah. And I think, especially with America and all the Tennessee laws and all that, like I don't, the first thing I want to get out of the way, if we're arguing over terminology with genocide, I don't think that makes me any less alarmed than anyone else, okay? This is about terminology. When it comes to calling it a genocide, I think with your definition then, you could call so many things a genocide. You could call the treatment of British Muslims a genocide, right? Or at least the early stages of a genocide, because they do things like, they try to do like secularization. Like if you want to be a British citizen, you have to like demonstrate things like you have to swear allegiance to the Queen and do all these things that might be like against like.
So
that's not even close to the same. Trans people's entire lives are impeded legislatively. Every single trans person I know has met some roadblock, some legal roadblock in getting the medical health care they need. That's not the same thing. I do agree there is egregious discrimination against British Muslims, but that's not even close to this. Swearing allegiance to the Queen is not the same fucking thing. Not even close. Nuts says, memes aside, LonerBox is like an actual leftist. He should be better than this. Yeah. Killjoy 40K says, what LonerBox is doing is similar to what Nazis do with Holocaust denial. I don't think he's doing it deliberately, but he's made a goalpost that can't be met except in hindsight. Meaning nothing is a genocide until after it's already too late. Yeah, yeah.
Faith, or they'll actually detain kids for having like Arabic writing on their T-shirts because they think that because
fucking terrible.
A teacher thought it looked like a terrorist symbol, right? So they will do lots of crazy shit. But again, like we don't call it a genocide, and we don't really need to fight it. You know?
Well, so I'm not going to address exactly that point because I don't know enough about it. But let me tell you this: the reason why we say that transphobes assert that we don't exist is because they attempt to erase who we are. You know, who we are like as people, and say they and to just claim that we are at best they'll claim we're something we're not. At worst, they will just make it so that life is unlivable for us. And so I think denying somebody's religion is you could, I don't know if you need to, but you could certainly distinguish denying somebody their right to free expression of religion to denying somebody their right to exist such that their mental health will certainly be or life will essentially be unlivable by design. Right? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I guess you can say that that's what happens with, say, like the cultural genocide that's happening in China is they're taking Muslims and taking them into re-education.
Hey, what's going on in China is a genocide. It's not just a cultural genocide. In China, there are deliberate attempts to reduce the population, to control the population, to literally reduce childbirth. Like, there was a number of examples of this, of them pressuring Muslim people, Uyghur Muslims, pressuring them to get, or either forcibly sterilizing them in camps, or and also heavily pressuring them to get sterilized, or to get sterilized of their own volition under incredible duress. We're doing Uyghur genocide denialism. No, I understand. It's funny. It is funny that like he's sliding back on his definition in other genocides in order to defend this position. I tend to think LonerBox is pretty well intentioned, but I feel like so far this is a miss.
Centers and sending them out as non-Muslims, like they dress like they don't wear their veils anymore and things like that, and they cook different food. Like, but again, that's like state agents taking them into camps and enforcing it. That's why that's a cultural genocide.
It's not just a cultural genocide. That is just a normal genocide. Deliberately erasing, moving people from one place to another, separating people from their families and their children in order to re-educate them is just a genocide.
Phobes assert that trans people don't exist. Again, like, so does that mean that, I guess, up until
Hippie Punk says this is the same logic that Chomsky uses to say that Srebrenica wasn't a genocide, and what tankies use to blow off Xinjiang. This is not a road to go down. I agree. I think this is a mistake.
At a certain point in the 20th century, then like homosexuality was, gay people were just being genocided for the entire like 10,000 years of humanity or whatever before gay people started to get recognized. Was that a genocide?
Do you think that okay, so say that the intent, so do you generally accept that the idea that transition related healthcare is important for trans people to live?
Yeah, just out of interest, why do you think I would say no?
Wait, that isn't okay, so just to be clear, as far as objective knowledge can go, we have had an abundance of studies that allowing trans people to transition absolutely increases their likelihood of good mental health outcomes, drastically reduces the rate of suicide. Because, as it turns out, we have documented evidence that trans people undergo extreme duress from having to live as a gender that they do not identify as. That is like what trans 101, okay? And not just a matter of trans 101, that's been well studied. Killjoy says, my experience is with this is when people feel this way about genocide, it's generally because they have a mythology in their head about genocide where they can't imagine anything that is currently happening to be genocide, because genocides are what happened during other people's lifetimes. Like they have some control over the world while they're alive and could still slice through the propaganda and see what's happening if it was in their lifetime. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Wow. Damn, that's a complicated topic. This whole post is massive. Anyway, let's continue.
Go to that.
Well, because I'm trying to understand why you would analogize between a cultural genocide of religious people, which is bad, and I'm not even going to say that's not a genocide because it sounds genocidal. But I don't know enough about it to really debate the point. But I do know that denying trans people healthcare will kill them. And that's the intent, to kill trans people by making life unlivable.
Okay, so then again,
the Donald Trump admin, do you guys remember when the Donald Trump admin published guides to the Health and Human Services? They published a memo to the official. I'm talking literally the Department of Health and Human Services that taught people how to spot trans women, to see if trans women were inappropriately going to women's shelters. Do you remember that? That was like 2 years ago. That was on the books. That, in and of itself, and this isn't like just some people. That was the presidency, the president, the federal government published a memo teaching people how to spot so they could discriminate against trans women. Guys, I'm really unimpressed with LonerBox's approach here, but
so
let's
now
give him a chance.
So when you say intent like that, it sounds like you are appealing to stay within like a definition. So yeah, I wouldn't.
So
but again,
so would it
first of
be
all, with religion, just to be clear, I said what's happening to Muslims in the UK is not enough for a genocide. It's systemic discrimination. It's state, like it's abusive and all that. Yeah. I said what happening in China is more clearly like cultural genocide because
here we go. Elements of the crime of genocide. This is from the official, by the way, UN.org. This is the official UN website. The popular understanding of what constitutes genocide tends to be broader than the content of the norm under international law. Article 2 of the Genocide Convention contains a narrow definition of the crime of genocide, which includes two main elements. A mental element, the intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group as such. The entire GOP is on board with this. The GOP is one of two parties in the United States, and they were just in power, and they easily fit this. 2, a physical element, which includes the following 5 acts enumerated exhaustively: killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births. There we go, right there. Forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. Okay, sorry, that is the UN's most stringent definition of genocide, and we already are fairly within that. I think LonerBox is really
the
wrong.
intent is there to destroy the religion. It's there, and the state is actually.
The intent is 50% of the definition, a demonstrable intent, and keep in mind that the intent by the GOP goes way farther than what they've managed to succeed in law.
seizing people and putting them into education camps that they can't leave and forcing them to change their like culture. So that's why
Conversion therapy is legal in many US states. Conversion therapy is legal.
the threshold is just so much higher. So that's why I'm kind of analogizing British Muslims more, because I don't think that's a genocide. But again, the intent to kill people, that would put the burden on you. I don't think there's any written statements from people and like saying that we're trying to get rid of trans healthcare or trans education rights and all that because we want to kill trans people, right? Like,
so is that what it would take? The law would have to say, we would like to, our goal is to kill trans people. That's
well, you said that. Though, you said that the intent is there.
It absolutely.
Killjoy says, wouldn't half a genocide definition still pretty much qualify as a genocide? If you're planning on doing a genocide, means you should probably be treated as though you're about to commit a genocide? Yeah. That's why I'm saying that strict adherence to the UN definition is bullshit. Strict adherence to the UN definition here is only useful for the UN. The UN, which is tasked with having to resolve national conflicts to avoid war. That's not what anyone else is doing. The rest of us are trying to avoid being genocided. It absolutely fits the definition for every reason that any trans activist would have to call it a genocide. It absolutely fairly meets those definitions. No trans activist is operating on the level of the UN. We're operating on the level of the United States and what we have going on in the United States, wherein there is both intent and examples of current laws that are doing this. Thank you very much, worshiper of the Olympians.
Absolutely is. How could it not be? No, it absolutely is. For trans people, they want to kill us. They want
right now,
to kill us. Yes. How do you not know this? Yes, they do. They want to make it unlivable. That's what they did in Germany. You know.
Why do you think that? Okay, you guys saw that. You guys saw the Trump rally that we watched the other day, right? Where they were screaming about how groomers are coming for your kids. They don't discriminate between which trans people are the good ones and which are the bad. They're all, in their mind, groomers that are dangerous to your children. And what are you supposed to do as a good, upstanding Republican? Protect your children using your, what's the other thing they're obsessed with? The Second Amendment, using your guns. You should protect your children using your guns. That's what Republicans are saying at all times. And yes, Marjorie Taylor Greene has literally, I could go on about this forever. Yes, I could go on about Marjorie Taylor Greene and the fact that she went on a popular news, one of the most popular news shows in the entire country, and talked about how she would have her husband beat up a trans person for the crime of being at the same summer camp as her daughter. Have you ever debated a fascist? I'm not saying this to be antagonistic. I'm legitimately wondering. Yes, I have debated a fascist. I debated Big Papa Fascist on trans rights, actually. You can go look it up. If you look up Demon Mama, Big Papa Fascist, you'll find that debate. It's on my channel. That's not the only one either.
Many Jews
I've debated
died
a
by
couple.
suicide because life became unlivable. That was part of the plan, to get them to at least emigrate, to kill themselves before they started to come up with before they realized that solution wasn't going to be sufficient. Like, you have to look. They're not going to say our goal is to kill trans people. You have to infer intent from their actions. And to be honest, they are being more than clear to the average person who's watching what their intent is.
With what happened in Germany, again, like, that's why the genocidal intent, and scholars will say this, that you could say the build up to the genocide was all the way from the 30s up until 41. But until 41, the proof of genocidal intent, you would say legally or like to the definition, wasn't there. The orders came from 41 onwards. That's like the whole discussion. Yeah.
So you're saying Germany?
Okay, this is so stupid. He can't be this stupid. the Nazis were pushing. They were using stochastic attempts. They were promoting the Nazis were promoting from the highest levels of government anti-Semitic conspiracy theories and the idea that hidden among the populace were anti-German Jewish people. They were doing this all along. It wasn't just because they took full power in 1941, they were doing the same thing the GOP is doing now. They just weren't in power yet. Holy shit, man. This is so disappointing. Extremely anti-Semitic sentiments exist in Germany for decades. Yes, and in the government as well, nuts. The intent, yeah, exactly. You're 100% right on this.
Was not guilty of genocide until 1941.
Of the crime of genocide, they wouldn't.
Yeah, they were exactly. Thank you. Jessica Metal says they were pushing for the Kristallnacht for months before it actually happened. The burning. Hold on. Hold on a second. One second. I wanted to get this date. The first large. Okay, so just so you all know, the Nazi book burnings. The first of the Nazi book burnings happened in 1933. So. In 1933, 7 years before what LonerBox is saying here, the stochastic genocidal elements, burning Jewish and queer history, was already happening. (1933) was the first Nazi book burning. Jewish literature took precedence. The burning of Jewish literature took precedence over everything else. The German Student Union proclaimed a nationwide action against the un-German spirit, which was to climax a literary purge or cleansing by fire. Local chapters of the German Student Union were instructed to supply the press with releases and commissioned articles, to sponsor well-known Nazis to speak at public gatherings, and to negotiate for radio broadcast time. This is a right-wing organization setting into. This is exactly what's happening right now. That is identical to what fucking Turning Points USA is doing in America right now. They're riding around the country. They're aiming to get their propaganda in front of people. They're handing out leaflets. They're riling people up. They're busing 30 buses worth of people into January 6th. What the fuck, man?
Come under that. No, they were building up to it.
Okay, so you're
This is like pretty not disputed. Yeah, it's not
Jesus
disputed.
Christ. Okay, all right. So
why? Wait, why is that? Why is that so?
I think we're done
to
then.
you?
Because
No, wait,
because you're not going to be there saying the rights. Like, imagine in like 1934 or 1935 in Germany, where the Nazis are obviously passing laws to make life impossible. They're making Jews unable to participate in normal life. And LonerBox is saying, hey, it's not a genocide. I don't see the intent for there to be genocide here. I have to wait until they're carting people off to camps, and then I will call it a genocide. What the fuck is your point then? You know, like, you cannot be trusted then to stand up for things that matter when they happen. You're going to be the person who says, oh, that was wrong later.
Oh, yeah. By the way, this is really funny. It's really funny that it's really disappointing and funny that LonerBox is taking this position. So there was a film that we watched part of on my stream that was written by, once again, Magnus Hirschfeld, an amazing guy. It was a film called Different from the Others. It was a German melodrama that was produced during the Weimar Republic, and it was released in 1919. Yeah, the release was in 1919. and it was a movie about a gay man being extorted because one of his neighbors saw him kissing his lover. So him and his lover were in a park and they kissed, and one of the neighbors extorted him for it, and he ends up dying at the end of the thing. It's like a really he kills himself because his career gets ruined because his neighbors extort him. This movie came out in 1919, and it came out in response, by the way, to the fact that homosexuality was made a criminal offense in Germany. It was a provision to the German criminal code, by the way. That law happened in 1871, which criminalized homosexuality. And by the way, it was a part of the German criminal code until 1994. Until 1994. Do people need qualifications to debate you? No, you just have to be interesting. You have to be interesting and have an interesting topic. That's all. All right, let's continue.
Later after it's over, but that's not what we need.
Okay, first of all, when camps were opening, yeah, there was plenty of evidence to say that we're building up to a genocide, and the urgency was there. Like, again, I just so you know, for my take on Germany,
camps?
I think the Allies should have intervened when the first camp opened, before the annexation. So no, actually, I'm very for intervening as quickly as possible when that happens. I think that every government in the Allied states were too slow. Okay, so no, I don't know why you think just because I'm contesting you on terminology means you think I'm less urgent about stopping the problem. I don't know why you think that.
Well, because you...
Because you're shoehorning.
What?
Because you're
shoehorning, right?
He's really defensive.
Because I'm not using the same terminology.
Why is he so defensive? Is LonerBox usually this weird and defensive?
As you.
Well,
and I feel like I've got pretty reasonable reasons for it.
Your unwillingness to sort of...
You're shoehorning me to say that the only reason he won't use the language I do is because he doesn't care as much as I do.
You don't... Well, I wouldn't say care. You're just denying the extent of the problem.
Well, it's just that you even said they are intending to kill them. And
so
saying, well,
would you say attempted genocide is going on? Would you accept that? There's an attempted genocide? And if you're willing to agree to that, why not just say genocide?
No, I don't think what's happening. I don't think legislators are attempting a genocide. I don't think they're trying to kill trans people. I don't think that's their rationale.
Okay, yeah, see, that's the problem.
Okay. If you can't even acknowledge that there's an attempted genocide, you are just wrong. Just wrong. Like, there are states right now, currently, that are attempting... Alabama attempted to criminalize all trans healthcare. Not just for minors. All. Oh my God, man, what the hell? Yeah, you're either living under a rock or you're being transphobic. Wow, damn it, Nuts, why do you gotta be based so frequently? This was published, right? This was published in the UK where LonerBox is. NHS. Most children who think they're transgender are just going through a phase. This was a statement from the NHS? What the? Oh, fuck you, man. Fuck this shit. Can I get the full thing? I want to see who quoted that. I want to see what the full quote is. Who said that? Doctors told not to encourage young people to change their names and pronouns. That's an internal memo? That's so fucked up. What the fuck?
don't get it. Okay, how about this? Maybe they're not. Their purpose is not to kill trans people. It would just be a happy outcome.
I don't know. Because I mean, imagine when I listen to the way conservatives speak, the way I hear conservatives speak is they will talk about is that they think, because they believe the whole like social contagion bullshit, right? They believe that people become trans because of some like too much libcucks education or whatever. That's what they think. So I think they would say that.
By the way, quick citation, just so people understand I'm not just making shit up. Here you go. This is from the Human Rights Campaign, an update on anti-trans legislation in Alabama. SB 184. This law would make it a felony punishable by up to 10 years in prison to provide gender-affirming care. At all. To provide any. Arkansas passed the only other gender-affirming care ban into law last year, and it was immediately challenged. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Arkansas passed that law. Here you go. You can read this whole article, Demon Speaker. Like I said, fucking Human Rights Campaign has it about it. Here you go. SB 184 also forces educators to out children to their parents. This law bans K through 12 students from using bathrooms in school facilities consistent with their gender identity. Additionally, the law would ban conversations about sexual orientation and gender identity in classrooms K to 5, similar to the Don't Say Gay or Trans bill. Let's continue. Let's continue going through this and showing how wrong LonerBox actually is right now.
They're worried about kids getting exposed to social contagion, and then because that social contagion makes them trans, that increases their suicide rate, and they think they would say that they think that trans identity is what's killing kids, and they're very wrong about that. But that's very different from them thinking, I want these people to die, right?
Let me remind you that they don't just call us. They don't just say it's a social contagion. They call us groomers. They believe that we expand our numbers by grooming kids, by being predators. Do you think that they give a fuck whether we die if they believe that we are pedophiles and predators? Do you think that they would say, no, those pedophiles and predators and groomers, they should live? Or does that sound to you like somebody that they are characterizing in a way so as to dehumanize us and thereby justify our deaths?
So you've gone.
Yeah, hey, what do you do to a contagion? Huh? You know why they use that language? What do you do to a contagion? Do you cleanse or purge a contagion? Huh.
Between groomers and kids there, though, but I thought the legislation was blocking healthcare for kids. So they're not calling the kids groomers. They think they're protect
what? Yes, it doesn't matter that they're okay. Look. Maybe their goal is to protect kids. No,
by the way,
I'm sure there's plenty of.
Persifer says, my question is, when does repression of a group become genocide of that group? Jews, LGBTQ people, etc. have been repressed for a long time. Does that count as an ongoing genocide? Yes. Yes. I think that to this day, we still have an ongoing genocide of Native peoples in America. Yes. I think people want genocides to be tiny, contained things and not acknowledge the fact that they have never gone away, that we've never actually overcome them. The AIDS, exactly, thank you, Intentions Nasty. The AIDS crisis is a very clear sign of this. The AIDS crisis, which for no reason at all, for not even for no reason, literally information it was known that it was not a disease that targeted gay people. It was known how to prevent it. And that information was held back by the government. Oh my God, it is so bad. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
By the way,
Nazis.
that's you saying
Hold
that
on,
they're
hold on,
attempting to
hold on,
get
hold on,
genocide
hold on.
kids,
I
but
just
then
hold
by
on.
the adults groomers. Like,
Hold on. Why would you give? Okay, so like, if you believe that they believe that we're groomers and predators toward kids, why would you find it hard to accept that they want us to die, or that they would be perfectly fine if they thought we would die?
Yeah, because if they think you're guilty of like a crime of grooming, does that mean everyone who's pro death penalty is like genocidal?
Okay, you are being you're being far too obtuse. Of course not. Pro death penalty is different from being pro death penalty for a group of people. They're pro. I mean, they are pro death penalty for trans adults, we'll say, which is genocide.
And again, it's not genocide until I don't think you would say.
Okay,
that
they
anyone
haven't
is
killed
trying to
off
give
enough
the
of
death
us yet.
penalty to trans people, right?
What? Say that
Okay,
again.
so just out of interest, so do you think? So are you telling me within the next 5-10 years we're going to see any attempt at legislation to give the death penalty to trans adults?
They don't have.
You don't have to do that. Obviously, in 10 years, who fucking knows? It's certainly possible. But they don't have to do that. That's not the way politics is done now. Donald Trump will just stand on the platform and say, these groomers, they're coming for your children. They're gonna get you. You better get your guns and go take care of them. And then, provided that the ferocity of this campaign continues, which, by the way, let's just have a quick reality check, okay? Because I did this earlier before I even knew we were gonna I had no plans to review this. Earlier today, I wanted to use this this real quick. Let me just show you, okay, real quick. All right. Take a look at this, okay? Matt Walsh, just searching Matt Walsh on YouTube, 1.83 million subscribers. Here's a video in which stand up for your kids because they are under attack. Okay? Here's all these, the first non-him videos are him giving speeches about trans people. Our successful rally sends leftist goblins into fits of a satanic hysteria. And if you look at the picture, the rally was called the Rally to End Child Mutilation. Like, dude, what do you, like, let's just, a reality check here. The most popular right-wing figures are literally trying to mobilize their base on ending child mutilation. Your children are being attacked. You need to act now. Do you guys remember when we just the other day watched that Tucker Carlson segment where he's screaming about how, about the fake big titty teacher? And how he was like, you need, American patriots need to stand up because they're coming for your children. They're coming for your children. They're coming for your children. Do you remember that? We just watched this the other day. Just needed a reality check moment because I think LonerBox is talking straight out of his ass.
Because they will make life unlivable. At some point, if things keep going, sure, they will cart us off. Like that will happen. It won't just be trans people. It'll be just like any other sort of fascist movement if it gets to that point. But it will be step by step, just like these things always happen. And you will be, what I fear is people like you will be, each step that's taken, you will be able to distinguish in your mind why this step is not the same as, the other things that are, or that you think are specifically genocidal. And that kind of thing makes me nervous when I hear people like you just, sort of say, well, this is not the same. The worst hasn't happened yet, so therefore I'm not going to, call what's going on.
Okay, so usually when this topic comes up, and I operate in the UK, so usually when this topic comes up, I see there's anti-trans legislation. In America, where I live in the UK, the anti-trans legislation is they basically have used a loophole to make puberty blockers completely inaccessible for.
I want to point this out, okay? This is a god tier tweet. I retweeted this tweet the other day, but boy, oh boy, is this relevant. The primary role of liberalism over the next 30 years will be to obstruct the left from preventing the right from taking power, and then blaming us when the right takes power. Is that not like exactly what we're watching in this conversation? The primary role of liberalism over the next 30 years will be to obstruct the left from preventing the right from taking power, and then blaming us when the right takes power. I feel like that's exactly what's going on in this conversation. It's just like wasting everyone's time, splitting hairs over, well, you know, you shouldn't say genocide because it doesn't fit the definition of the UN. The UN's most narrow definition of genocide. Actually, it does also fit the most narrow definition of genocide, but that makes me feel icky, so you shouldn't do, it's pathetic. This is a pathetic look.
People who need it, yeah. It's pretty fucked. And I think what I'll usually say is, I'll be like, this is really urgent. I think if anyone wants to engage in activism, if that's their thing, because there's lots of people who come to me like, you know, I want to get involved. I'll probably say like, well, Stonewall, really good organization to volunteer for. Mermaids, all these organizations want volunteers. A lot of them are involved in fighting the legislation, you know, going to, I don't know how it works over there, but the way it comes is like with councils, you can lobby and you can write letters, you can visit your local MP, you can talk about it in all these different ways. At what point, but I guess if it's a genocide, that action is insufficient then, is it? What should I do? What more should I do?
You should at least be willing to call it.
Wait, hold on. This is a weird direction. He's being super defensive here. What more should I do? Well, call it a genocide. Call it what it is, dude. Don't fucking split hairs when trans people are telling you that this is an attempted genocide and there are ongoing aspects of genocide. No one's asking you to do anything else, although I would certainly appreciate it if cis people would, you know, push back a little harder, just a little bit harder against transphobia. You know, just a little harder. You know, a little bit of rip and tear.
A genocide.
That's it, at least. If I don't call it a genocide, what? I'm insufficient?
Well, you are not accepting the truth of what's going on.
Hey, everybody, have you considered writing a letter to oppose the law that will ban you from getting health care? Have you considered writing a letter?
And you're saying you were going by arbitrary definitions though, because I don't think you were having a go at me for using the legal definition earlier.
Okay, look. Do you just not accept that they're trying to, or that they would be happy if trans people either went back into the closet or died? Do you take issue with that characterization of the?
I think there are some legislators who I think are definitely happier with the closet thing, but not because they're trying to kill trans people. It's because they think it's like a mental disorder, right? That's
trying to force trans people out of the public eye. You do that because you are disgusted by them. You don't believe they should be seen in the public eye. Forcing trans people into the closet is trying to kill them. It's so that they'll go away and die where you don't have to see them. It's so that they'll languish where you don't have to see it. It's the same thing as telling homeless people, being like, ooh, homeless people are so unsightly. Don't you wish we could just get rid of them? Like, what do you mean by get rid of them? What do you think the goal of putting somebody in the closet is? What do you think the goal of passing laws that force trans people to hide in the shadows is? What are they trying to accomplish? Use your fucking mind. Holy fuck.
That's their rationale.
Good night,
and the reason I get pedantic about that difference is because the way you approach both of those issues is very different. One of them, I think the former one, because they...
Oh no, is he about to do the rose wrist thing? Is he about to do the rose wrist thing where he goes, if I admit that it's a genocide, then I have the responsibility to act more fiercely, to rip and tear. And I don't want to think that I'm at the point in history where I should be considering ripping and tearing. Oh, man.
are stupid and uninformed and have bad research. Well, the way you respond to that is the way I think I advocate for, is people getting involved in pressure groups, in political, in charities, in lobbying, in going to meetings and lobbying MPs, protesting, civil, things that you can do within a liberal democracy, like things that are just actionable. If you think the legislators do this because they want to kill the trans people, then the way you respond to that is, well, what would you do? What would you do if the Nazis took power? You wouldn't oppose Jewish militias trying to.
What would you do if the Nazis took power? What would you do if your country was rapidly descending into fascism in the midst of absolutely horrendous economic fallout because of a plague, and the fascists were getting louder and were targeting trans people and were advocating for laws that would kill trans people and lots of other people, including Jewish people? Wow, anti-Semitism is back on the rise too. What would you do? What would you do? There you go, rip and tear. That's what you do. By any vote necessary.
Assassinate Nazi politicians, right? So
you said it.
I don't know. If you're calling it a genocide, then why are you not trying to get legislators killed in self-defense?
Well, I'm not. I would never talk about that.
Damn, LonerBox CIA arc? Is he a Fed?
I think that's.
You wouldn't talk about it, but
well, I wouldn't do any. I would personally not do anything like that. That's
you
not
just want other people to fuck up their own lives and go to jail and just ruin everything just because, and actually probably fuck the movement even more. But that's the logic.
Whoa! Whoa! What? My man, what?
Logical conclusion, right?
Damn. This is so disappointing. He's legit saying he can't acknowledge an ongoing genocide because if he did, he would have to be okay with trans people fighting back. Yeah, and then he's going above and beyond to mock her, even for something she didn't even say, for something he said. Bro, this is pathetic, man. I'm about to break out the I am greatly displeased. Yes, I am greatly displeased. This is a bad show.
If someone has genocidal intent and is trying to action it gradually, they are fair game, right?
So I think you're being unfair. You're painting me as somebody who is now trying. God, you're doing the thing. You're saying now I'm the murderer. I'm trying to get. Because I am calling something what it is, you're now saying that I'm trying to get people killed in the name of trans people. That's fucking ridiculous, my guy. I am just trying to get you to use a word that accepts the very risk to people like me that is out there right now. There is legislation being proposed. There is legislation being passed. There are children being taken away from their parents in the state of Texas because they are treating their kids for who they are. And you're saying if I call it a genocide, I am therefore required to what? Now go out and kill people that are trying to kill me? Like I don't understand. Oh my God, if that's your standard, then I guess there will never be a genocide because, I'm always going to be too afraid to fight back against, the powers that be that are trying to get me. I would, yes. What if somebody like me would rather run and hide, in a fucking attic somewhere? Does that make it not a genocide because other people are going to fight for me instead?
So where do we? So
you
wait.
got
So
enough to
I'm
clip
going to
me.
assume you're saying then. So you
got
don't want to
enough.
be pigeonholed into
I can't
the
run it for
person
too
who
long
wants to
'cause it'll
kill
hit me.
legislators. I'm just, I
No.
asked you a question.
No,
You're saying no.
That's
okay,
crazy,
okay.
dude.
You asked me a question. That's fine. You said no. Okay. Personally, I don't know. Jewish militias attacking Nazi politicians. I wouldn't have opposed that. But anyway, because that was genocide. As for what's happening today, then where do we disagree?
Okay, I'm gonna take just a second here What LonerBox just did here was A, extremely dirty, and B, was fucking lame, my man. That was a fucking lame ass, weak ass play. Being like, hey, so if it's a genocide, don't you think that it would you oppose Jewish militias? It's literally Fed posting. What he's trying to do is he's trying to get her to say something that could get her stream taken down, which she never even said in the first place. All that she's been trying to do is say you should take this seriously. And then he goes, well, I would support the Jewish militias because a real genocide was going on. But you're a fraud because you think a real genocide is going on and you don't support whatever bullshit he just made up. That was like one of the dirtiest approaches I've seen. That is very much, that's characteristic of another streamer who engages in bullshit like this against trans people. Yes, it's literally what Rose Wrist was trying to do to Vosh. I don't think that there's any surprise that both Rose Wrist and LonerBox borrowed directly from the playbook of fucking Stinky Steve.
Then, if we're talking about, I guess you'd imagine the way to oppose this would be lobby legislators, turn up to town hall meetings, I guess, in America, help with
do everything you
charities.
can within the law, as many people did within the law during previous genocidal events, right? Maybe it won't be enough, but it's better than arguing with a pedantic tone about whether or not a genocide is going on or not. Because
you're the one that's telling me
there is one going on, dude.
With me is the problem, but you're saying the problem with me is that I'm not calling it a genocide. Then it goes both ways. If the only bar I'm not crossing is calling it a genocide,
well, I don't know.
Like what?
I'm
just
fair,
not using your level of like your tone or what?
To be fair, I don't know much about your position on trans people, right? I saw your last video, you know, and I had critiques about it, but you know, I didn't come away with the feeling like you didn't recognize the threat that exists to trans people until well, I guess this very moment. And now it, you know, like your sort of over reliance on I'm not so sure, like the need for people to start dying before you're willing to call something or visibly dying in a way that you would recognize, as opposed to just dying invisibly. That's going on right now, a way that's going on right now, until you're willing to acknowledge that there's a genocide going on, or an intended.
Excellent question. Killjoy40K says, how do you stop genocide when the law is on the side of genocide? LonerBox is acting like killing Jews was illegal in Germany and that Germans just didn't do enough to stop them. At the end of this segment, I will have an interesting quote to read you. We're gonna finish listening to this and then I'm gonna read you all a banger quote, okay? All right? Actually, you know what? Yeah, we'll wait. I'll read it at the end, okay? Trust me.
Genocide, at least.
Yeah, because I can tell you very clearly why I have a problem. And it's because the way you respond to these things are different. If a state is committing genocide, say, for example, this is what justifies countries invading other countries. This is what justifies countries bombing other countries. This is the justification that was given in Libya. They said that Gaddafi he had genocidal intent. He was announced that he was going to genocide his own people. And then
Yeah, what are you? Are you the fucking Queen of England, my man? Are you the fucking President of England? Why do you give a shit what justifications a nation needs to invade another nation? That's not what we're fucking talking about. You're a person talking to a trans person about whether or not there is genocidal action going on towards the group of the person you're talking with. Fucking appealing to law? Okay, fuck it. I'm reading the quote now because all of this law shit is getting on my nerves. Okay? Are you ready? Hold on. I am going to read this. Hold on. I need to make this. Here you go. This is going to be for all of you. I'm going to re-add the red, okay? Here we go. Hold on. Ready? I know why they call me a thief. That's how they name anyone who is hiding from the law. This is our worst enemy, the law, as merciless, cruel, and unrighteous as it is. The law thinks nothing of whatever falls between the arms of its scale. The law does not believe in anything that falls between the black and the white. The law is impossible to appease. Its motion is heavy and devastating. For the time being, you have escaped its all-seeing eye. You were thinking, perhaps, that it won't find you here. That's how it was for a long time. As of today, however, everything has changed. Were my traces uncovered? Is my miraculous power not enough to hide myself? This is our worst enemy, the law. By the way, that is a quote from fucking Pathologic Classic! Yeah, you bitches! I got you! I got you with a Pathologic quote! I got you! Woo! Wrecked!
UN, NATO went in there and bombed the fuck out of the country. But the reason they did that and the reason no country in the Human Rights Council voted against it was because it was like genocide.
So,
right?
okay.
So when it comes
Pathologic becomes leftist theory? It is leftist theory, okay? It is. I'm not kidding you. It's so loaded with leftist ideas, it's unbelievable. Anyway, let's continue.
to domestically, the difference is that
Let's say
feel like
there's
I'm more
okay.
radical than you now.
All right.
I think if there's a genocide happening, you should fucking video game the people who are doing the genocide.
Hold on. Let's say that there was a genocide of trans people going on. Let's say like there was actually a genocide of trans people going on. What would you say then? Should a foreign government bomb the United States to try to stop the genocide? And if so, how would you do that?
Let's say, well, people said, take up arms, right? Trans people take up arms. I think taking up arms is cool. Yeah. Arming yourself to prepare for the worst, especially in the United States. So when it comes to, say there's a genocide.
How is that going to save us?
If there are state agents coming to people's doors to force them into conversion therapy or whatever else, then yeah, video game yourself with defense. Yeah, defend that. Yeah.
Okay,
defend
so you're all right. Well, then I guess it doesn't matter because at that point it's not going to. The fact you would be only willing to acknowledge that it's a genocide in that case, where it would be obvious what the only action to do is. It'd be obvious then the only thing you could do is defend yourself by force. Then I guess that's fine, but it's way too late. Which is why, when we're already heading toward that position where like that is a very possible, thing that could happen. It's already happening in ways that you would say is a step, removed from that. But like what's going on is tantamount to the state elimination of the lives of.
1852 Derek with the $5. It sounds like LonerBox is in denial because he's scared of the implications. He would be morally obligated to give up his comfortable life and take action or accept that he's a coward. True. Let's continue. Thank you, 1852 Derek.
Group of a cognizable group of people, right?
Yeah, but you're telling me the stage where it's necessary to take up arms, we're not there yet, right? You are telling me that.
I would say.
No.
So
By the
like
way,
the way
hold
I
on.
think.
I'll be clear. I don't really care if either of these do. We are in the position when it's time for trans people to take up arms. Yes, trans people have the Second Amendment right because we live in goddamn America. Trans people have the right to arm themselves to the teeth, and they motherfucking should. Wouldn't it be cool if I had a bunch of gun content planned for the near future? Let's continue.
This because I'm a trans person, not a fucking debate, bro. I would say that if I don't think about this in that way. I think about how I'm going to live. I think about where I would run to because I see this happening. That's what I think. I don't be like, oh, okay, so the genocide's happening. I'm going to take up arms so they can kill me faster. No, I'm afraid, my guy.
Yeah, I think that's. I don't disagree.
Yeah,
I'm not saying you shouldn't be. Like,
bruh.
I've read some of these
Liberals are
laws.
so
They're pretty
pathetic,
fucking
man.
awful.
Liberals are so stupid. There's like liberals are so stuck in the debate in like the stupidest form of the debate mindset that they can't even listen to when a trans person is literally being like, I am scared for my life because of the state of affairs in our country. And there's like, yeah, well, you know, it doesn't meet the definition, the UN's most narrow definition of genocide. So what are you worrying about? It's all in your head. What are you, crazy?
Yeah. Again, like, so the only problem is that I'm not using the same word that you are.
Yeah, I guess so.
We agree when it comes to what people should do, right? Like, and we agree that
Nuts says, they literally want me dead. I'm afraid for my life. And then the liberal continues to talk about how the weather is. Jesus Christ.
Needs to stop.
Okay. Yeah. I mean,
bruh.
I don't think it is unreasonable for me to come to the conclusion that that at least the state of Texas, for example, hopefully the genocidal intent won't spread to the entire country, but it could, depending on what happens in national policy in the
I think it already
Supreme
has.
Court. I guess I'm just I'm just surprised to hear the sort of, instead of like,
oh yeah, by the way, I didn't even think of this earlier, but have you guys seen the way that conservatives talk about Rachel Levine? Rachel Levine, the health secretary, who's trans. Conservatives literally talk about her as though she's actively grooming kids. Like they're trying to get her assassinated. Like no ifs, ands, or buts about it. If you listen to the way conservatives talk right now, popular conservative pundits, if you listen to the way they talk about Rachel Levine, an innocent person, they are literally constantly saying she's after your children. They're literally trying to get her killed. It's unbelievable. That's just yet another thing on the giant pile.
Realizing that I have a very real fear here.
It's gonna, by the way, guys, it's gonna be really funny to come back to this stream a year from now when I do my next I Was Right Again stream. Demon Speaker says, this is a literal talk I had with my parents and I got called a schizo T-slur for being worried. Jesus Christ.
To sort of be picky about my use of the term.
Well, you can have a very real fear without using the word genocide, right? There are lots of things that happen in the world that are horrible that aren't genocide.
Yeah. All right.
True,
Yeah,
Uncle
like
Gumball.
we know
Fair.
this. And also, just to come back, I had one note. Where the hell is it?
I mean, the idea.
Sorry.
Even though I've made a good case for why there's an ongoing genocide and there's absolutely, verifiably, 100% unequivocally, at the very least, even if you ignore all of the ongoing laws, that there is absolutely an intent and attempt at genocide in the United States. Oh, well, you know, just don't use the terminology. Stop being so sensitive.
Your chat's triggering the fuck out of me. They're so stupid. Holy shit. Sorry, not you. Okay.
Wait, did you just insult my chat?
One or two of them.
Okay,
Yeah.
stop it, dude.
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
stop it.
Oh, what a loser. Gale, I'll answer that in just 1 second, okay? Answer that in just 1 second, Gale. I'm gonna finish this video and then we're gonna...
Okay. I'm just gonna speak on their behalf. You're completely missing the point. Like, if this is not if this is not a genocide, then or is this not an is this not an attempted genocide at least? Will you give me that?
No, I don't think it's
Okay,
an
all
attempted, because again, you talk about attempted, it's
Okay.
like, I don't think they're doing it because they're trying to kill people.
Okay, all right, okay. That's the problem. That for some reason you are unwilling to accept that this is
Gale, PollyPeople is arguing that yes, there is the argument that PollyPeople has put forward is that there is a ongoing genocide against trans people, and has just said that, okay, I still disagree with you, but can you at least admit that there's an attempted genocide? And LonerBox said no, which is verifiably false and I think irresponsible. I am super disappointed with LonerBox's performance in this debate. I think it's embarrassingly bad. But yeah, PollyPeople is correct here. PollyPeople has been correct this entire time, and LonerBox's performance in this was embarrassing.
this is an attempt to, you know, kill trans people, or it's at the very least a happy consequence of their making life.
Yeah, Gale, you should, because there's a lot of issues with what LonerBox brought up here that are just, this entire time I've been debunking shit that he's been saying. It's extremely easy. The slightest bit, like all I have to do is search Matt Walsh or Steven Crowder or Tucker Carlson, any of the most popular right-wing figures, any of the most popular right-wing politicians are currently screaming about groomers. And when they say groomers, they mean trans people. That's what they're trying to say. That's their new thing. They're rebranding LGBT people, but specifically trans people, as groomers. I don't know, like, this is just ridiculous. I'm severely disappointed.
I mean, do you know how difficult it is to live for many of us without medical intervention?
Yeah, I mean, I've got plenty of trans friends and people in my community who tell me about that stuff. I get very long emails and all that. So as much as I can know, I try to, yeah.
All right.
Again, that's not to do with thinking the legislators have genocidal intent, right? That has nothing to do with that.
So you're just willing to say that because you cannot prove what's in their mind and their heart, that you'll just give them the benefit of the doubt, that they really just hope trans people live happy lives?
No, it's not about benefit of the doubt. Like, I fucking hate these people. I just think a good way to combat them, or at least people who vote for them, is to understand.
Do you think libs get so upset when trans people call them out because they can't high road them? Notice how LonerBox immediately fell back on rhetoric that he would generally reserve for violent Nazis? Yeah. Yeah. I think liberals get upset because liberals are legal cucks, okay? Liberals at their heart are Chuck from Better Call Saul. They are all about technicality, and they are never about spirit. They don't care about what the law is supposed to do. They only care about the letter of the law. And they can lie, cheat, and steal as much as they want, as long as they technically have the right of law. That is a fundamental part of liberalism, is the obsession with legal right. I shot you in the face, but it's okay because it says on the law books that I can shoot you if you're on my property, and my property includes the entire forest that you used to live in. I bought it. And you're trespassing. It's fucking stupid. It is. It's West Wing ass bullshit. It's embarrassing. And that's why liberals get so mad in conversations like this. Because in conversations about what you do in the face of overwhelming oppression, in the face of genocide, is never as clean as they want. They don't like the idea that their system gives birth to the power that fascists use to kill. That liberalism is the left wing of fascism.
is to, at least to some degree, find out what made them think that way. And what I see with a lot of people who, especially the problem, like it's maybe different in the UK, but what happens in the UK is a lot of otherwise progressive people will get roped into transphobia because basically just because of fear mongering. They'll be fear mongered into thinking that kids are, you know, oh, maybe it's okay for adults, but you know, kids, I don't know, too soon, they can't make up their own minds. And I'm like, okay, you don't sound like someone who's trying to kill trans people, right? Even though
Gallet says, how could LonerBox think this way? He's been so based on so many issues. I'm shocked he's saying this shit. I was honestly surprised too. I never took him for the like genocide denying type or the genocide downplaying, which is a form of genocide denial. I never took him for that type. Unfortunately, I have learned better. I have learned over time. I have grown I've grown more wise, and I have learned that there is a certain death orbit, and that death orbit can do horrible, horrible damage to people's otherwise based opinions.
So the consequences of what you vote for will probably get trans people killed, right?
Sure.
But I think what motivates people to try and like keep kids away from like puberty blockers and all that, I think 99.999% of the time it's because they're scared of like poor kids getting like doctors interfering with like, yeah, I think for most of the time you can actually, or like some weird religious shit. I think you have to, but that's just how I view like most human behavior. I don't think that necessarily means, unless you have a bit of proof, that they're actually trying to get trans people killed.
Okay, the copium popping up on the screen there was pretty funny, I gotta say. This is called normalcy bias. It's a really fucking deep-rooted brainworm. Loner wants politics to be this really unscary thing where it doesn't affect him, because if he actually has to be politically active beyond saying the right thing, he might get hurt. Yeah, it's scary. It would suck if everything about your life was forcibly made political and you had no choice in that matter. It would suck if from the day that you realized you were trans, from the day that you realized something about yourself, people treated you like shit, and you were legally discriminated against, you were economically discriminated against, you were targeted online and offline.
And the problem is, the reason I have a problem with the word genocide again is because when you use that language and you look at the way historically genocides have been responded to and the way that genocides are handled, and the best way to handle genocides is that you've got people in your audiences who are very like vulnerable and are very like scared enough, are very scared as it is. And when you say these people want to kill you, then you are kind of quietly saying, if someone wants to kill you, the things that you should do in self-defense.
What do you think conservatives are doing, you idiot? I'm sorry, I don't want to be too much of an asshole, but he's sitting here saying that that lefties are dog whistling by calling out a genocide, and in the same conversation in which he pretends that conservatives calling trans people groomers and constantly the biggest conservative channels putting out messaging that they, aka trans people, are coming for your kids. And in the same fucking conversation, this fucking clown is gonna sit here and go, oh, you're dog whistling towards violence. What are the conservatives doing then? What are they dog whistling towards? What the fuck? How can you be so stupid? How can you be so blind? How could you miss this? This conversation is only an hour long. Did you get so lost? What the fuck, man? I'm actually glad that I decided to extend my stream to 7 hours to react to this fucking shit.
Is run.
You're not willing to say they should do.
Well, okay. Well, one, I don't want to violate terms of service, right? People who want to defend themselves, they can do it however they want.
Well, there you go, though. You just say you don't want to violate terms of service, though, so we know what you are okay with.
No,
right?
no.
Fed posting asshole. You are a Fed posting asshole. This is LonerBox trying to make it, this is intimidation. The implication of what he's doing is he's trying to get her to say something that is TOS. as if that's an own, as if that's an argument in and of itself. No, what he's trying to do is he's trying to say, hey, if you step out of line, if you say something wrong here, your channel's gonna get removed. Your channel's gonna get removed. Oh, well, we know what you're talking about. And what she's trying to say is, I don't, like literally throughout this whole conversation, she has said, I don't believe in that. I want to flee. What a dirtbag shit. What fucking dirtbag bullshit. This is so shit. Man, what the fuck? Yeah, here you go, Gale. Dude, what the fuck?
No. I do not want to. No. Look. Please do not.
Look at what he's trying to do to her. She has not even gone hard on him at all. She's been nothing but kind. He's trying to say, oh, like you're TOS, you're gonna get your channel taken down. What the fuck, man? What a cowardly, this is straight up, unironically, fucking no joke, not even kidding you, 100% Chuck from fucking Better Call Saul behavior. Just, can we call him fucking Chuckbox instead? Yeah. What if I secretly recorded you and then hid the recording of you accidentally self-incriminating or confessing to me as your brother, and I use that against you in a court of law? What the fuck, man? Maybe chicanery box? I don't know. Fuck this guy. This is pathetic, man. What are you, a fucking liberal? Yeah, this is some like terminal toxic liberality.
Not push me to this direction. I told you my personal story. I think I talked to trans
literally
people.
Again, I just want to reiterate, just so nobody says that I'm being super mean here, just to reiterate, PollyPeople explicitly already said that she doesn't even believe in taking up arms, that she's not a violent person, that she wants to flee. So he's just being an asshole and trying to trick her into accidentally Fed posting when she's already been very clear about her position. This is a dirtbag piece of shit. This is like bad empanada tier tactics. Not that LonerBox is as bad empanada, but unironically, that's bad empanada tier tactics. That's the shit that bad empanada does. He goes on debates and tries to get people TOS'd. Pathetic. Embarrassing.
Time, many of us are figuring out where the fuck we're gonna run to. Right?
Hey, welcome back, Silent.
That's the normal response. Like taking up arms against the state is suicidal, right? Like I would never advocate that people do that. That seems insane to me.
Oh yeah, I would never advocate ever. Oh, never. We are firmly against political violence. We are firmly against resisting the state. However, I do want to quote some literature here, which is to say, this is our worst enemy, the law. As merciless, cruel, and unrighteous as it is, the law thinks nothing of whatever falls between the arms of its scale. The law does not believe in anything that falls between the black and the white. That's just a quote from literature, guys. Here on this channel, we are firmly no violence. Firmly.
I can understand why some people feel like they have to do that, right? But I think that's just mental masturbation, or it's just a way to make yourself feel better about the real reality that they're trying to kill us. Like, this seems to be, to you, this is a sort of a philosophical debate, right? And I can feel that, and that's really frustrating to me because real trans people don't talk about these ways in the ways that, like, you know, Vosh, for example, does, or the people that talk about, you know, self-defense with fucking arms. That's crazy. Like, that is not going to help us.
I disagree.
The thing that will help us is if you at least call out what is happening, right? Instead of like, you know, saying, well, it's not quite as bad as you think. Like, just because there's some libs that like maybe fall prey to the idea that, you know, there's like an over-treatment of gender dysphoria, right? Doesn't mean that the core transphobe wants to do nothing short of eliminate trans people, however that happens. Just like the fucking Nazis did. They didn't necessarily need to cart every person off. They were happy
Again,
with immigrants.
just reiterating, the first mass book burnings happened in 1933. That alone is a physical destruction, a physical attack against Jewish people that was spurred on by right-wing agitation well before 1941, when LonerBox says it was fair to call it a genocide.
Which will happen. People will at least move states, right? Because only certain states right now are genocidal. Some states are not. So, you know, forcing people to move out, making people's lives miserable such that they kill themselves. That's all in the playbook. The core intent of these laws is to kill or eliminate by whatever means necessary trans people.
So when you're saying that this is just a philosophical debate for me, I find that a bit insulting. One of my partners is trans. I've got trans people in my community. I've got trans friends who are close to me, and they will say actually, and this is someone who people have come to me like complaining
Don't do
about.
it, dude. Please don't do it, dude. Please don't do it. Just stop where you are. Stop while you're ahead. I know he already said it because this is a VOD, but oh my God, here we go.
Vosh, when he says the genocide thing, is they say that when they hear that, they feel like horrified. They feel like an immovable fear. And then often, I think when I have these discussions with people, is I ask a few people whether or not like, oh, how many states do you think have banned trans healthcare for kids or have tried to? And they'll say, oh, I don't know, like 30. And it's like 2, and one of them failed. So it's like, and I think giving people that impression and giving people that like doom and gloom, because genocide is very doom and gloom. Like, I think.
Oh, we should just, it's just a vibe genocide. You know, we should just ignore it. Silent says, yep, we talked about Magnus Hirschfeld earlier, but to bring it back up again, Magnus Hirschfeld fled Germany in 1933, and then he died in France in 1935. Magnus Hirschfeld's entire life was persecuted by, the entire end of his life he was persecuted by the Nazis long before when LonerBox here, Mr. fucking Chuckbox, thinks that was when it was an actual genocide. Don't ruin brunch. Don't ruin brunch, anybody.
I think that can actually like debilitate people as
so
well.
You're just tone
that's what I don't like,
policing
and
me then.
I prefer like motivation. So no, but you can say, but you were talking as if you're like the genocide thing is like me refusing to listen to trans voices and all that. But I can fucking pull forth like quite a few trans people who don't like the word genocide either. So it's not like
it doesn't matter if they like it. Trans people can also be in denial. There's a lot of trans people who don't recognize how bad things are. Who fucking cares?
You know,
Okay.
you're not a monolith. I'm sure you wouldn't say that.
Okay, all right. So I think I'd take issue with your two-state number. I mean, there's many laws that are I don't have the website up, but like there's many laws that exist right now that have been passed in many states, trying.
Specifically about banning, about restricting healthcare for kids, right? 2 states succeeded, I think, and one of them got overturned this year.
No. 2 states succeeded at passing a full ban, and both of them were overturned on the federal level, thank goodness. 2 states succeeded at banning all, not just for minors.
As far as I know, unless there's something more recent. Yeah.
I'd have to look at the most recent stuff. So, okay, yes. The trans people are not a monolith, but I will tell you this, you know, and of course there's many trans people that will not, that don't want to like, call it a genocide, and that's their right, you know, because it can be debilitating when you sort of look at what's going on.
Arkansas was the first one,
we
Demon
still have
Speaker.
to live our lives, but
Arkansas.
Somebody like you don't have the you're not going to be frozen in fear if you really kind of like use the you know, in my judgment would be the most correct words to describe what's going on in a way that people will hear and be like, oh, maybe I should look into this, because I'm not wrong in the way I describe it. I think that proves out when I, it's not, we're not just arguing about a word. It seems like we're arguing about what these anti-trans laws are really about and what they are intended to do. It seems like you're unwilling to accept that
unbelievable liberal naivety. And it's not naivety. It's just liberalism fascism is like liberalism's biggest weakness. Liberalism paves the way for fascism to succeed. It's just the way it operates. An obsession with the law and inability to react in real time to real threats because those threats veil themselves under the veneer of legality until it's too late.
The laws are being passed because they are dehumanizing us and demonizing us in a way that that is necessary and sufficient to create genocidal intent in a population.
So you're saying it's not over a word, but it is, though. We agree on what people should do to stop it. We agree on how bad it is. We agree on where it's happening. Yeah, like, it is just the word.
You don't think they're trying to kill trans people? You told me that.
No, I don't
you
think they're.
Yeah, okay.
Wait. Can you tell me which legislator is trying to kill trans people? Are there any specific ones?
Wait a second.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, Donald Trump, Mitch McConnell, Ted Cruz, Ron DeSantis.
Are you telling me that the only way I can prove to you that there's a genocide is that if I find a legislator, hook them up to a lie detector, and the legislature says, "Oh, I don't want to kill trans people," and it beeps red, and then you'd be like, "Oh, because you found one legislator and you proved beyond a reasonable doubt that person has genocidal intent."
Ken Paxton, Greg Abbott.
Will you then agree it's a genocide? No, you wouldn't even do it then. You'd be like, "Well, that's just one."
Well, I can say with, for example...
There's no way to prove to you...
Wait,
okay.
No. I can give you a lot of leeway here.
Okay.
There's like these kind of discussions that they'll ask, like when it comes to studying like in law, like genocide, they'll say, can we see genocidal intent in Hitler before 1941? And some people will say yes, because he's talking about removal by any means, even though there's no sign that he wants to kill people. It's like, well, if you want to remove millions and millions of people, how
some
else are you gonna do
people
that
would
apart from
say
killing
there
them?
was no
So
genocidal intent after 1945. Like it doesn't matter.
That's how you would say that there was warnings of genocide. There was plenty of it. I would say there was. I would say you couldn't say. What?
Well, of course.
What did I just say? Wait, what did I just say?
Okay, so what I think you said is that Hitler had genocidal intent before. Wait, when would you say when would you say the genocide of the Jews actually happened or started?
No, wait, that's not the question. Is whether or not the intent, when the intent showed.
Wait, just to be clear, he already answered this. He said that he believes the genocide began in 1941, according to his previous statement. Maybe he can retract that, but he didn't.
Well, now I'm interested in your answer to my question.
Well, the signs of the intent were there from like 1919 when Hitler wrote that thing about removal.
Yeah, but when would you say, according to you, when would you say the genocide happened? Are you trying to get me into a gotcha
to say when the genocide started?
No, well, I want to know your answer. It's not a gotcha. I just want you to...
if I say anything later than... No, you are. Don't lie to me.
Okay,
if I say anything later than 1933 when the Nazis got elected, you've got a dunk, right? That's the kind of level we're operating at right now?
Are you unwilling to answer the question?
My man, dude, don't even try. Don't even try to high horse. You did the whole fucking, I'm gonna try and get your stream TOS thing for no reason earlier on. And now you're trying to act smug when she asks you a very direct question because you think that you got gotcha'd because your argument is fucking stupid. Man, what's your problem, dude? This is so sloppy.
No, I'm not willing. I think the genocide started in 1941. Final solution implemented and ordered in 1941.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Yasmin, for the $5. Yasmin says, are you trying to get me in a gotcha like me trying to gotcha you with Fed posting? How dare you, you uppity trans girl?
Okay, so if you were...
Man, LonerBox really fucked this one up. LonerBox had a debate with this content creator I wasn't familiar with before named PollyPeople. And...
Wait, what's it on? What's the debate on?
Whether or not there's a trans genocide. and his position is embarrassingly bad. And
There's not.
yeah, he says not, and there isn't any intent either. It's bad.
Yikes.
It's and his what's worse, even no, I wouldn't say it's worse than his argument because the argument is pretty bad. But what's worse is the way that he's approached the conversation, which is to be a giant cunt to somebody who's been nothing but respectful for him, like literally no dunking on her side whatsoever. And he was just like, oh well, you know, if you're saying there's a genocide going on right now, well, I don't know about you, but I would have supported the Jews assassinating Hitler. So what are you saying? Are you saying that you do you want them to assassinate the president? Is that what you want? Literally doing that type of shit. Like, oh, don't you think that shouldn't you say that you're willing to support the assassination of public figures? And she's like, no. What are you talking about? First of all, why are you trying to like TOS me? And secondly, no, I don't believe in that. I want to flee. I want to go somewhere safe. And I'm like, bro, what the fuck? And now he's getting super mad that she said, so when do you think that the genocide against the Jews started? He's like, oh, you're trying to get me in a gotcha. You're trying to get me in a gotcha. I'm like, bro, what the fuck?
That's weird.
Oh, we got to finish this and then I'll be done. I've been going way too long. I know.
Like, damn, I took a nap and you're still going.
I know. I've been bad. I've been very bad. I've been very bad. I'm so bad. Mama bad.
Mama bad.
Mama bad. Mama bad. You're not even in the camera. You're too far over.
That's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay.
All right, I'll come down soon, okay? I promise. And then we'll smoke that weed, okay? Because I really need that after this shit.
This sort of goes back to our earlier point, right? If you were on the ground in pre-war Germany in 1940, you would argue that there wasn't a genocide of the Jews going on, even though like Hitler had already invaded Poland.
Wait, hold on a second. This is really funny. Somebody in PollyPeople's chat says the final solution was not the start of the genocide. That's such an excellent point. The Nazis literally called it the final solution, implying they had tried other solutions before. Oh God, oh, liberals are so lost.
There were,
liberals are so lost.
There was already like, well, I guess there wasn't there was already laws being passed trying to eliminate.
You would say that it was set in motion. Like the conditions were laid for it. They were on
there
the
was
precipice.
law. No, but like there were already Jews dying.
If this was a conversation only about the Holocaust, all of this would be considered genocide denial. Because it is. Because it's downplaying the very real threat. We only have this in hindsight because the Holocaust already happened. The only reason he can get away with any of this is because when you're talking about the Holocaust, it already happened. This one is ongoing. If we were to pretend that it was 1939 and the formal Holocaust had not begun, and this argument happened, and he was making the same arguments, and we were to look at that, we would say that's genocide denial.
Because there were Jews at the time. It just wasn't done in the way that you would specifically call a genocide.
Yes, that's why we have a definition of genocide. Yeah, if people die because of
Actually, we have many definitions of genocide to the degree that the UN has more than one definition of genocide. We've already looked at this during my stream. You guys all know this. But yeah, just being clear in responding to him.
People die because of systemic discrimination. That's not genocide, no.
How is that not genocide? If people die as a result of systemic discrimination,
that's in the definition of genocide. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. This is pathetic.
Wait. Can you just
under color of law?
Wait. Sorry, I just want to do a debunk. I'm feeling a little paranoid here because I know people are going to react to this, and I want to just prove to you what I'm talking about. I just had this up. Hold on, let me just show you again, one more time, just so that we're clear. I'm gonna show this up right here. What he just said was that a law legal discrimination that leads to death is not genocide. I'm sorry, but the calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. This is Article 2 of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. Going slower, Article 2 of the Genocide Convention narrows it, also including deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. LonerBox is wrong. LonerBox is wrong even by his own definition. This is phenomenally stupid.
Just admit to me right now then that when you say genocide, you don't actually mean a term that can be defined and boundaries can be set and stuck
Dude,
to.
shut
You
the
just
fuck
want
up, man. Man, shut the fuck up. What an asshole. This dude is being such a fucking dick. This PollyPeople has not been rude or dunked on him even in a little bit. He's being a smug, sarcastic piece of shit when this girl over here is pouring out her heart about her genuine concerns of genocide. She's not making personal attacks against him. She's just trying to convince him that, yes, we should be willing to call it what it is. And he's being a smug fucking prick about it.
use it as because it's like as a rhetorical flourish. That's the only justification you're giving me for using the term right now.
No, hold on a second, because I'm surprised. So like I'm surprised. You know, I guess I could be. Hey, I'm willing to be wrong here. But I would be surprised if it is a commonly accepted point of view that the German genocide of the Jews didn't start until 1941. That seems.
He reiterated that twice. It's an idiotic position.
Literally impossible to me.
It's when according to what, like legal definitions, or just like using the words kind of like, I don't know.
The way people use the word the way people use the word genocide to describe genocide. Like,
yeah,
if you want to, if you want to communicate with people, what's going on? Okay, do you think that the average? Oh my God.
Okay, hold on. I just want to blow him out again one more time, just so we're clear. The UN Convention on Genocide was not even put into law until December 9th, 1948. Let's just rewind here. I just want you guys to hear how fucking right I am and how fucking right PollyPeople is on this. Listen to this real quick. Let's just listen to this back. Listen up.
Didn't start until 1941. That seems literally impossible to me.
It's when according to what, like legal definitions, or
according to what legal definitions? Guess what, bitch? The legal definition you're using, the Holocaust at the time could not be considered a genocide because the UN fucking assembly on genocide did not happen until December 9th, 1948. What are you talking about? What a stupid argument. Literally legal-brained, so stupid. This is fucking... I am so disappointed with this. Oh God, I hope this is just a one-off. I hope he eats crow on this and says, wow, I really fucked this up.
Just like
Holy
using
shit.
the words kind of like, I don't know.
The way people use the word genocide to describe genocide. Like,
yeah,
if you want to, if you want to communicate with people, what's going on? Okay, do you think that the average? Oh my God. Okay, so when you
want to go one further? You want to go one further? You ready to go one step further? Genocide is the intentional destruction of a people, usually classed as ethnic, national, racial, or religious, in whole or in part. Raphael Lemkin coined the term in 1944. The term genocide did not even exist at the time that he's talking about. So all of this stupid semantic nonsense is a bunch of fucking hot air. The definition didn't even exist, so it wouldn't fucking matter if you called it a genocide or not. The legal terms didn't exist at the time. LonerBox's argument is so upside down in this conversation. It's so ass backwards. Just, oh my God, man.
You're getting very flustered over absolutely nothing here, by the way. But
Dude, shut the fuck up. What a dumb cunt. Dude, shut the fuck up. You're fucking smugly condescending to this girl who's been nothing but nice to you this entire fucking time, who's actually talking about an issue that affects her, and your stupid smug ass is not only dead goddamn wrong. LonerBox is not only dead goddamn wrong, he's being a fucking stupid smug prick about it. Dude, absolutely what the fuck, man? You want flustered? How's this for fucking flustered? How's this for fucking flustered? You want to come talk to me? Let's talk about it, buddy. I'll be a whole lot meaner. You want to hear? You want the spice? You want the fire?
go on.
Idiot.
I'm not sure I don't know if there's much more for us to talk about. I mean, I think I understand what you're saying.
Wouldn't it be funny? Wouldn't it be funny if there was something I had in my back pocket? Anybody want to guess when the first concentration camp for Jewish people, communists, and other dissidents opened? Anybody want to guess? Can we get a guess? 22nd of March, 1933. But guess what? According to LonerBox, the genocide didn't start until 1941. What a moron! Dachau. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. I apologize. I've literally never heard that word said out loud, I don't think, or at least I haven't in my memory. Dachau? Dachau, whatever. First concentration camp opened on 22nd of March, 1933. The camp was initially intended to intern Hitler's political opponents, which consisted of communists, social democrats, and other dissidents. LonerBox, you are so fucking wrong. You owe a gigantic apology to PollyPeople, who not only treated you with more respect than you treated her with, but also who blew you the fuck out with facts, logic, and reason, and all you had was fucking whimpering, fucking blubbering liberal bullshit, my man. Fucking bullshit.
Yeah, you're gonna go and tell your chat now that I downplayed the fucking Holocaust, or that I
you stupid idiot. You fucking moron. You did. It's not her fault that you were an idiot. It's not her fault that you fucking suck so much dick at your job that you came on here and fucking blew it. It's not her fault that you came on here completely and utterly unprepared and accidentally did a little bit of a whoopsie-doopsie Holocaust downplaying. Are you serious, man? It's not fucking her fault, it's yours. You fucked up. You got everything wrong. You did a oopsie-doopsie. Own it, man. Fucking own it.
Respect trans people or whatever. That's what you're gonna do, right?
Well, I don't know what to tell you, dude. Like I didn't force you to say the things you said.
What did I say? Can you say it back to me? What's the soundbite?
Okay. So the difference between you and me in this discussion is, it seems to me you're like I'm really trying to share with you, a real fear of what is going on. At least, here in the United States, right? There's a genocide going on. They are trying to eliminate trans people by whatever means necessary. And it seems to me you're stuck in debate land. Like you're worrying about dunks, you're worrying about clips, you're worrying about definitions, and that's what makes me feel like your mind isn't where it needs to be on this issue.
You just said we agreed with everything when it came to urgency, when it came to policy.
Hey.
You said we agreed on all that.
I don't think we do.
And you're just upset about the word.
No.
I'm the one getting hung up on words.
Okay. I'm going to back it up again. It's not just a word. You are failing to recognize what the intent is behind these laws. You're saying that because
debate brain. This isn't even debate brain, guys. Let's be honest. It's doing a disservice to people who have debate brain. This is not debate brain. This is I'm so wrong and so smug at the same time. I'm literally doing a live reenactment of the liberal people from fucking South Park, the sniffing their own farts and dragging behind them a cloud of smug. That's what this is. This isn't even debate brain. This is like literally liberal brain rot. It's callous. He's being smug, a smug asshole to someone who wasn't rude to him at all. He was wrong. He's wrong. This entire time, I've been literally putting on screen the ways in which he's wrong.
Because there might be
the intent that you don't even have like conjecture to show me, right? Like,
I don't know.
Well, you know what? Guess what? It's a good thing that Demon Mama reviewed this debate, huh? Because in your live debate format, she couldn't bring up a quote off the cuff of a politician who was doing it, but I did. I brought up numerous examples. I literally showed on screen what right-wing politicians are currently pushing. So while she couldn't do it, nope, she didn't do anything wrong. She was clearly aiming to have a conversation and not this type of fucking bullshit debate, but Mama's got your back, all right? Because you're right.
Oh, I don't know what you want from me. Like.
okay, I just want to summarize. I'm sorry.
Making trans people's lives unlivable on purpose will kill us and has been killing us.
Okay, so just to summarize, okay? So our disagreement about the trans thing, the substance of it, is that I don't think Republicans are legislating in the way that they are because they're trying to kill trans people en masse, right?
Once again, let me just reiterate. He doesn't think that conservatives are trying to kill trans people, but he does think that trans people who say that there's an ongoing genocide are trying to kill Republicans. That was what he just said just a few minutes ago. I just want to reiterate that. Just want to be clear. He's doubling down on that position.
That's the disagreement there, right? That's the empirical disagreement.
I'm sorry. I mean,
Idiot.
You kind of lost me. I'm not. I don't know what else there is to talk about, to be honest. I mean, I think we both made our points.
So just to summarize.
No. You don't have to recharacterize the discussion because I think it's very clear. And I want you to do this. I want you to reconsider what the burden of proof on somebody like me should be when the obvious intent is what it is. I'm flabbergasted that you're sort of unwilling to accept the obvious import of the passing of laws that on their face are designed to make trans people's lives unlivable.
Okay, so we disagree on the intent. Okay. You think they're trying to kill people. Okay. I think
or they don't give a fuck about it, which is the same. Okay, all right.
You think I don't give a fuck about it?
No, I'm saying they don't give a fuck about it.
Oh, okay.
And that is there's not a dime's worth of difference about not caring that trans people are dying and specifically wanting trans people to die, because some of them would be happy if we died. Some of them don't care, but it is the dehumanization that is the calling us groomers, making us seem like we're dangerous. All of that taken as a whole shows very, very clear genocidal intent. And I don't know what it would take to get you to use the word. It's too bad that you're not already using it, but I think the problem is deeper than just I'm sticking to a dictionary definition of the word, because you're not even willing to accept the extent of the problem.
No.
Yes. He was wrong even on the dictionary definition. I have shown that throughout my review. Obviously, in a live debate format, it's much harder to actually show on screen the literal code of the UN, but I did. Once again, Mama's got your back, like I said.
I thought we agreed on the extent of the problem, right?
No, we don't.
I think the extent of the problem is that people are like, the legislation will probably get more people killed, right? Yeah. I think we can agree perfectly with what the problem is.
Killing
people.
people.
Don't call the legislators names. They're just good people that are misdirected. Get the fuck
I don't
out
think
of
they
here
were good
with that.
people. I
You
think
know,
they're
like,
pretty bad people. I think they're pretty awful people.
Well,
I
I
just don't
think-
think they have genocidal. I don't think they're trying to kill people en masse. Yeah.
All right, so
You just said that the laws are going to get people killed.
You know. Yeah. all
Yes,
right.
please,
Hey,
Ren.
It was
Please,
great to meet you,
Ren,
though.
go right ahead.
You know, I'm glad that we got to talk.
What the fuck does this guy, not to be idpol, but what the fuck does this guy know about how terrifying it is to be trans? Gallet, earlier on, he said, I have trans friends, unironically. Renophilia says, I migrated from YouTube to say that wasn't the first genocide the Nazis did. The Nazis first killed disabled people in state-run hospitals purely for containment and elimination of disabled people starting in 1939. They ran propaganda calling disabled people tax burdens, and they were deemed life unworthy of life. Thank you for that. That is actually very valuable context. I hadn't even brought that one up yet. Thank you.
Yeah, just one more. Can you summarize my opinion on the Holocaust?
I wouldn't try. I wouldn't try.
When do you think, if I had to say, when do I think the Allies should have intervened and stopped Nazi Germany? When do you think I would have said they should have done it, before or after they did?
This is not what our debate was about.
Yeah, but I did tell you. I want to see if, like, I told you a thing, right? I gave you a position. I just want to see if you actually want to characterize me fairly.
Mr. Krabs with the $5 says, when the trans genocides happen, they will go after me and neurodivergent people and Hispanics, black, and etc. Meanwhile, LonerBox will say, why didn't you warn us? Yeah, it's pretty, this is honestly a really bad showing. This is easily the worst showing I've ever seen with my own eyes of LonerBox. And I've seen a lot of LonerBox's content. And yes, I agree with you, Mr. Krabs. It's true. People will act surprised as though there weren't people literally telling them, begging them to their face. Literally, PollyPeople the entire time has not been toxic. PollyPeople is nicer than I have ever been on my show. I am way more spicy and way more confrontational than PollyPeople was. PollyPeople has done nothing but essentially plead and make a case. And this motherfucker tried to fucking pull TOS bullshit on her. Fuck this guy.
You told me that. I
told you when I thought the Allies should have invaded.
You told me that
gone to war with Germany.
And now he's trying to pull some stupid
armed
bullshit.
invasion would be appropriate at the time a genocide was happening, right?
No, I didn't. I didn't say that. I said before that.
All right. Okay. Well, you would have done an armed invasion before that, but the genocide didn't happen until 1941. But you would do an invasion before that.
I said they should.
I don't care about this part, my
was
dude.
Opened.
I didn't force you to say anything.
You do care.
Okay.
Wait.
Okay. All right. Will you let me go now?
Yeah, it's okay.
All right. I appreciate it. Bye.
Spoiler is, what's it called? Double like this. It's that thing. Those things. You put two of those, Gallet, before and after. All right. Apparently somebody sent me this clip also to watch. So we're going to watch this clip real quick. And then I'm going to end this stream with with this little summary and then one last thing. Let me see what this is here.
Why did Polly need permission to leave? I don't know. She's pretty well known. She talks to a lot of the same people you do or has. I don't know, though. Yeah, fuck. I don't think there's any point engaging in whatever the fuck that was, that community was. Oh, God. Your career is done after this. Yeah, sure.
I agree, Gallet. I won't read that out because you did spoiler it, but I'm really sorry, and I know exactly what you're talking about. And yes, that does meet the definitions. I laid out the case even more solidly than PollyPeople could have. First of all, I got to throw PollyPeople a follow. Jesus Christ. Wow. Well, LonerBox was being a total piece of shit there. Holy shit. God damn. Man, that was fucking bullshit, my man. So, let's just summarize real quick, and then I'm gonna show you one last thing, one little piece of bloomer hope, okay? So, real quick summary. LonerBox was dead wrong. LonerBox was dead wrong on multiple points. Not only is he woefully uninformed on the state of anti-trans legislature in the United States, not only is he woefully underinformed on the shape of the genocide that unfolded in Germany. Not only is he woefully uninformed with regards to the actual definitions of genocide and when those definitions came to be and what they actually mean, but on top of that, he was a smug, smarmy dickbag to this girl the entire time. She did not try to dunk on him. She did not try to clip him. He pulled dirty fucking bullshit with regard to the TOS thing. Even though she literally didn't even bite the bait. She just explicitly said, I don't believe in that. I want to flee and be safe. And he still tried to push that more than once. He also was super, super smug and condescending to her at the end. He did not take with any gravity the things that she was bringing forward. And if I'm gonna be completely honest, if I didn't know LonerBox before this point and I watched this conversation, I would walk away with the conclusion that this guy doesn't give a shit about trans people. The way that he talked back to her, the way that he argued this, gives me the impression that to him, it's all just a smug internet game and not actually a serious topic that he gives a shit about. To him, it's just fun debate content. And that, in my opinion, is fucking garbage. This was a garbage showing. LonerBox fucked up. PollyPeople absolutely dunked this motherfucker and was 100% right. For LonerBox, it's all feels over reals. Unironically, the argument he was making is that it's too scary to call it genocide. That's what the argument he was making before. He failed to elucidate how it does not meet the definition of genocide. He failed to even acknowledge that there is an intent of genocide, even though it is blatantly obvious if you pay even a tiny bit of attention to the current rhetoric of the right wing of America, the GOP, major members, leading members of the GOP. Fucking Donald Trump was just in power and he put through a trans ban and a memo to the Health and Human Services Department in the United States, the official memo that pointed out how to discriminate against trans people. In short, PollyPeople blew the fuck out and LonerBox really put the L in fucking LonerBox. I sure hope that he does better on this. I sure hope that he improves, but I'm just gonna say that that the long and short of it is that LonerBox was deeply, deeply unprepared and came out looking like a arrogant moron. Unironically, this conversation, his smugness was so undeserved. The most undeserved smugness I've seen in a long time. Liberals, man. Fucking liberals. Holy shit. All right, you guys want something that is not liberal and is actually based and fucking action-pilled? You ready? I'm about to give you an injection of bloom. Okay? Are you ready? I got an injection of bloom for you. Okay? So this was just 2 days ago, and I'm gonna read you an awesome thread. New York City Antifa. Today in Eugene, Oregon, Proud Boys, literal Nazis, and other far-right thugs tried to menace a drag queen story hour. They brandished knives, sprayed bear mace, and shot paintballs at the counter protest. They were met by hundreds of people who then chased them off and away. Now, if you go into this thread, you can see all of the pictures. Here are the explicitly anti-fascist, pro-trans counter-protesters. Now, I happen to have a connection. I know some people who were at this event, And when I say that the anti-fascists outnumbered and drove off the fascists, that is literally what happened. A bunch of anti-fascists showed up. There were fucking no casualties. Nobody was killed. Nobody was severely injured of the fascists. They were simply intimidated away. And their goal was to come there and target a drag queen story hour. They went there, and if you look here, I'll actually be able to even show you. If we scroll down here, take a look at this. You have a bunch of masked guys doing the OK symbol, flipping them off, saying Antifa protects pedophiles. There's another, I believe it was from here. Yeah, here's another one. Here's the fascists over here. You got the skull mask. You got the shame on you. You got the you're gonna burn in hell. You got the fear God shirt. Stop the cycle of abuse. Antifa supports child abuse. This is the fash crowd, by the way. And yes, it was, again, protests. You know, this wasn't highly televised, but just so you know, after this was when the Proud Boys and whatever were brandishing knives and shooting paintballs into the crowd of counter-protesters. And then the counter-protesters drove them off. Hey, look at this. Damn, we got a guy stacked up with fucking knives over here. This guy in the skull mask did a Sieg Heil and proceeded to admit to being a Nazi and called it a compliment. Here's a video. Let's watch the video here.
So you're a Nazi.
Yes, thank you for the compliment.
Do it again. Do it again.
I'll get you nowhere, brother.
Do it again.
That's a compliment. He says, open Nazi. Okay? Oh, here you go. Lots gone down since my last tweet. Sorry, I had to take a break after I got maced. So that the person who was just recording this got maced. Fascists got walked out and on their retreat began unleashing mace, shooting paintballs, throwing smoke bombs and other projectiles. Expectedly, projectiles got thrown back in return. As they were being pushed out, the crowd was chanting, "Go home, Nazis!" They all appear to be gone now at the moment. Police presence, or lack thereof, remains exactly the same. Extremely glad the community showed up to defend the performers and kids. The irony is unreal. The misogyny is also predictable as ever. And here's a leaflet that was handed out. Defend queer joy, we protect us. Pathetically frantic right-wing moralists and their patriot fascist allies are threatening today's drag queen storytime and our wider queer community. Only the latest manifestation of a long history of heteronormative violence. They hate and fear us. Their heroes, the police, who exist to protect them, have shown up to maintain a veneer of social peace and prevent real justice, which would look like our community defending itself. The cops and the reactionaries terrorizing the vibrant people living their drag dreams here today are a part of the same machine of authority, are the same people defending them from a counterattack. To protect fascists from the violence of self-defense is in reality to collaborate with their violence. As some friends wrote a decade ago during a similarly fake attempt by the San Francisco cops to appear tolerant and queer-friendly, the specific insult of this is that it tries to erase the central fact of queer history, that queer history is visible only because of a constellation of revolts in which queer bodies fought the police control. We will defend our spaces, our love, and ourselves. Stonewall was a riot that never ended. Whew. Damn, that's not a leftist meme, you fucking idiot. You illiterate cuck. Are you fucking real nuts? This is a leaflet that led to people successfully defending an event, you goddamn fucking soy cucked illiterate bitch. Why you gotta be base the whole stream and then say something fucking stupid? Anyway, the point is, a bunch of queer people showed the fuck up. Most of the queer people there were not super tactical. They were just there and they were just willing to put themselves between fascists and innocent queer people. They were there and they won. So never forget that. Never forget that direct action gets the fucking goods. that standing together and driving Nazis out not only happens regularly, but is deeply possible, and you can be a part of it. Don't fucking listen to the lib cucks who tell you got nothing to worry about. Stand and fight together for your community, for your own liberation. And of course, don't fucking die. Much love to all of you, my lovely, lovely imps. If you're not subscribed to Demon Mama, you better fucking bang that subscribe button. It's right down below. Press subscribe. Don't forget to press like, and I will see you all very soon, okay? I gotta go. I've been streaming for way too long, and my whole family is mad at me being a workaholic. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Oh, and Maple and Potato, thanks for coming to chat. All of you new names in chat, please come back. We'd love to see you. Mwah. Good night, my lovely imps. Bye.